Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got Yuji Itadori Powers Part 1. Before we start, please go support El Chumbaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Midoriya, an unknown surname to almost everyone, but unfortunately for everyone, this was a clan with very flexible morals. They did not hesitate if they had to send a child to kill. That was the case of Izuku, who was born without powers, without a gift, but being the best of his entire generation, he was restricted. He had a heavenly restriction. His past with his clan led him to the most pitiful and pathetic state of his own being, becoming just the shadow that he was when he was a child. Until his hero appeared. Be a hero. In the ancient Heian era in Japan, a monster was born that threatened all of Japan. It was considered a myth simply to scare the bravest. But very few know the truth about the progenitor demon, a being that only seeks perfection because it is said that he had a weakness, but this was unknown. The demon went from being just one to being hundreds and hundreds, only appearing at night to attack and devour humanity. Although with each passing year it was less and less credible for the population, and that disbelief increased when the so-called gifts, or also known as quirk, appeared. They are powers or abilities that a person has at birth. With each year the population with powers was more and more common until today, where the quirkless, or the giftless, are the minority and become frowned upon in the new supernatural society. Repudiated, excluded, to the point of being mistreated. Although that is not entirely the case with our protagonist. Mizurufu, Japan. July 20th. We can see/read a little green-haired boy in the car with his mother, a green-haired lady like the boy, who is the one driving the car. Her destiny is to see if the little green-haired boy has a gift, and what his gift would be like. The mother was driving towards her target until she looked in the rearview mirror of the car and noticed her son, who was in the back seats. Inko Midoriya. Quirk, telekinesis. Heroine withdraws from being a heroine to take care of her son and prevent him from being in danger due to her job. Data. Being a heroine, she reached the top of the heroes of Japan, respectively the top number 6. He is so excited, isn't he, Izuku? He said, looking at his son in the rearview mirror, who is very impatient. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, unknown. Data. He is currently 5 years old. His birthday is July 15th. He is a fan of All Might. Of course, today I will see what super gift I have, he said, super excited, almost shouting, Mom, do you think I can be like All Might? I'm sure you'll be better than your son, said the green-haired girl, smiling at her son. Time skip 3 hours. You should give up, boy, said the doctor, leaving Izuku blank. Why do you say that, doctor? Inko exclaimed, a little annoyed by the comment towards her son. The little one doesn't have a quirk, he'd better give up the idea of being a hero. Without a quirk it's impossible, the doctor spoke bluntly with a disinterested and cruel tone. But I should end. She was interrupted by the doctor before finishing the sentence. Let me explain to you why your son doesn't have a gift, the doctor said, leaving a frustrated Inko, and showing an X-ray of the little boy's foot. I could see here that Izuku's foot has 2 joints in the little toe. It's unusual to see it these days, but that means that the little boy doesn't have a gift. Time skip. Department Midoriya. You can see that. He's already saved 100 people. It's crazy, it's not even 10 minutes. He's laughing. Everything is fine now. Do you know why? Because I am here. Mom, said Izuku, who was watching the video with his mother behind him. Saves everyone with a smile. No matter what trouble they're in, he's a great hero. Turning around to see his mother, noticing the two with tears about to come out of their eyes. Can I be a hero too? Inko could only hold back her tears and approached the little boy and hugged him. Of course you can be a hero, Izuku, your mother will always support you. The two Midoriyas could only cry together with the support of their mother. Now Izuku would never give up. 10 years later. Not everyone was created equal. It's something I learned from a very young age. And it was my first and last setback. Those were the thoughts of the now teenage Izuku Midoriya. Running on the way to Orudera High School, he ran into a villain who was on the way. His gift seemed to make him a giant, something that excited Izuku. The villain let out a roar to intimidate, something that only excited Izuku more. "That's a great villain," Izuku said with great excitement, seeing the great villain. The villain, with a new roar, hit an electricity pole, breaking it in half and letting it fall to the screams of fear of the crowd. Before the pole hits the ground, someone runs out of the crowd, successfully catching the pole. "Oh, it's Death Arms," someone in the crowd spoke up. "He brings justice with his great physical strength, the puncher hero." "Everyone, this is dangerous. Get back now," another hero appeared, driving the crowd away with his hydrokinesis. "Rescue Specialist Backstaff is here too," the crowd exclaimed upon seeing the hero. "The villain has a great gift, but it seems that he is weak, although I can't see much from here," Izuku spoke, trying to get a better view of what was happening. "I better move." As Izuku moved forward to get a better view above him, a swift shadow passed towards the villain. "Kaya, you can do it," Kamui, a group of girls in the crowd shouted. Seeing the hero advance towards the villain, placing himself in front of him, and immediately jumping to dodge a large blow aimed at him. "Don't come here," the villain shouted towards the wooden hero. "Who is fighting the villain?" said Izuku excitedly, who had just arrived to be in the front row. "It's Shinran Kamui, the young and talented rising star." "You're the one who asked? But you made the perfect comment, kid," said a man who was to Izuku's right. "You're a fan, right?" "And no, well, a little bit," he said Izuku, quite embarrassed to see that his geeky side had come out without realizing it. In a villain blow that left his hand on the ground, Kamui took the opportunity to run over the giant's arm and approach the villain's face, jumping and stretching out his wooden arm to attack. The villain, covering his face, placed his hand in front of him, being caught by Kamui's branches. Trying to get the hero off of him, he pulled on his hand to spin Kamui, who let go. Giving a pirouette in the air and deactivating his gift, he lets go of the villain to fall on a roof without any damage. Illegal use during traffic hours and theft resulting in bodily injury. "You are the embodiment of evil," Kamui exclaimed, preparing an attack on the villain. "Oh, there he comes," said the green-haired man, knowing what the hero was going to do. "Show us something shiny," Tree Man said, the man next to Izuku. "Prison," Izuku said, waiting for the hero to finish his sentence. "A tanty of varnished chains," Kamui exclaimed, throwing a large amount of branches from his arm that headed towards the villain. "Cannon, cannon." A bang was heard, and a giant girl was seen kicking the equally giant villain, defeating him and leaving everyone in shock. Is the only thing Kamui could say. "There she is, there she is, there she is, there she is." A bunch of people with cameras appeared to take pictures of the new heroine. "Today is my debut day. My name is Mount Lady. I speak, the one now known as MT. Lady, it's my pleasure to give you some but care." "There it is, there it is, there it is." More people appeared to take photos. As Izuku writes down the new heroine in his notebook, the crowd praises her for her work. "She's getting all the credit," said Kamui, who hadn't moved an inch. With superpowers in society came a huge increase in crime, and the country was stuck in a slow progress of drastic reform laws. People with courage started doing heroic acts like those in comic books, fighting against bad guys using superpowers. The heroes were soon accepted by the public and established as an official profession based on their presentation. They received payments from the government, and gained renown among the masses. Become a giant? She seems to be very popular, and with an incredible gift. But thinking about the damage to the city if she goes hand in hand with that, should its use be limited? Izuku's murmurs were a habit. She had to analyze the gifts. Hey, are you taking notes? You want to be a hero, don't you?" said the same man from before. "That's great, you can do it." "Forks, I will do my best," said the green-haired boy, happy with the gentleman's encouragement. Oratora Secondary School. Since everyone is in their last year, it's time to think about their future. The classroom teacher spoke in a monotonous tone. "I've given you many brochures for your future plans. But you," changing his tone of voice to a more lively one, "are you all planning to go to the hero course, right?" "Yeah." That's what the whole class said together as they activated their gifts, except for two people who didn't speak at all. Forks. You have spectacular gifts. But using gifts in schools is against the rules." The teacher spoke to all the students. Teacher. It was heard in the classroom that he silenced all the students, and called everyone's attention. "Don't put me in the same bag as these weaklings," said Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk, explosion. Izuku's childhood friend. "That's rude, damn Katsuki." Yes. They should just shut up like the extras they are," Bakugo said in a mocking tone. "Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA Academy, right, Bakugo?" said the teacher. UA? The national school? The class said in shock. It was in the top 0.2% this year. You know its acceptance rate is extremely low. "That's exactly why they're just extras," Bakugo spoke arrogantly. "I completed the mock test. I'm one of the 2 from this high school with a chance of getting into UA. You heard Deku." "Oh, that's right, Midoriya wants to go to UA too, right?" the teacher asked. "Hey Midoriya, impossible. You can't go to the hero course just by studying." Those were the comments of some students. "I don't need a gift to be better than you," Izuku said to silence the others and making Bakugo smile. "You better be a good rival in the UA," Deku said, Bakugo looking at Midoriya with a challenging smile. Somewhere in Japan. 2 p.m. On a street you can hear a scream from a woman who activated her gift, a circular shield near her as an act of self-defense. "Thief, someone do something. Catch me if you can," shouted a villain with a slimy green body. "Huh! There's no hero around. Normally someone would show up right away. That guy taking advantage of the chaos this morning." The people on the street who could only watch what happened spoke. Coming out from behind it, a person of skeletal build with blonde hair listens to what the people were saying. There are many people around who don't know what to do with their gifts. There is no end to them. They continued talking without knowing that behind their backs the person behind them goes from a skeletal build to a muscular and large one. There is an end. A voice was heard and everyone recognized it, seeing where it came from and seeing the one hero. "Do you know why?" With his voice he caught the attention of the villain, who was scared. "Because I'm here. Oritora Secondary School. Departure time. Hey, let's go to karaoke." "Yes, I have nothing else to do." The last people could be heard leaving the room, leaving Izuku alone in the room. "This morning's incident is on the front page," Izuku said to himself as he packed his things. "I must hurry and get home to write it down on my notepad." "Hey Deku, hurry up, I want to go quickly," said Bakugo, who was at the door waiting for the green-haired boy. "I'm coming, Casey-chan," said the green-haired man, referring to Bakugo. "Thanks for waiting for me. Let's go." "TCH, hurry up, we won't be able to buy the limited All Might cards," said Bakugo, who was excited inside to buy the cards. "I'm coming." Time skip. "Well, we'll part ways here," Casey-chan, the green-haired boy, spoke. "Okay, see you later, Deku. Some idiots invited me to go to an arcade," said the ashen-haired boy before going another way. "See you later, Casey-chan," said Izuku, walking to a different path. "I'll see if I find another villain or hero to analyze," he said to himself, excited by the idea. The green-haired boy spent quite a while walking without finding anything. Disappointed, he walked under a bridge that was a shortcut to get to his apartment quickly and not worry his mother anymore. Until before leaving the bridge I heard something slimy moving behind him, turning around and seeing the mud villain that All Might was chasing. "A villain?" Izuku shouted with excitement upon seeing the sludge villain. "A medium-sized invisibility cloak," said the villain, trying to launch himself towards Izuku, and being dodged. "Don't move, brat." What the villain didn't expect was that Izuku shortened the distance between the two and hit his eye, which was tangible unlike his body. "Damn snot, I'll kill you," the villain screamed in pain and anger, then looked in front of him and retreated by mere instinct. From Izuku's hands came an aura that simulated blue fire. That was Izuku's secret weapon. Cursed energy. Izuku again shortened the distance towards the villain, who did not move because of the fear he felt. "How can he be a scared brat? I should be stronger," thought the villain. Still without moving and without realizing it, Izuku was about to hit his eye again. "He's too fast." Black flash. "I think I went too far," he said, the green-haired man with a drop of sweat on his forehead from the destruction he caused. "These gloves are pretty good," he said, looking at the gloves in his hands without being fully aware of what he did. Clank. That was the only thing Izuku could say when he saw someone coming out of the sewer, chasing the villain. "It's all right, young man." "You know why?" "Because I'm here." "Hey." And the villain who happened to him, said All Might, looking at Izuku, who was nervous. The villain attacked me and I just hit his eye and boom, it exploded, was the only thing Izuku could think of. Ha ha ha, well done, young man. I should reprimand you for using the gift, but since you helped me capture him and seeing that it was for self-defense, I will only thank you. The great symbol of peace spoke. I hope you don't mind, but help me keep the villain in these bottles. Of course, All Might, said Izuku, super excited. After all, it was my fault. Moments later. Thank you, young man, you were very helpful in catching the villain, All Might almost shouted. All Might, I have 2 questions for you, said the green-haired boy, quite excited and embarrassed. Of course, young man. Hey, what was your name? All Might said, a little embarrassed for not asking him his name before. Izuku Midoriya, and the first ones, he said, and then took out his notebook titled Analysis of Heroes for the Future number 13. Could you give me your autograph, please? No problem, young Midoriya, he said, to sign almost immediately. And the second thing would be? The second is a question for you, he said, changing his tone from a happy one to a more serious one, drawing the attention of All Might, who was waiting for the question. Can I be a hero like you without a quirk? More than a question, it seemed like he was shouting, but the symbol of peace understood him perfectly and knew what the boy wanted. He wanted hopes from his idol. The whole place remained silent for a few seconds. So he has no gift, but how did he defeat the villain? Maybe it was with cursed energy. That explains why he defeated him, but I feel like he has very little energy. Maybe he's hiding it. Although All Might thought that he had to give the young man a direct answer, and even if he doesn't like the truth, he has to say it. I'm sorry, young man, but without a gift it's very risky to be a hero. It's best not to be one. I see, thank you for your honesty, said Izuku with an emotionless tone. I had to have known, but I still wanted to hear your opinion. Cough cough, shit, I'm running out of time, All Might thought with concern. Well, if that was all, I'll go hand in the villain. See you, young man, he said, and then looked at Midoriya, who didn't move. I'm sorry, kid, but it's for your own good, he thought before leaving with a big jump, releasing a big air that didn't move Izuku. Being alone, Izuku begins to leave the place, remembering some things that brought him here, especially the scar he has on his face and lip. Reference image. I think it would be better to go home quickly. Although I have expected that response from his idol, it still hurts him. Back with Bakugo. Hey Katsuki, aren't you and Midoriya childhood friends? Said one of Bakugo's friends. Do you know why he still wants to be a hero without a quirk? TCH, that Deku may not have a gift, but he has something else that makes him better, Bakugo said, looking at the others and kicking a bottle that had something green inside. I'm sure he will be the best rival for the UA. Just thinking about it excites me, he said, exploding the can he had in his hand with his gift. Heh, if you say it must be true, said the random. Anyway, let's go to the arcade that is in front of the station. There are many dams there. You are terrible, said the other who was next to him. What? What the hell are you talking about? Bakugo shouted at the other two. Bakugo, behind you. Hey, look, Bakugo's companions spoke at the same time, pointing behind him. An invisibility cloak with a great gift, said the sludge villain that Izuku defeated before sadistically. With all might. Why do I feel so light? He said, checking his pockets, and seeing that they were torn. Holy shit, the villain fell on me. With Izuku. Why is there so much smoke there? Izuku asked himself. It won't hurt if I go, right? Since I'm going, he said, to run towards the smoke. Upon arriving at the scene, I realized that the incident was quite serious due to the number of heroes and police officers, not to mention the number of civilians nearby. Izuku heard something that caught his attention too much. A boy was taken hostage? Death Arms shouted in surprise. Coward, the hero shouted to go attack the villain, managing to hit the villain, but there was no effect and the hero only sank in the mud. What is this? I can't record him, he said, only to be hit by the villain and chat against a wall. Death Arms shouted a hero who accompanied him. Shit, he shouted before dodging a mud attack from the villain. Don't come near me, I shouted to the heroes, and then looked at Bakugo, who was able to free himself a little. I won't let shit like this devour me, he screamed with effort to free himself by making explosions from his palms. Damn you, he cursed before exploding everything around him, spreading more smoke and feeding the flames around him. I've won the lottery, I said while smiling, remembering Izuku and his defeat. With this gift in my possession, I will be able to get revenge on that brat. Amazing, what is that? Is he a great villain? She's here, the rookie heroine, MT. lady. Wait, I need at least 2 lanes, said the rookie without being able to get through to help. Several civilians were cornered by the fire and could not get out, including Bakugo's companions. Being rescued by Kamui, who stretched out his branch-like arms to take the civilians. I'm not good with explosions, Kamui shouted. Taking out the civilians, I'll leave it to someone else for today. Thanks for that, said the hero Backdraft, using his gift to put out the fire. I have my hands full fighting the fire. Are the firemen not coming? How are things going there? It's stinky and hard to catch, and the boy with a strong gift faces it, said Death Arms. Thanks to that, it's a minefield. Another hero spoke. It's hard to do anything against this triple threat. That's Casey-chan? Izuku was quite shocked. That's also the villain from before. Did All Might escape from him? Izuku was shocked, not knowing what to do. Izuku, seeing Bakugo's face, could only see someone asking for help, something that made his instinct go to rescue him despite the danger. Running towards the villain, dodging the police and heroes, who looked at the teenager in disbelief. You again? Well, get ready for round 2, brat, he shouted defiantly, heard by everyone present. Deku? Don't eat, Bakugo said before the sludge villain forced him to launch an explosion towards Midoriya. Hey, come out, it's dangerous, was the only thing the hero Death Arms managed to say, but it was too late. The explosion hits the target, raising dust, leaving others unable to see what had happened. The smoke cleared and Midoriya was not leaving the villain confused and said confusion was taken advantage of by Izuku, who took Bakugo to try to separate him from the mud. Deku, what are you doing? Why are you coming? Bakugo shouted towards Midoriya. And what do I know, my legs moved on their own because you seemed to be asking for help, he shouted, trying to grab Bakugo, which he managed, and giving a strong pull he separated him from the mud, but because of the force he used he ended up falling next to Bakugo. Damn bucking brat! I shouted with great rage, trying to attack the two of them. Get out of my way! Shut up, you damn snot, Bakugo shouted, launching a huge explosion that hit the villain Deku. Stand up and fight. Forks Izuku spoke, ready to fight until he remembered something. Casey-chan, his teeth and eyes are tangible. I need you to give me time to get closer and hit him. One would be enough. That's very easy, leave it to me, Deku, he said, to launch an explosion to raise more smoke, something that Izuku took advantage of to get closer to the villain from behind. I hope these gloves work again, because I was born without a gift and also without cursed energy. These gloves allow me to increase the strength of my normal blows, Izuku thought, trying to accumulate all the cursed energy unconsciously in a single blow. Stop hiding, you bastards, the villain shouted, fed up with the smoke, and with a single blow he dissipated it, seeing only Bakugo in front of him. Where is the other one? He said to look behind him and find Izuku ready to hit him in the eye. The villain reacted just in time to move. Black flash. Curse fails, but he won't come out intact from the blow, Izuku thought as he saw the mud scattered and trying to come together again, until he realized that the gloves were broken. Oh no. Aw damn brats, it hurts like hell, the villain shouted, now smaller than before. This time I will kill them, he said to attack Izuku, who prepared to counter. Are you sure of that, villain? That will never happen. You know why? Because I am here. It's All Might. When did he arrive? It's the end of that villain, the crowd spoke when they saw All Might. Detroit smash shout when throwing a punch. Thanks to the pressure of the blow, the fire around was extinguished, and the sky cleared in one fell swoop, leaving everyone impressed and the two teenagers excited. All Might created a whirlpool. All the expectant people began to feel drops of water falling from the sky. Rain? Was that because of the wind pressure now? An updraft developed and... Did he create clouds? Death Arms exclaimed in astonishment, looking at All Might, who had a thin line of blood coming out of his mouth that the peace symbol hid with his fist. Hey. With just his right fist, he changed the weather. That was amazing. That's All Might. All Might raising his right fist to the sky made the people scream with excitement, praising the symbol of peace, turning his head to look at Izuku. After that, the heroes gathered the remaining mud and handed it over to the police. Gosh, there are limits to how reckless you can be, Death Arms lectured Izuku and Bakugo. There was no reason to put yourself in danger by fighting the villain. Time skip. Our mothers are going to scold us badly, said Izuku, who was walking with Bakugo, both with their heads down because the incident with the sludge villain was on television. Don't even mention it, Deku. We're dead, said the ashen-haired boy, thinking the worst. It's better to go home quickly. Don't die, Deku, he said, running towards the direction of his house, being the opposite of Izuku's. You don't die either, Deku shouted, to be heard by Bakugo, who responded with a thumbs-up gesture. The gloves broke. It was the only thing that increased my strength, and I broke it. I hope the director forgives me, he said, and then sighs and continues walking, to be interrupted by a figure that got in his way. I'm here, young Midoriya, he said, appearing in front of the green-haired boy. All Might? Why are you here? Izuku said, quite surprised. Weren't you surrounded by the press until now? Escaping from it is a piece of cake, the peace symbol spoke. Do you know why? Because I am All Mig. He stopped talking only for his form to change to a skeletal complexion. What an imposter. Who are you really? Izuku shouted, confused after seeing All Might's true form. Young man, I am All Might. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. My days as a hero are numbered, all because of this. He explained, lifting his shirt slightly, revealing a gigantic scar on his abdomen. I suffered this injury because of a great villain. It was 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed and I lost my entire stomach. I became like this thanks to repeated surgeries and after effects. He continued explaining, now without showing his wound. Now, I can only be a hero for 3 hours a day. It can't be 5 years ago, was it, when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku said, starting to believe him. You are very well informed, but no, that villain would not be able to fight me, said All Might. The fight that left me with this wound cannot be public to the world. I ask that it not be public. I can no longer be a hero for much longer, and that is why I have a proposal for you. A proposal? The green-haired man said, confused. I want to apologize for being so cruel the last time we talked, but I thought it was for the best. All Might began apologizing, but seeing you run towards danger to save your friend, saying, my legs moved on their own, made me see something I haven't seen in a long time. The spirit of a true hero. He spoke with emotion to pause a bit and speak again. That is why I propose you to be the successor of my gift. One for all. To be All Might's successor? But why me? Izuku said with tears threatening to come out of his eyes. Because you, young Midoriya, you can be a hero, said the symbol of peace, looking at the green-haired boy. Plus ultra. 40 years ago. Please accept me as your disciple. Please let me help you, said an All Might student of approximately 15 years old. Not at all, you don't even have a gift, said the woman who floated forward. Stop following me, she said, to be ignored by the young blonde. I beg you, the young man begged the heroine. Go, take a pipe and protect your loved one, she said, quite tired of the young man's insistence. I have no one, my family was killed a long time ago, the blonde said seriously. Mine too, said the heroine without looking at the student, but I don't have time to help you with your revenge. It's just that, I can't stand it anymore. I speak seriously, looking at the heroine's back. In this world, criminals are rewarded for their actions, and despite the fact that the victims grow and become a blind rage, it's a spiral of endless tragedy. Okay, and? What is yours, she said while turning around, being interrupted by her own surprise. I want to make the world a place where everyone can live with a smile, he said determinedly, and for that the world needs a symbol. A symbol? He said, waiting for the blonde's idea. A symbol of peace. Eventually they will build new houses and everyone thinks that things will go back to the way they were before, saying what people thought when in reality they won't, saying what he believed. Those citizens will live eternally in fear, that darkness will always be stalking their hearts, never giving them peace. So that's why you seek power? He said, looking at his hand and then at the student. Everyone is too busy protecting the ones they love, and that's why I'm the one who has to do it, said the determined blonde. I don't have a gift. I was born without a role. Current era. Dagoba Beach. And what are we going to do in this place, All Might? The green-haired boy asked, intrigued. First, you can call me by my name, Tashinori Yagi, he said in his civilian form to see Deku nod, and second, we are here to train you. Since I don't know your physical condition, I think cleaning the beach would be perfect. Clean the whole beach? Izuku replied, surprised. But that wouldn't take long, We only have 10 months until the UA test. I know that's why I need to see how prepared your body is to receive my gift. One for all. Answering the doubt that the green-haired man had but generating another one. He has already mentioned his gift, but he has not said anything other than his name. What does his gift do? Izuku asked his new teacher. It's true I haven't told you everything about One for All, said Tashinori, a little surprised and embarrassed for forgetting that big detail. It's a power that is passed from generation to generation where energy is accumulated which crystallizes into power, he said, while little by little he activated his power until he transformed into his hero form. Like that. A power that is passed from bearer to bearer, repeating what All Might said. That means there were quite a few bearers. Do you know how many there were in total? Asked the green-haired man. I am the 8th bearer of One for All, and you will be the 9th, All Might responded, pointing at Izuku, and then de-transforming. Well, with that said, I want to check your physical condition because this gift has accumulated too much energy, and if you are not able to bear it, it would be better not to find out, Tashinori warned, and explaining why the training. I think I'd rather not know, said Deku. And when do I start training? He said excitedly, something the blonde noticed. I see you're excited about the training, he said to see Izuku confirmed with his head. And one last detail, One for All must be a secret for the rest. A secret even for my mother? The green-haired boy asked, not wanting to lie to his mother. There could be small exceptions if you want. I speak leaving Deku alone, but you shouldn't tell everyone you know. I understand, Izuku said excitedly, clenching his fist. I have a question, young Midoriya, said Tashinori. When you fought against the sludge villain with your friend, I had a doubt. What do those gloves you have do? He asked, looking at Deku's fist with the broken glove. It's supposed to only increase my physical strength by hitting, he answered honestly, leaving the blonde confused. Why do you ask? So how did you manage to do a black flash against the villain? All Might asked, quite confused, seeing the green-haired boy just as confused as him. Maybe it's that, Deku muttered, saying the first thing that came to mind until he came up with an answer. I think I know. All Mig, tell Tashinori-san to try this glove. It's a little broken from the fight, he said to give the blonde a rather damaged glove. Okay, young Midoriya, the blonde said to put on the glove, and looking at it in detail, these gloves are imbued with cursed energy. But it is minimal, he said, quite surprised. This cursed tool could hopefully counter a third-class curse, he thought, looking at the gloves. I didn't know it had cursed energy. I thought it only increased my strength, or so they told me when they gave them to me, Izuku spoke. Who gave it to you? If you still remember? All Might asked, interested in the answer. If I remember, it was Kigo-senpai. He told me that those gloves increased the strength of my fist, said the green-haired man. That was like 4 years ago, I think, surprising the blonde. Kigo? Do you mean Hawks? Said the peace symbol, surprised young Midoriya. Do you work for the Hero Commission? He asked Deku, who responded by moving his hand in a plus or minus sign. I don't work for them, but I am trained sometimes by them, he answered the blonde, who calmed down a little because he knew what the commission was capable of doing. I have participated in a few missions with Kigo-senpai where they give me weapons to defend myself. What is your role in these missions? The blonde asked, hoping that the commission had not forced him to kill. Just watch and write down Kigo-senpai's techniques, Midoriya said. The weapons are only if the villains see me and try to attack me. What a relief, Tashinori sighed, leaving Deku confused. It's nothing, leaving Deku the same as before. Tomorrow come here at 4 in the afternoon. We will begin your training. Of course, the green-haired boy responded with great excitement. Some time later. Midoriya apartment. Izuku, Midoriya, a scream was heard in one of the apartments. You owe me a big explanation, young man. The one screaming was Inko Midoriya. And I have an explanation, seeing his mother in a rage with a face that said, Speak now or die. When I was on my way home I met a villain, and let's say that. You fought the villain and it was on the national news. The older Midoriya spoke more angrily. And that's all your explanation? And not quite, said Deku. I met All Might and helped Bakugo. Doesn't that count as an explanation? Not enough, he said, looking at the green-haired boy furiously. God is me again. Izuku begged the sky to be saved, which did not happen. Public Safety Commission of Hero. Wow, I exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and happiness. This time Midoriya really excelled. Hawks, you shouldn't reward that behavior. What he did was reckless, said the director of the commission, reproaching the hero number 3. Come on, maybe it was reckless giving the director some reason, but you can't deny that she did pretty well. I guess you're right about that. The director spoke. Her skills have improved in recent years. If we talk about his reflexes and speed, he has improved exaggeratedly, the hero said, remembering some training sessions. And if you talk about his strength, he has also improved, but he lacks confidence and experience, said the blonde, highlighting Izuku's flaws. It's a shame that ex-heroine Inko didn't let him do missions. I'd say that's good, thinking about what they would make him do on those missions. Apart from the news about Midoriya, the director said, is there any more important news? Do we have any clues about it? Zero clues about them, Hawk said in a more serious tone. The only new thing is that they are scattered all over the world. So, summarize, all over the world, as said the blonde, to immerse herself in her thoughts, being interrupted by a noise. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, the director said as a tall figure entered through the door. I am here to talk about young Midoriya, All Might shouted in a comical way, making Hawks laugh a little. Are you here to talk about Midoriya? The director asked, intrigued. About what? Young Midoriya will be the next symbol of peace. He is my successor. Hey, hi, Hawks and the director shouted at the same time. The next day. Midoriya apartment. Mom, I'm going out, Izuku shouted in sportswear to his mother so she could hear him. Are you going to train with All Might? I said sarcastically, looking at the green-haired boy. I'm telling you it's true, Deku shouted, outraged by his mother's disbelief. If you want, go check it out with your own eyes. Fine, but if he doesn't show up, what do I do? I say, quite angry at Izuku's insistence. Nothing, because it's true and you'll see, said the green-haired man confidently. Minutes later. Dagoba Beach. It's really him, said Inko, seeing the symbol of peace in his hero form, laughing. See, I told you, Izuku said, looking at his mother. I see you already told your mother. All Might spoke, looking at mother and son. I also told the heroes commission so they don't get alarmed when you get the Ofa. Ofa? What is that? Mother and son spoke at the same time in a comical way. One for all, that's one way of saying it, said the hero with a drop of sweat on his forehead at the obvious question. I thought it would be better to say it Ofa. Oh, I see, said the two Midoriyas at the same time. You better start training, young Midoriya, said the blonde, to see Izuku nod and go to clean the beach. He's really excited, he said when he saw Izuku running quickly towards the beach. Mrs. Midoriya, the hero began to speak, only to be interrupted by Inko. You can call me Inko, said the green-haired girl. We've known each other for a long time. In the top. Mrs. Inko, I want to talk to you about young Midoriya's training, she said to get all of Inko's attention. Being his mother, I think it would be better for you to know about his training and what I have in mind. I imagine there is another reason, or am I wrong? Said the older Midoriya. If the truth is, he said, leaving a small suspense, I have no experience as a teacher. Puff, trying to contain his laughter, which he couldn't do much. Don't laugh, it's serious, the peace symbol said indignantly. Okay, I'm sorry, he apologized, stopping laughing. And why me? Don't you have a teacher who helped you in the past? Yes, but he said, remembering his old teacher, it is better not to call him for now, he said, to leave the subject for the future, and the reason for you is obvious. You are his mother, and you were a heroine of top. MIC? What's your idea? I said, accepting All Might's answer, who now took his civilian form. Is that your civilian form? The commission told me about the heavenly restriction of the young man I speak, ignoring Inko's last question, and they also told me a hypothesis they have about this. Heavenly restrictions are something you are born with and are very rare to see. They exaggerately increase one of the user's abilities in exchange for weakening another or directly taking something away from them. Young Midoriya's heavenly restriction is a physical enhancement, explained the hero, but it is more special than he thought. Young Midoriya unlocks his strength based on self-confidence, or if the situation is dangerous. In trust? Inko asked, quite confused. Yes, according to the commission's hypothesis, he already has superhuman strength since he was born, answering the question, but the celestial restriction is responsible for placing a limit on how much strength he can use. The more confidence he has in himself, the more strength he can extract. I think I know what you're getting at, said the former heroine, tying all the threads together. This training isn't about increasing your strength, but about increasing your self-confidence. Correct, Tashinori spoke, momentarily turning into All Might to return to his civilian form. We'll just have to see how young Midoriya does in the next 10 months for the UA. Time skip. 3 months later. Izuku Midoriya had cleaned the entire beach. Oh my, said Tashinori, surprised by what he had in front of him. Goodness, he said, transforming into his hero form. I cleaned the whole beach in 3 months, Inko exclaimed in surprise. I did it, he said while standing on top of a pile of scrap metal that he picked up and then losing his balance due to exhaustion. Izuku/young Midoriya! Inko and All Might shouted at the same time to try to catch him, the peace symbol being successful. Young Midoriya, he said, looking at Izuku in his arms, who could only open his eyes. What a relief that you're okay, he said, relieved, leaving the young man on the ground. If it's just tiredness, the green-haired boy spoke with difficulty to be hugged tightly by his mother. You did it, you did it, said Inko, hugging his son with affection. Congratulations, young Midoriya. Look at this, the blonde said, showing a photo of the beach before cleaning it. This was 3 months ago, now look what you managed to do. It's a beautiful beach now, don't you think? Said Inko, looking at the clean beach. Having achieved this in record time makes you a worthy successor, said the symbol of peace with emotion, looking at the green-haired boy. I feel like I cheated, said Deku, looking at his hand which was shaking. They did all this for me. I'm so happy, he said, shedding tears of happiness. What are you saying, young man? After all, it was your own effort, thought All Might. Don't cry because you'll make me cry too, said Inko, who was already crying. You have to fix that, referring to the crybabies. They are both the same, he thought, looking at mother and son. Well, now, it's time for the awards ceremony. Midoriya Izuku. Forks, the green-haired boy said excitedly, stopping crying just like his mother. This is something I was once told, said All Might, pulling a hair out of his head. Something you receive is because you are lucky, and something you are given is because you are recognized. They are different in essence. Looking at Izuku, take it. This is the one you got by your own effort. I will take the reality that surpasses even comics in my hand, Izuku thought, looking at All Might, who brought his hand that had a hair of his closer. Eat this. Huh! Was the only thing Deku said. What shit? Inko was interrupted by the hand of the peace symbol. Well, really, you just have to take my DNA, he said, the blonde, laughing at the Midoriya's reaction. I imagined it differently, said mother and son at the same time. Time skip. 3 hours. And what is this place? Said Inko, looking at the building in front of them. This is a gym that I rented for training, Tashinori explained. This will save us trouble from using the Don. But why a private one? There are quite a few gyms that allow the use of quirks, Izuku asked, looking at All Might. Because it's more comfortable, and I'm planning to invite someone else to help us, the blonde responded as he entered the gym. It's a damn city, Inko and Izuku shouted at the same time when they saw the fake city. This will help you move around the city with the OFA more easily, said Tashinori. That's right, and how do I activate the OFA? Izuku asked. The best thing is to make a mental image, I recommend, the blonde. Another thing is that the OFA uses percentages. A mental image? And percentages? Izuku said without getting an answer. I guess I have to learn it myself. What do you think? Said Inko, giving him an answer. I see, Izuku said, trying to think. I have to use the OFA based on percentage, but what is 100%? I need to experiment to lower the intensity little by little, he thought, organizing his ideas. I think I have it. Are you sure about that? Asked the peace symbol. I just have to concentrate on one place and manifest 100%, Izuku thought, with his eyes closed without seeing the red lines that marked his arm and opening his eyes. Is this the OFA? I don't feel much change. As we thought, Inko said, seeing the low intensity of the OFA. You tried to use 100%, or am I wrong? I tried that, but Deku said, trying to find an answer. Your celestial restriction prevents you from using 100% of the OFA, explained All Might. I mean, how? The green-haired man asked, confused. You will have to break the chains of your restriction to access greater strength in the OFA, Inko summarized the big problem. For now, concentrate on being able to use OFA as much as you can and gradually breaking your limits, said Tashinori. I estimate that you can use 5% of OFA. I see, said Izuku, a little discouraged. Only 5%. If my body lets me use it, it shouldn't have a negative effect on me, he thought, having a new idea. All Might uses OFA all over his body, not in just one spot. I should be able to do it too if it's only 5%. One for all 5%. I see that you have already come to the conclusion for yourself, the blonde said with a proud smile. Good, and what will you call that form? Asked Inko, interested in the answer. I think I have a name, said Izuku, who could feel the OFA all over his body. Full cowling. I think it's okay. Well, full cowling it will be then, said Toshinori, happy with the name. It's time for you to test your new strength and reflexes. And how will I do it? Whatever it is, I'm ready, Izuku said as he saw his mother take a step forward and a blue aura began to shine around her figure. I hope you're sure of what you're talking about, Inko said, activating her gift completely on herself. We'll see how good you are now. Ready or not, here I come. With a finger pointed at Izuku, he sent a car in the direction of the green-haired boy, who responded with a punch to the car, throwing it away from its place. But before he could celebrate, a garbage container hit him on the right. Trying to recover from the blow, he received another from his mother, who had approached, and using her gift slammed Izuku into the wall. Never be overconfident, and always keep your eyes on the enemy, Inko said before being hit by a green ray, who was Izuku. I think that goes for you too, Deku said mockingly, and then dodged an object thrown by Inko. Around Izuku a bunch of objects floated with a bluish aura. Now more accustomed to his new power, Izuku dodged all the objects which were going in his direction. The green-haired boy dodged another garbage container, hitting it in the direction of his mother, who dodged it with a jump and floated in the air to instantly receive a blow to the stomach and fall to the ground defeated. Are you okay, Mom? Izuku asked, seeing his mother on the ground with her quirk deactivated. Why, yes, I think so, she said, tiredly getting up from the ground. So, are you already getting used to your new power? Yes, I think so, said Deku, deactivating the OFA. Are we going to do this every day? Yes and no, Toshinori answered. I plan to invite someone else to help us. And what is that person's name? Izuku asked, sending chills down the blonde's spine. Gran Torino, my former teacher, All Might said, trembling at the memory. Toshinori-san? Izuku said, surprised when he saw the symbol of peace tremble. I'll try to contact him so he can help us break your chains, Toshinori said. His training is too strict, but it is effective. They must be too strict for All Might to be afraid of them, said Inko, who is trying to recover from the previous fight. Don't even mention it, Toshinori said. For now, keep training while I try to contact him, he said before leaving the place. Okay, let's go, Mom, Izuku said, excited to try out his new power. Wait until I recover a little, said the green-haired girl, seeing Izuku activating full cowling. Okay, Izuku said, looking at his nervous mother. The next day, mother and son were training again, Izuku dodging the objects around him and trying to counterattack at the exact moment, being dodged by his mother, who pushed him with her telekinesis, making him crash into the roof of a building in the fake city. Detroit smash. Izuku shouted, throwing a fist into the air, creating a strong current of air pushing all the objects. Inko responded to the attack using her power, paralyzed Izuku and destroyed the floor of the roof, sending the green-haired boy to the sky. Inko took advantage to send him to the ground, ending the training. It seems that this training is also useful for me, said Inko, looking at the green-haired boy who was getting up from the ground. You should try harder for the next one, she said arrogantly, raising her chest with pride. I remind you that you are 10-1 and you just won the first one, Toshinori said with a drop of sweat due to Inko's arrogance. You didn't have to remind me, said the green-haired girl, discouraged. At least it was a victory, said Deku, deactivating the OFA, trying to cheer up his mother. Before continuing to speak, Izuku received a hit on the chin by something too fast, leaving a white trail. Before answering, Izuku received another hit in the abdomen, pushing him away from the place he was in, trying to see what hit him, only seeing a white trail bouncing all over the place to end up appearing behind Izuku and kick him. So Toshi, is this the 9th one you were telling me about? Said the attacker, standing still, revealing himself to be an old man in a yellow and white suit. Master, when did you arrive? Toshinori asked, surprised by the arrival. That doesn't matter, I speak to concentrate on the green-haired boy. What matters is you, brat. One for all, full cowling 5%. He thought so that red lines would appear on his body which disappeared to create green rays instead. Gran Torino, right? You are well informed and I assume you already know what I'm talking about, Torino said as he saw Izuku get into a combat stance. I'm ready for your test, Izuku shouted excitedly for the test. You better give your plus ultra if you want to win, said Gran Torino looking at the green-haired boy in a challenging way. The path of a hero. Demon Hunters. An organization not recognized by the government. To the public eye they are vigilantes or villains because demons are not considered real but a band of villains with strong gifts. However, demons since ancient times it is unknown who leads these demonic beings that feed on human flesh, kill them and devour them. They have amazing physical abilities and can regenerate their wounds. They are able to connect severed limbs or create new ones. Some can change their shape, others have unique abilities, but all can take the gifts of their victims if they devour them. The only weaknesses of these beings are sunlight and being decapitated by a special sword. Demon hunters being humans have faced them since before the existence of gifts. That means their wounds heal slowly, and they cannot recover lost limbs. But they still face them to protect humanity. Mount Sagiri. 97. 98. 99. And 100. That was what was heard from a redhead who was slashing into the air with a real katana. Tenjiro Kamadu. It's been almost a whole year since I was trained by Mr. Yuro Kadaki, the redhead said, trying to remember what happened. Now my sister is a demon, and I am being trained to be a demon hunter. How ironic. Flashback. Tanjiro. Let's be heroes together. Let it be a promise. Of course, we will be the best heroes, Izuku said, a little redhead to a young Izuku. Children, come inside, it's too cold, shouted a white-haired man, seeing the children in the snow. I couldn't find a better image. Imagine that he has Izuku's freckles. But Dad, we're not cold, said Deku as a child looking at his father. Right, Tanjiro? It's not cold, we're fine, Tanjiro said, not wanting to go home. But children, at this time the bears will come out and devour them, said Hisashi, trying to scare the children, only scaring Tanjiro. That's a lie, the bears should be hibernating, said Izuku, who definitely didn't want to go home. But a bear didn't even manage to hibernate, Tanjiro said with fear. That's impossible, Izuku said. Yes, it is possible, and quite possible, said the white-haired man, scaring the two of them. Then I'll check it out myself, said Deku, quite scared but not wanting to agree with his father. Izuku is dangerous, and he's already gone, said Tanjiro without seeing Izuku. This child, will you come with me to find him? I asked the little redhead. Forks answering the adult's question. Grrrr. It was a roar that alerted Hisashi and Tanjiro because it belonged to a bear. Izuku is without being able to finish the sentence, he saw something unbelievable before him. There's no more bear. Deku gasped as he stood on top of a bear's corpse. You defeated him alone? Tanjiro shouted in surprise, not believing what he was seeing. Of course, when we become heroes we will face worse things, don't you think? Said Izuku, smiling, seeing the expression of the two. It was a promise. End of flashback. Maybe I can't keep that promise, Tanjiro said in a sad tone, although I hope we meet again. Back with Izuku. Fake City. It's time for you to show me your reflexes, brat, Gran Torino shouted, attacking the green-haired boy. Of course, he said to dodge the old man's first attack. He's pretty fast, but I can't fully see his gift. Gran Torino continued bouncing everywhere, making his attacks unpredictable, or so he thought. Right, left, right twice, he thought, seeing a pattern in the former hero's movements. Now he will attack from the left. Analysis and prediction. Before being caught by Izuku, he used his gift to propel himself in the air. You need a little more than that. I give you a 7 out of 10. It can change direction even in the air, he thought before being hit by Torino. I have an idea. Midoriya, watching Gran Torino bounce around, deactivating the OFA and closing his eyes to focus on his surroundings, trusting his instincts, sharpening his senses. What are you planning? Thought Gran Torino, seeing Izuku completely still to attack him from behind. Have you already given up? Detroit Smash, Izuku said in a whisper, activating the OFA at the last second, hitting the ground, raising dust and a large air current. It was a feint, Torino said as he felt himself grabbed by the leg and slammed into the ground courtesy of Deku. I won, Izuku said happily, seeing the old man. You did well, brat. Gran Torino congratulated you are ready for my most intense training sessions. The most intense ones? Said Tashinori, quite scared. How bad are they? Inko asked the blonde, afraid of what could happen to her son. Horrible for you, Torino himself replied, sending shivers down everyone's spine. And a hell of your own for you, brat. And what will this training focus on? Izuku asked with fear. In everything, but especially about one for all. Gran Torino replied, so get ready, brat. 1. Forks, Izuku said with some fear. By the way, who are you? The old man asked, leaving everyone blank. Hey, Mount Sajiri. I have nothing left to teach you, said Urokodaki. Now it's up to you, continued Urokodaki, if you can digest everything I teach you or not follow me. If you can cut this rock, I will allow you to go to the final selection, said the old man, looking at the giant rock. A rock is cut? Tanjiro thought, confused. Can katanas cut rocks? Impossible, it will break. His thoughts were interrupted by the old man's footsteps. Urokodaki-san, wait, Urokodaki-san. Urokodaki did not teach him anything else from that day on. Tanjiro, looking at the giant rock, instantly takes out the katana and tries to cut the rock. He screamed, hitting the katana with the rock only to receive chills throughout his body. The katana didn't break, but that didn't break either. Another try. The next day. Fake City. Well, first I want to know, what is OFA for you? Gran Torino asked the green-haired boy. What is OFA to me? I hadn't thought about it, but he said, thinking about his answer, it is a power that exists to save and give hope to the world. Is that what you think, or is that what the bearers think? Asked the old man, leaving everyone confused. What do you mean, master? Tashinori asked, confused. The OFA not only accumulates power, it also accumulates the dreams and thoughts of the previous bearers. Torino answered, some bearers may have a change of attitude or thought when obtaining the OFA, that is why the question. I never realized that, said the blonde. That's because the change in you was very subtle, whereas in the 7th it was quite abrupt, the old man explained. My teachers? Tashinori asked the retired hero. Although she was quite cheerful and positive, I rarely saw her serious. I'm talking about Gran Torino. When she received the OFA, she began to always be serious and have vigilant attitudes, being a heroine. Vigilant? The 6th was a watchman? Deku asked curiously. Yes, I never met him, but he was known for escaping from heroes pretty quickly, the old man replied. If the OFA can accumulate dreams and thoughts, that means that, Izuku said, starting to murmur. Wow, is that normal for him? The old man asked the young man's mother. Yes, definitely, Inko replied. Do you think my son's attitude will change much? I doubt it very much. He and Toshi look quite alike, but it's possible that he changes his attitude to have more self-confidence. Torino answered Inko's doubt. I have a question for you, Gran Torino, Izuku said, stopping mumbling. Go ahead and say it, he said, waiting for the question. If the OFA accumulates not only power, is it possible that the OFA also accumulates the gifts of the previous bearers? Deku asked. That's an interesting question. Unfortunately, I don't have a concrete answer, he replied, looking at Deku. It's quite possible that yes, but not even all might has been able to achieve it. So could you try it? Izuku said excitedly. You should focus on raising the percentage in OFA, said Tashinori. After all, the other is just a possibility. I understand, said the green-haired man, somewhat disappointed. One last question, the old man spoke, drawing everyone's attention. What would you do if you had all for one in front of you? Kill him, he said without thinking as the OFA activated unconsciously. I didn't speak. I don't know who all for one is. You don't know who all for one is? Torino asked, impressed. Toshi, you're an idiot. That's the first thing you had to tell him. I'm sorry, Master. All Might apologized, trembling with fear. I thought it wouldn't be necessary. After all, he's dead, right? Whether he is dead or not, it is still necessary to tell him about the OFA's natural enemy, said Gran Torino, scolding the symbol of peace. So that means it was the OFA who spoke instead of Izuku, Inko said, curious about what happened. Yes, the fact that I don't know who all for one is makes it clear to me that it was the OFA who spoke, Gran Torino replied. But who is all for one? Izuku asked, interested in the subject. That will be for another class, said the old man, leaving everyone blank. Now you have to start your own hell. Why, you mean training, right? The green-haired boy asked with some fear. Yes, now do 100 laps around the fake city for warm-up, said Gran Torino. 100 laps? Izuku said, quite scared. Yes, go quickly. The old man spoke to see Izuku leave. One more thing, do it without the OFA. I'm dead, Izuku thought, deactivating the OFA and going to do the laps. Broken chains. Time skip. 1 month. Delaware smash. The green-haired man screamed at the top of his lungs, destroying with a blast of air all the targets marked and placed by Gran Torino, these dolls simulating villains. Well done, young Midoriya. Tashinori congratulated you. Have completed Gran Torino's training with great ease. It wasn't that easy, said the green-haired man, panting from exhaustion. Compared to All Might's old training, Torino started speaking. You surpassed him with great ease. But I don't feel like I'm getting better, Izuku said disappointedly. It's only been a month, Inko said, trying to encourage her son. 1 month is a short time to break your limits. Even if that is true, the old man said, giving him a little reason. I had planned to increase the minimum percentage to 10% this month. I got 8% in the first week of training, Izuku said, summing up the month after that. I haven't managed to advance any further. In order to unlock new percentages, you have to break your chains, but this training has only cracked them. Torino said his hypothesis: to break them, you will have to try different things. Different things? What kind? Izuku asked, confused. Usually real combat experience, said the old man, or also new and demanding training. I think I know who you want to reach, said Inko. Who? Izuku and Tashinori asked in unison. The Public Safety Commission of Heroes, Torino replied. They are the ones who know the brat's capabilities best. They could help him break his chains completely. Public Safety Commission of Heroes. So a real combat experience, said the blonde, already having the context. I have some ideas in mind. I'd say she had them for years, Hawks thought, looking at his boss. And what would be one of them? Inko asked with some fear of what they might say. A real mission, said the head of the commission with emotion. I knew it, Hawks thought, covering his face with his hand. A mission, they all shouted together in surprise. What kind of mission? Inko asked. I have several that I would help you with, but I personally prefer this one, he said, placing a document on the table. It's about a villain with a somewhat problematic gift. Animal mutation, Hawks said, acknowledging the document. You can genetically modify animals if you touch them, but it doesn't work on humans. We believe we have their base of operations, but the place is infected with modified animals. The boss explained the details. The mission is to clean the area and capture the villain. Do you think you can do it? Hawks asked Deku. Fork, Izuku said, shaking off his nerves. Or so I think. So, when will the brat do the mission? Asked the old man. Tomorrow afternoon, said the blonde. I see that you are very tired today. It would be better for you to rest for today. Midoriya apartment. Izuku's room. Evening. Tomorrow I will have a mission, said Izuku, looking at a wall in his room. I still can't believe it. Everything is going too fast to digest, or am I the one who stays in the past? What do you say, Rika-chan? I wish I had you close again. In a sad tone, he saw a ring on a piece of furniture next to his bed. Midoriya just looked at his room, which was full of figures and posters of All Might, and some photos of his family and friends. This is a mark of my own weakness, he said, touching the scar on his face, a mark that I will never forget. After finishing talking to himself, the green-haired boy decided to lie down and sleep without realizing that his gift was slowly activating. 9th. You are not alone. It's time to wake up. 9th. What? What happened? Who were they? Izuku asked, waking up in a cold sweat and seeing the OFA activated. Did the carriers talk to me? The time, looking at his watch, seeing that it was early. It's still early, but it would be better to get ready for the mission. And what he said he did. Getting ready for his departure on his first mission, he decided to put on a rather simple blue sports suit, and before leaving his room he took a step back to take the ring that he had next to his bed, something very important to him. Let's do it together, Rika-chan, said Izuku, putting the ring on his left hand. Let's do it, Izuku, in a whisper was heard with a distorted voice, scaring Izuku. Ever since I got the OFA, I hear voices. I should tell Toshinori-san, said Izuku, scared of possible side effects of the OFA. It's time to go. Abandoned subway station. This is your first mission, Hawk said. My feathers will be watching in case something goes wrong. Just let me know and I'll be there. Thank you very much, Kigo-senpai, thanking the blonde for his help. I just have to go down there, right? Yeah, Kigo said without adding anything else. Okay, I'm going for it, said the green-haired boy as he went down to the station. One more thing, Hawk said, stopping Izuku. Take this. It's a gift from the commission, he said, so that his feathers would give the green-haired boy a normal katana. Thank you very much, he said as he took the gift and continued down. Abandoned station. Floor 1. According to reports, the lower floors are completely infected, Izuku said to himself, but they never warned about the first one. The green-haired boy, who had not yet activated the OFA, only dodged the wolf's attacks and bites, feeling sorry for the animal even though it was only trying to kill him. I have no other choice, one for all, full calling 8%, he thought, leaving his doubts behind for the moment, taking the sword. With the katana in hand, he did not hesitate to use it with the combined power of the OFA, but the wolf defended himself using his jaw to hold the sword. They're not called steel fangs for nothing, he thought, just to use more force in his attack, cutting off the wolf's head. How many are there in total? He asked in the air, seeing more wolves arrive. All the wolves surrounded the green-haired man, who with his weapon in hand was ready to counterattack. The first wolf attacked Deku, only to be easily cut down by the green-haired man, who went to more wolves, cutting off the heads of 3 more, reducing the number of those who had surrounded him. I see that the training was effective, he said, trusting more in his power, seeing the last 2 wolves in front of him. One of the wolves headed towards Izuku, who, without moving, made a cut in the beast's stomach, causing it to fall dead to the floor. Now the green-haired man was the one attacking the last wolf, who had the same fate as his companions, being left headless and Izuku with drops of blood on his clothes. I've really gotten stronger, Izuku said happily after winning his first real death match. Even though I don't like killing animals, I'd rather keep moving forward. Abandoned station. Floor 2. I feel like I'm getting stronger every time I fight, but my instincts also tell me that I shouldn't go down any further, Izuku thought, leaving behind a massacre of modified wolves and monkeys. According to reports, the villain's strongest beast is on the 4th floor, and he himself is on the 5th floor. Abandoned station. Floor 3. More and more of them appear. They stopped appearing alone to be in packs, Izuku thought, walking between animal corpses and reaching the stairs. Whatever is down there is powerful, but there is no time for a doubt. I just have to win. Abandoned station. 4th floor. Were these stairs always this long? The green-haired man asked in the air. It seems that it reaches this place as the subway tracks, but now they are flooded. The green-haired boy stood still, watching the water being a little deep until the tide of water warned him of an attack. The green-haired boy was slow to activate the OFA, receiving a blow from a giant tail. That was too fast, he thought, recovering from the blow. The sword is broken. Without time to think any further, a figure emerged from the water to confront the green-haired man, being a gigantic modified snake. King of the Swamp. Risaka. This is the most fearsome beast. It's easy to see why, he said, looking at what was in front of him. One for all, full calling 8%. Taking the broken katana, he prepared for the next attack, which was not long in coming. The snake attacked the green-haired man, who dodged and tried to pierce the scales with the sword, only managing to get sparks. It's too hard, he said, seeing the sparks thrown off by the sword and the scales. I won't be able to do it with the katana. The snake attacked again, now with a bite which was dodged by the green-haired man, ending up biting the floor without stopping and continuing to try to bite Izuku, who only lost his sword being swallowed by the giant snake. Get angry. The snake attacked with its tail at high speed, being intercepted by Izuku's struggling hands, but finally the green-haired man lost, being pushed to another wall and ending up submerging in the water that was on the tracks. Get angry. The green-haired boy, without time to recover from the attacks, received a headbutt from the snake, taking him out of the water and receiving another blow, this time from the snake's tail. Those voices again, Izuku thought, trying to recover from the attacks he received. When the green-haired man recovered, he looked up only to see a meteor falling in his direction, courtesy of the gigantic snake. I thought I was strong. How strong must I become? To defeat this monster, he thought, getting angry and activating more power from the OFA. I'm not giving up yet, bastard. The chains were broken. 8%. 9%. 10%. Izuku, loading more OFA power into his body, threw a punch at the meter, returning it to the snake, who only moved aside to dodge it, remaining in front of the green-haired man and receiving a blow to the head enhanced by his gift. One for all, full cowling 10%. The snake's scales cracked, letting out a roar of pain. Izuku took advantage of the opening and jumped to be on top of the snake, who, moving his body, threw the green-haired man away. I can still give more, useless snake, I shouted in an aggressive tone. I feel like I can expel something more than energy. But I don't know what to find out. I have to kill you. The boundaries were being broken. 11%. 12%. Something was awakening. The angry snake attacked again, only to be dodged by a faster Izuku, who struck at the snake's body to break more of the giant snake's scales, generating a scream that stunned the green-haired man, the snake moving from side to side to get rid of Deku, succeeding. It will take too long to break her defense and kill her. The best thing will be to suffocate her. But how? He thought about his possibilities, seeing the scenario. I have no other choice. I will do it with my hands. Anger is emerging. 13%. 14%. 15%. Unconsciously increasing the percentage and increasing his speed, using what he had learned to move like Gran Torino, the green-haired man remained behind the snake, raising his hand as if he wanted to record something, unconsciously expelling that something that had kept him restless all this time. Black whip. The dark matter that came out of the green-haired man's hand grabbed the snake's head, strangling it. The green-haired man, without much thought, simply applied more force to the grip to kill the snake and did not fall off it due to the movement caused by the attempt to free himself from the black whip, forcing the green-haired man to collide with a pill in front of him. Even so, he did not loosen his grip and approached the head to use his hands and squeeze the snake's throat with all his might. Anger consumed him. 16%. 17%. 18%. 19%. 20%. Now die for Buck's sake, Izuku shouted, increasing his strength, destroying the armor and damaging the interior. The snake, feeling the pain out of despair, continued moving to get rid of Izuku, causing the opposite effect. The green-haired man used more force in his grip and the black whip prevented him from letting go, ending in the death of the giant snake that could only give one more cry of pain and finally fall dead and release its blood. It seems that if I have become stronger, he said between gasps of exhaustion, unable to believe that he had achieved it. I feel too tired, a little rest won't hurt, he thought, ending up falling asleep from the exhaustion of the fight and the previous ones. OFA Core. 9th. What is this place? The green-haired boy thought, alarmed when he saw his surroundings. Why can't I talk? Hey you, a voice was heard behind Deku. You don't understand. We told you that you're not alone, right? The time has come. It manifested itself. But you can't use that power without thinking about it, said the stranger in front of the green-haired man. You have to try hard. Try hard. With effort and sweat you can achieve almost everything. HMMPPP. Unable to speak, Izuku clenched his fist in a sign of encouragement. The way I see it, this is not a dream. Is he one of my predecessors? They live in the core of the OFA. Don't you have a mouth? Don't worry, he said proudly, and then looked at his arm. It seems that I don't have much time. Listen to me, kid, the power you used just now is my quirk. The factors of our quirks mixed with the core of One for All explains the former bearer like motes in the flame, or on the surface of the water. The origin of our powers was covered by a greater one, but they were growing and activating. That is the growth of One for All. Why? What's going to happen? Izuku wondered. Hey, you were thinking about catching or capturing your rival before, right? You thought about it, right? He said to receive a nod from the green-haired boy. My black whip is suitable for that. You're lucky that I was the first. It's a good gift, but it's also affected by the accumulated power of One for All. It's more powerful than mine, he explained so that his red aura would consume him a little more. I'm going to disappear. I can feel myself fading away. I'm nothing more than a spirit. Listen, the power will respond to you if you use it with anger. The important thing is to control it from the heart. Get angry, anger gives you strength, but you have to control it. It's been through the hands of 8 people. One for all has an enormous accumulated power. Listen to me, boy, 6 different gifts will manifest. Control your heart and learn to use us. Cheer up. We are with you. You will be the one to complete the one for all. Abandoned station. 4th floor. The green-haired boy was still in the same place, now waking up from the dream he had with his predecessor from the OFA. Black Whip and other quirks will awaken, Izuku said, trying to assimilate everything. It's too much for me. The mission is not over yet. The villain is still missing. Well, I must continue, he said, to get up and continue to the top floor. The green-haired boy was walking to the next floor without realizing that a shadow of a Mount Rosa shape was chasing him from very close by. Abandoned station. 5th floor. It's here. I can feel someone's presence, Izuku said, walking through the hallway to find a kind of base where the villain was. There's no way you're here. The frightened villain stepped back. Did you kill Risaka? If you mean the snake. Yes, I'm the one who killed it, he said, approaching the villain little by little, and now you're going to jail. You damn boy, you ruined everything, he shouted without realizing that a fist was about to hit his face, knocking him out. How disappointing. But well, mission accomplished, Izuku said, to take the body and take it to the surface. I'm curious how far I can go. I want to know without seeing the pink aura that emerged in the ring that diminished while deactivating the OFA. Abandoned subway station. Mission accomplished, Izuku arriving said at the surface with the villain. Well done, Midoriya, said Hawks, who used his feathers to grab the villain. And how was your first mission? Quite difficult and exciting, he said to his senpai. I think I discovered the new one. And that would be it? Said Toshinori, who was behind Izuku. When did they appear? He asked, surprised seeing Toshinori, his mother, and Gran Torino. We haven't been here long, said Torino, who was in casual clothes with his cape, but I'm interested in what you found out. I don't know if I can replicate it, but I'll try, said Deku, concentrating, placing his hand in front of him. Control it with the heart and anger to take out the black whip, he thought, achieving his goal, taking out the whip, which grabbed a can on the ground to immediately disappear, returning from the green-haired man's hand. It wasn't much, but it's progress. And what is that? Toshinori asked, surprised as well as everyone who was there. Black Whip is a gift from one of the OFA bearers, I explained, his new power. A gift from a former wielder? That means you could awaken the other gifts? Torino exclaimed, quite surprised. Yes, or that's what he told me, explained Deku. Is that what he told you? Did you even talk to them? Toshinori asked, really surprised. Forks. In the core, he was able to speak to me and warn me of the possible awakening of the following quirks, Izuku said, giving more context. That's great news, said Torino. That tells me that you have broken your limits. Do you know what percentage you can reach now? I don't know. But I know that I got stronger, said Izuku, using the full cowling and increasing the percentage as much as he could. 15%. I think that's my limit at the moment, although I'm sure that I'll use more in the fight. A big change compared to the 8% you had less than 2 hours ago, Toshinori said. Congratulations, young Midoriya. You should rest, son. It seems that you have been through a lot today, Inko said, seeing the condition of Izuku's clothes that were torn and covered in blood. But first, your wounds. I didn't get any serious injuries. Can I go home? Izuku asked Hawks. If you're okay, you can go without any problem, Hawks said. Before you go home, Snot. Here, said Torino, giving his cape to the green-haired boy. It's a gift for your first mission. Seriously. Thank you very much, Gran Torino, he said, accepting the gift from the old man. One more thing, who are you? Said the old man, leaving everyone blank. Izuku Midoriya, don't you remember? Said Midoriya, looking at Torino. I don't mean that, brat. Who are you? The old man said again. Who am I? Searching for an answer. I am Izuku Midoriya, the 9th bearer, he said, looking with determination. Right. Take care of yourself on the road, said the old man as he left. See you later, young Midoriya. Toshinori said goodbye to his successor to leave with the old man. I'm staying. I have to deliver the villain, said Hawks, looking at the green-haired boys. We'll see each other, Kigo-senpai, he said goodbye to go home with his mother. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. So a special grade without cursed energy, said the bandaged subject. I suppose they want it in the academy, right? Of course, he would be a great sorcerer in our ranks, said an old man who was behind a door. You should be careful, it seems that he has cursed tools, said another old man behind another door, one never seen before. He managed to make a black flash, without having cursed energy. What bad memories, thought the bandaged subject, tired of being in that place. Fine, I will bring Izuku Midoriya to the Tokyo Academy of Sorcery. Special sorcerer. In the previous chapter. So a special grade without cursed energy, said the bandaged subject. I suppose they want it in the academy, right? Of course, he would be a great sorcerer in our ranks, said an old man who was behind a door. You should be careful, it seems that he has cursed tools, said another old man behind another door, one never seen before. He managed to make a black flash, without having cursed energy. Fine, I will bring Izuku Midoriya to the Tokyo Academy of Sorcery, he said, determined to leave the place quickly. Unknown place. Recruit me? Is that why I'm here? I ask, looking at the place full of stamps. Exactly, and rightly so. Are you joining to be a sorcerer? Said the bandaged man, and before receiving an answer, before you say anything, I have to say that if you refuse I will have to execute you. But don't worry, you have no pressure. No pressure, just execute me if I refuse, he thought with a drop of sweat, and how do I become a sorcerer? What a good choice, said the white-haired boy. Get ready, because from today you will attend a new academy. New academy? Izuku asked, confused. It's true that you don't attend any academy yet, said the bandaged man, and then played it down, but don't worry, I'll take care of this. And what will happen to my old school? And to my mother? The green-haired boy asked worriedly. Don't worry about it, said the bandaged man. I'll take care of it. Do you have another question? Yes, why do I have this bracelet? I asked, looking at the bracelet I had. It's anti-quirk. We realized at the last minute that you had a quirk, responding to the green-haired boy, but we want to see how strong you are without it. Is that why I have it? Said the green-haired boy. Yep, the bandaged man said comically. Apart from the fact that you shouldn't have one. Well, when do I start? He said, looking at the white-haired man, smiling. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Outskirts. Have you heard about the new kid who arrived today? A panda spoke to his two companions. I heard that he defeated a troublesome villain. Him alone? Asked a green-haired girl, not very interested. Tuna with mayonnaise? Said to white-haired man. Yes, from what I know, the villain previously defeated several professional heroes, saying what he knew. He'll have to deal with me if he gets cocky, said the green-haired girl. Nice flakes, said the white-haired man. In the classes? Let me introduce you to the new kid, said the bandaged man, making ridiculous poses. Cheer up, guys. The class of 3 students remained silent. Cheer up, said the teacher, discouraged by the students' reaction. They say the new guy is a problem kid, said the green-haired girl with glasses. I'm sorry, but I'm not excited about welcoming someone like that. Salmon, said the white-haired man. Okay, the professor sighed, returning to his normal attitude. Go ahead. Something tells me I'm not welcome, Izuku thought as he looked at the door and then walked through. Clarification: Izuku has the same uniform that Yuta had, but with his red sneakers. The green-haired boy opened the door, and at the first step, without realizing it, his steps displayed red rays, alerting all the students. The green-haired boy was not aware of what he had on his back, just walking to go introduce himself. I am Izuku Midoriya. He couldn't continue due to a spear that was stuck near his head and being surrounded by the other students. Hey, you're cursed, said the green-haired owner of the cursed weapon. Here you learn about curses. It's no place for someone cursed. Unexplained deaths and disappearances exceed 10,000 a year in Japan. And almost all of them are the result of curses that arise from human negativity, explained the bandaged professor. There are also cases generated by witches, evil sorcerers. And only a curse can exorcise another curse. And here you learn to do just that, the Tokyo Academy of Sorcery. And why are you explaining it to me now, said Izuku, looking at the teacher. At this point he explains it to him? The students thought in unison, looking at their teacher with disappointment. Sorry, making a sign with his hand of forgiveness. If I were you, I would walk away. Mentioning that confused everyone, who was alerted by red rays appearing along with 2 large hands that took the weapon away from Izuku. Don't treat me badly, a distorted voice was heard. What's happening? Izuku asked, alerted like everyone else. To Izuku, the voice finished the sentence so that with one of its hands it approached the 3 students. 5 years ago. In some park in Muzurifu. Happy birthday, Aiza, said a brunette girl, giving a box to a little green-haired boy. Nice, thank you very much, Rika-chan, said a small, scarless Izuku. Can I open it? Yes, Rika answered. Can I really open it? He said with great enthusiasm. I already said yes, the brunette answered gracefully. Huh? To ring? Izuku asked, looking at the gift. It's an engagement ring, Rika explained. Commitment? Said the green-haired boy, confused. It's a promise. When we grow up. We are getting married. Rika-chan? Izuku said in a dead tone, looking at Rika's headless body. Rika? You can't go, this must be a nightmare. This can't be real, he said desperately, denying what he had in front of him. This is my fault. We should never have come to this place, said the green-haired boy without being able to see that he was surrounded by corpses of curses that he caused. I'm sorry, Rika. It's all my fault. Please stay with me. You can't die. It was a promise. Current era. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Classes. As you can see, this boy has a curse with the great Izuku. Midoriya, the teacher, introduced him. Guys, treat him well by attacking him. You might activate the curse. Or maybe not, either way, be careful, said the teacher rather late. You should have told us before, said the green-haired girl who had a wand like the other 2. They are going through their rebellious stage, so I will introduce them, said the teacher, looking at Midoriya. This teacher doesn't inspire confidence in me, thought the green-haired boy. This is Toji Inumaki. From Cursed Speech I introduce myself, looking at the white-haired man. He communicates with ingredients, so cheer up with that. Seaweed, Inumaki said, waving his hand in greeting. Panda, the teacher said, looking at the student. I'm Panda, nice to meet you, Panda said, introducing himself. And finally, she is Maki Zenin, he said, looking at the green-haired girl. Just like you, she does not possess cursed energy, she fights using cursed tools. Like you? Maki said, confused, looking at the green-haired boy. He didn't say anything about the one I have the most doubts about, Izuku thought as he walked to the students. There are now 4 first-year students, said the teacher, looking at the students. 3 humans and 1 animal, thought the green-haired man, seeing the group, now his companions. In your sorcery practices today, you will form pairs of 2, said the teacher. Toj, Panda, you are together. Let's try hard, Panda said, looking at Inumaki. Maki and Izuku, you are another team, said the older white-haired man. Well, don't get in the way of the mission, said Maki, looking at the green-haired boy. I hope I can help, Izuku said nervously, although I have one last question, Professor. Tell me, student, said the teacher in a comical way. What is your name? Izuku asked, leaving everyone blank. He still hasn't told her his name, thought the 3 surprised students. I had forgotten, said the bandaged man, embarrassed by that. I am the strongest sorcerer. I am Satoru Gojo. He's an idiot, all the students thought in unison. Corridors. The 4 students were leaving on their mission with their respective teams, in an awkward silence until it was interrupted by Izuku's decision. Have you done many missions? Midoriya asked, trying to break the ice. You suffered from bullying, right? Maki asked without thinking, and seeing Izuku's reaction. Did I get it right? It's obvious. I would bother you too, she said, looking at the green-haired boy who still remained. Is it because of your condition? If you don't have cursed energy, you don't have a gift, right? It was only at the beginning that I was alone, Izuku said in a sad tone. If you don't have a gift, people reject you. How disgusting, said Maki. Have you ever defended yourself, or have you always had a bodyguard? You've been pampered all your life, she spoke. If you don't come with a clear objective, you won't get by in this academy. Maki, that's enough, said Panda, stopping the green-haired girl. Nice flakes, Inumaki spoke, supporting Panda. I know. Shut your mouths, Maki said to leave the place. Excuse her, Panda said to Deku. She always acts like she knows everything about everyone else. It's not necessary, she's right, said the green-haired man, trying to reassure Panda. Mission location. School. Where are we? Izuku spoke, seeing the place and being behind Maki. In a normal and ordinary school, said Gojo, answering the green-haired man's question. A school with missing children. Missing? Midoriya exclaimed in surprise. It happens a lot in places like this, Professor Gojo explained. It is surely the work of a curse of natural origin. Are you saying that a curse kidnaps children? Izuku asked. Yes, the white-haired man responded. At the moment, there are already 2. Curses usually settle in places that many remember, Maki explained. Schools, hospitals. These places become receptacles for the bad memories they generate. And the accumulation of these emotions creates curses like the one on this site. We came to exorcise the curses and rescue the children, said Gojo, or recover their corpses. Their corpses? Said a scared Midoriya to see his teacher put his fingers together. It arises from a darkness blacker than darkness. Purify the impure, Gojo recited, creating a blacker sky in the sky that was covering the school little by little. What did he do? The green-haired man asked Maki. It's true that you can't see it, Maki mentioned. It's a veil, the professor proceeded to explain. A barrier that prevents them from being seen from the outside and brings curses out of their hiding places, he said, walking to the car that left them. It's easy to break from the inside. Finally, be very careful not to die. Die? Professor Gojo, Midoriya said, watching the white-haired boy disappear. New guy. Don't get distracted, he said, warning the green-haired man and placing himself in a fighting position with his cursed weapon. Use me, said the 3 curses that appeared before them, unraveling their mouths and sticking out their tongues. Use me, they said to run up to the 2 green-haired men. I can't see them, but I can feel them. They're coming, he said to warn Maki. Don't scream, said the green-haired girl to attack the curses. Remember this, he said, spinning in the air, cutting off the 3 curses immediately. The weaker curses usually attack in groups, he finished saying, to fall on the ground on his feet. Well, although humans do the same. It would be incredible if he could see it, but his mastery with his weapon is undeniable, he thought, as the bodies of the curses disintegrated into ashes until they disappeared completely. Come on, let's go, said Maki, waiting for the green-haired boy to continue. Are we going inside? I asked to go and follow Zenin. Of course, let's go, she said, to enter the building, being followed by Izuku. Inside. Zenin-san, don't you feel watched? The green-haired boy asked, looking around. Don't use my last name, he replied, ignoring the question. Sorry, but I feel like we're being watched and something could appear at any moment, said the green-haired boy without knowing that it was the curses that were watching them. You don't see many curses even though the veil is on. No, there are quite a few, but they don't attack. Could it be because of a stronger curse? Maki thought, glancing at Izuku. Hey. Forks? He said in question when he saw the green-haired girl stop moving. What is your class? I asked the green-haired boy. My class? Izuku said, confused. Sorcerers are ranked from 4th to 1st class, Maki explained. But I just got here, Izuku said. I don't know about that. Damn, forget it, said Maki when she saw that the green-haired boy didn't know anything. Show me your ID. The bandaged idiot gave it to you, right? Bandaged idiot? He said as he pulled his ID out of his pocket. Here you go. If you came here without knowing anything and without cursed energy, you must be 4th class just like me, he said before checking the identification. Special class? Special class is above 1st class, right? It sounds like some kind of joke. Zenin-san, he said to get the green-haired girl's attention. Something's coming behind you. A huge giant curse tried to pass towards where the 2 students were. In doing so, he cracked the entire building with his force until it broke and threw the 2 humans into the air. Damn, Maki said while in the air. It's too big, you'll see, she said as she pointed her weapon at the curse. Hitting a tooth that was too hard, the weapon bounced off and was thrown away from the bearer so that the curse ended up swallowing the 2 students. Thank you very much for the food, said the giant curse. Damn it, I dropped my weapon, Maki said while inside the curse let us out. Where are we? Izuku asked. In the stomach of the curse, Maki responded, angry at the situation. Don't faint over such a small thing. He ate us? Midoriya said in surprise. Exactly, didn't your curse protect you? She asked the green-haired boy angrily. I didn't even know of its existence, Much less what makes it come out, said Izuku without knowing what curse they were referring to. And what are we going to do now? In a matter of time, the veil will dissipate and help will arrive, Maki said, responding to Izuku. Tch, what a shame, damn. Help, said a boy who was injured next to another boy. Please, I think he's going to die. Mini flashback. You say a curse kidnapped the children? Izuku asked. Yes, the white-haired man answered. So far, there are two. We came to exorcise the curses and rescue the children, said Gojo, or recover their corpses. End of flashback. Great, they're alive, Izuku said, happy to find them. This is bad, said Maki, catching the green-haired boy's attention. They are hurt by the curse. They could die at any moment. We have to help them. What can we do? Said Midoriya, approaching the green-haired girl. Nothing, Maki said, disappointing Izuku. We can only wait for reinforcements to arrive. Not everyone can tolerate curses in the same way, she said, getting more and more tired. Zenin-san? Said the green-haired boy as he watched Maki fall to the ground and saw that she had a wound on her leg. And that wound? Did they curse you? Are you going to die? Said the child. Lord, help us, Lord. What do I do? I can't think of any ideas, Izuku thought desperately. Even if you asked me, I won't. Midoriya, Maki said, using her few energies to grab Izuku by the neck. Seriously, why the hell did you come to the Sorcery Academy? What do you want to do? What do you want to obtain or achieve? I want to save people, Izuku said. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. I want to save as many people as I can. I want to have the confidence to say that I deserve to live. In that case, exorcise the curse and save us, said Maki. Exorcise curses and save, exorcise curses and save. Do it over and over again. You will gain trust and friends as you do, she said, now looking at him in the eyes. This is how our Sorcery Academy works before falling unconscious. I hope it's the person I think, he thought, breaking his Adi quirk bracelet and taking his ring, full cowling 15%. Rika-chan. Yeah? Lend me your strength, he said as he put his ring on completely. The giant curse began to deform because of something inside it until something came out of its throat, until it took a shape and released red rays from its body. Special grade curse. Rika Orimoto. Who are you? The curse asked, only for his face to be crushed by Rika, leaving large amounts of purple blood. Shut up, Rika shouted as a curse to continue slaughtering the curse. Is this what the full manifestation of the curse that is tied to Midoriya looks like? Gojo said to the air, and then laughed. How scary. How pretty, Rika said, looking at herself. I'm pretty, I love it, she said to continue hitting the giant curse. Guys, I'll save you, Izuku said, using the OFA and Black Whip to carry the three people out of the veil. I should take them to Professor Gojo. I know he told me not to use my quirk, but this time will be an exception, he said to increase his pace to run towards the veil. Rika will take care of the curse. Apparently she also uses the OFA since she is linked to me, he thought, to finally reach Gojo. Welcome, Gojo said with a smile. For this time I will let the fact that you used your gift pass. Hospital. They're fine. Both Maki and the kids, Gojo said to reassure Izuku. Thank goodness, said a relieved green-haired boy. You don't seem very calm, said the white-haired man. It was the first time I saw and called Rika-chan, said the green-haired boy, looking at his ring on his finger. That's good, Gojo said. You took the first step. Do you know why Rika is smaller now? Looking at the curse that was on the green-haired boy's finger. I think this is its real size, he said, seeing it fall into his hand. It increases its size because it is also capable of using my gift. A curse that can use a quirk? I've never seen anything like that, said Gojo, surprised, watching as the curse entered the ring again. But it would make sense because of your connection with her. Was she important to you? Too much. She was my girlfriend, he said, remembering the past. Flashback. Hospital. A small green-haired boy was walking down the hall while coughing until he reached a door and looked at a brunette girl who was in the room looking at the window. Coughing again, the green-haired boy managed to get the girl's attention. The girl, seeing the green-haired boy, smiled at him, embarrassing him. Park. 1, 2, said a little green-haired boy, spinning a park game that was a kind of ball. Stop, Rika said, laughing. Stop. Another day. The two little ones were playing with water balloons. Stop, Rika, Izuku said while laughing. take it, Rika said while laughing and throwing water balloons. Another day. It's a promise, Rika said after giving her gift. When we grow up, we're going to get married. Of course, Izuku said happily, this way we'll be together forever. End of flashback. Is something wrong? Said the white-haired man. No, I just remembered something, Izuku said looking at his teacher. I don't think Rika cursed me. Maybe I was the one who cursed her. This is just my opinion, but there is no worse curse than love, said Gojo quite seriously. Professor, said the green-haired man, drawing the white-haired man's attention at the Academy of Sorcery. I'm going to break Rika's curse, he said determinedly to make the teacher smile. Mission School. This one was quite damaged and had purple blood, especially on the roof of the school, and at the door it opened to let out an unknown subject, and he walked until he found Izuku's ID to take it. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. The special grade curse spirit, Rika Oramoto, manifested completely for 422 seconds, said one of the elders behind the doors surrounding Satoru. We entrusted Midoriya to you. You were to prevent something like this from happening. I'm afraid there are no excuses, Satoru Gojo. The truth is that I wasn't going to excuse myself either, said the white-haired man with his hand on his head. Do you find it funny? Said one of the elders angrily. If Rika Oramoto had continued her rampage, she would have destroyed the entire city. And I would have stopped it with my life, Gojo replied. Listen, we can only say one thing about that curse. We don't know anything. How did a little girl who is not descended from any sorcerer become so enormously cursed? Gojo asked. We have no control over what we don't know. So we'll have to experiment. So don't interfere. Do you know that with all this he has put Midoriya at a possible execution? Threatened one of the elders. And you guys remember, he said as he headed for the exit until he stopped and looked at the group. If you tried to execute him, I would fight on Midoriya's side, he said before leaving completely. Bunch of detestable old men, he said as he took off his glasses and put on his bandages, so I'll have to be careful. Furthermore, taking away a boy's youth is an act that is more than unforgivable, he said as he looked at the campus and saw the students training. Last lap, everyone, said Panda, who measured everyone's time. No matter who it is, said Gojo after finishing his monologue and addressing his students. Come in, said the white-haired man, passing the green-haired man. Yes, Izuku said, entering and seeing all the weapons stored in the place. Exorcising a curse as big as Rika Oramoto's is almost impossible if she uses the quirk, Satoru said, looking for something, but undoing it is another story. You must find thousands and thousands of knots of cursed energy and untangle them one by one, he explained, while finding a sword, and only you can do it, the one who is cursed. And how do I do it? Izuku asked, looking at his teacher. You could use this, he replied while throwing a sword at the green-haired boy. To katana? Said the green-haired boy, surprised seeing the sheath. Curses are more stable when you possess an object, Satoru explained to his student the other day. You used your ring as a link with Rika Oramoto. You already established the bridge. Take a part of Rika's curse, imbue it into the katana and control it. Increase the amount each time until you can control it completely, and finally you will be free, both she and you. Imbue the curse into the katana. Do I do it with my quirk? Izuku asked the white-haired man. Yes and no, she answered, leaving him confused. She seems to have merged with your quirk because she was able to use it even when you had the anti-quirk bracelet. So to imbue it you will have to use your quirk, but not on your body, but directly on the katana. I understand, Izuku said, understanding what he had to do. And finally, do you know how to use a katana? Satoru asked the green-haired boy. Just the basics, Midoriya replied. Then you will learn to use it masterfully, he said with a smile. 3 months later. 3 months for the UA field of the academy. The green-haired boy was in a combat stance with a wooden sword. Maki, for her part, got into position with her wooden stick, hoping to make a counterattack. The green-haired boy, seeing that he didn't make any more movement, decided to attack directly. The first slash was vertically, being blocked by the stick horizontally. The green-haired boy attacked again from the side, failing again because Maki blocked with his stick, taking a few steps back to block 2 more consecutive attacks from Izuku and seeing the moment to counterattack. Izuku, seeing the attack, managed to block with his sword and push it away from him, surprising everyone. Tuna, Inumaki said, surprised, as did the panda. Izuku went back to the offensive, attacking Maki with his sword, who limited herself to blocking his attacks until she kicked Midoriya to the side, which was blocked by the wooden sword, but she still pushed him away from her, returning to the beginning and trying to shorten the distance. The two walked in a circle, getting closer little by little until they heard a voice. "Hey guys, how are you doing?" Gojo said as he approached his students, distracting Izuku. "Oh well," he said, trying to answer but immediately having to block a blow from Maki's staff. "The training isn't over yet," said Maki, who continued attacking Izuku. The fight continued now. Maki was the one who attacked consecutively, being blocked by Izuku, who was looking for a weak point to attack, deciding to create one. The green-haired man went to attack Maki on the left side, creating a feint. He quickly moved to the right to attack the green-haired woman, who jumped to dodge. "Do I avoid it? He's not on guard anymore," Izuku thought, seeing the green-haired girl in the air. "I'll attack when he falls." Maki hit the ground and Midoriya attacked instantly, only to miss as the green-haired girl threw herself to the ground, dodging the attack. "How?" Midoriya thought, surprised by the way he dodged her attack so that she ended up throwing him to the ground and managed to hit him. "You're already dead," Maki said proudly. "I won again." "Was that last bit necessary?" Izuku said, referring to the blow. "Naive. Always pretend you are in a real fight," explained Maki, giving him a lesson. "Pain, or the lack of it, greatly influences the speed of growth." Gran Torino said something similar. Midoriya thought once again, "This time I will win," he said. To get into combat stance, "I'm going to break Rika's curse." "It's been 3 months since Izuku arrived," said Panda, watching the green-haired boy's new fight. "Now he fights much more fluidly." Sam and Inumaki agreed with Panda, while Izuku took the lead in their fight. "He also has a more positive attitude." Gojo joined the conversation, watching Maki counterattack. Sam and Inumaki said, watching Izuku disarm Maki and win the new fight. "I win," Izuku said, giving Maki his hand to help her stand. "It's just one for today," said Maki, a little annoyed but accepting the help again. She said to get into combat position again. "And Maki also seems to be having fun." Panda said he needed a partner who also carried weapons. Panda said until he realized a detail that impacted him. "Izuku, eat here, come on." "Huh?" he said, confused, seeing Panda to address him. "What's wrong, Panda?" "It's something important, so listen to me carefully," she said, hugging the green-haired man to ask him, "Do you prefer big breasts or small ones?" "Now?" he thought, rather red. "I don't pay much attention to that, but I suppose the big ones," he said, rather embarrassed. "Maki," said the panda as he turned around and formed a heart shape with his arms. "You have a chance." "What were you thinking?" "I'm going to kill you," said the green-haired girl, quite upset. "Don't be ashamed," said the panda to tease her even more. "Decide, you're dead," said the green-haired girl, very upset. "What are they talking about?" Midoriya asked Inumaki. "Seaweed," Inumaki answered the green-haired boy. "I still can't understand Inumaki very well. The truth is he intimidates me a little," Izuku thought, looking at the white-haired boy. "All right, gather around," the teacher ordered as he came down the stairs. "You two keep training," he said, watching Maki and Panda fighting. "Toge, you have a mission. It's a perfect curse for you, go exorcise it." Sam and Inumaki answered affirmatively. "A mission?" Izuku asked. "Toge is a second-class wizard," Panda explained. "From the ground he can do missions by himself." "Wow, that's great," Izuku said, surprised. "You are from special grade," thought Maki, looking at the green-haired boy. "Go with him, Izuku. You will support him," Gojo ordered, surprising the green-haired boy. "What? Support?" Izuku asked, looking at Toge. "Although more than anything, you will observe," Gojo said, to explain. "Sorcery is very diverse. There are as many ways to exorcise as there are sorcerers. Toge's curse speech is a good example. Try to learn from it." "Curse speech?" Izuku said, quite curious. "As its name suggests, it curses through speech," the professor explained. "You will understand it better when you see it in action. To understand your curse, you must understand curses." On the way to the mission. "It's my first real mission." "No, it's not really the third one already," the green-haired boy thought nervously about being called by the shoulder. "Salmon," he said in a way that scared Izuku instead of reassuring him. "Huh? Sorry," Izuku apologized, leaving Inumaki confused. "Izuku, wait," the teacher interrupted upon arriving at the place. "Forks?" he said as he approached his teacher. I'm sorry I can't supervise this time, Gojo apologized. But it's a job Toge can handle alone, so relax. You just have to be careful about one thing, Satoru warned. Don't let Rika out. Who knows if she'll come back like last time. Just use Rika's power that you transmit to the sword without using your quirk. If you let her out again. If I let her out again? He said so that his teacher could finish the sentence. They would execute you and me, he said to leave Midoriya speechless. I'm counting on you. Why are you telling me this just before leaving? He thought quite angrily as he left for the mission location. Hapaina Shopping District. We're here, said the assistant as the others got out of the car. It's the Hapaina Shopping District. There are almost no shops open. There's a project to demolish the area and build a shopping center. We found several low-level curses during the inspection, explained the assistant. We want Inumaki, a second-grade sorcerer, to take care of it, huh? And the sorcerer Inumaki? I asked, looking for him with my eyes along with Izuku. Isn't he here? Said the green-haired man, looking around. Come back soon was heard in a nearby store where Inumaki was leaving. Mr. Ijichi, were you shopping over there? Izuku said, pointing where the white-haired man was. What did you buy? I asked Inumaki so he could take out what he bought from the bag. Throat medicine? Ahem. They want to prevent the site they're investing in from getting a bad reputation, Ijichi explained, so they decided to exorcise it as soon as possible. Salmon, said Inumaki. I'm going to put the veil on, said Assistant Ijichi. Good luck. He said they were low-level curses, Izuku said, looking at the place. Rogues, said Inumaki, walking deeper into the place. It's not fair, Mom said. A curse in the shape of a fish. You gave more to my brother. Let's swap the repeats, another fish curse said as more appeared. I want to eat sushi, said another curse as they all gathered together, forming a sphere between all the curses. No matter how weak they are, there are too many, said Izuku, surprised seeing all the curses. Inumaki? He said, seeing the white-haired man who approached the curses while uncovering his mouth, showing some symbols. It's dangerous to get so close. Explode, Inumaki said, causing each curse to begin to explode, generating a large explosion between them all. Is this the curse speech? I see. Am I done? He said, looking at Inumaki who was returning. Tuna with mayonnaise, Inumaki said with difficulty. I'm hoarse, the green-haired man thought, surprised. So that's what the medicine was for. Its power is impressive, but it also has its risks, he thought as he headed for the exit with the white-haired man who covered his mouth again. Nice flakes, said Inumaki, looking at the veil. What's wrong? Huh. It's true. The veil is still here, Izuku said, trying to cross the veil without success. So we can't get out, he said before feeling a curse that appeared behind them. The presence of this curse is not like the ones from recently. Zamba, said the curse, raising his fingers. By doing that, the curse generated a circle of light in the place where the green-haired man was being pushed by the white-haired man to avoid the attack. Inumaki, Izuku said, quite worried, watching the white-haired boy uncover his mouth again, and tried to pick up his medicine. Twist, he screamed towards the curse, only to bend the arm with which he attacked the curse, and due to the side effect of his ritual he began to cough. Careful, said the green-haired boy to grab the white-haired boy and dodge another attack of the curse. What is that? He said as he ran, holding Inumaki without realizing that he dropped his medicine. They said it would be low-level, Izuku said while hiding next to the white-haired boy. This has nothing to do with it. It's true, Inumaki, you're hurt. How's your finger? He asked the white-haired boy who showed his bent finger. It looks painful. Salmon, Inumaki said as he repositioned his finger. Don't do that carelessly, Izuku said worriedly. Sorry, it was my fault, he said, referring to the wound on his finger. He doesn't seem to want to look for us or chase us. I'll call Mr. Ijichi. There's no signal? Why not? Tuna flakes, said the white-haired man, pointing to the veil. Because of the veil? He said, looking at the veil that was above them. Even though I don't have the bracelet, Professor Gojo told me that I can't use my quirk, or at least not on my body. If the veil doesn't go away, we have to exorcise it, right? He said, seeing the white-haired boy get up from the ground to go against the curse. Inumaki, are you sure we should move? He said, only to be stopped by Inumaki's hand. Seaweed, Inumaki said hoarsely as he shook his head in a no sign. Are you going to go alone? Izuku asked as he watched the white-haired man leave. Thanks, Inumaki. But I'm fine now, he said in a determined manner. As he approached Inumaki, I have an idea, let's try hard. The curse remained in the same position until hearing the footsteps of the green-haired man who had unsheathed his sword and was releasing a pink aura along with green rays of the OFA. Go for the Izuku. One for all, sword style 15%. He thought to channel more power of the OFA into the sword and get more rays from the katana. I will use everything I learned. The curse, making a gesture with his fingers of his remaining arm, made another attack aimed at the green-haired man, who limited himself to dodging by retreating, the consecutive attacks being in total 4, using the elements of the environment as a shield blocking new attacks. Izuku, stopping being on the defensive, decided to approach the enemy, dodging another attack. Inumaki is very kind, he thought while dodging another light attack, as he doesn't want to curse by mistake. He communicates with harmless ingredients or words, jumping to dodge another attack, looking for the perfect moment. Today he helped me try to get away from danger, and recently he was also trying to comfort me. Isn't that right? While the green-haired man was in the air falling towards the curse, he attacked but was still dodged by Izuku, gaining access to the enemy's back while his katana released a more intense pink aura as well as the rays. Zombie, said the curse as he used his hand to defend himself, but it was completely cut off. I cut it, it's still too hard. Izuku thought to dodge an attack aimed at his face. I'm no match for this curse. But he thought to run in the direction of the curse and pass under it, picking up the white-haired boy's medication. Inumaki, he said, throwing the medicine and giving the signal for it to come out. I'll make sure to respond to Inumaki's kindness, who with a great leap picked up the medication in the air and took it. Crush yourself, I shouted at the curse, finally managing to kill it. Incredible, Izuku said, surprised by the white-haired man's technique. Mustard flakes, Inumaki said worriedly, looking at the green-haired boy. I'm fine, luckily I'm pretty fast, Izuku said to relieve the white-haired man who raised his hand. Salmon, said Inumaki, happily waiting for an answer. Yes, well done, he said to high-five Inumaki. Even though I want to be a hero, I don't want to stop being a sorcerer, Izuku thought as he left with Inumaki. Even after freeing Rika, I'll still be a sorcerer. But can I also be a hero? I'll talk to Professor Gojo about that later, huh? What do we do with the veil? Izuku said, looking at the veil that was still in place. What a pity, said a guy from above the young people, and I came to see the famous Rika. I wanted to greet her as a special classmate, he said while a purple curse spat out Deku's ID. I have to return this. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Toad's curse speech has been with him since birth, so he had quite a few problems, Panda explained to the green-haired boy, by cursing others without meaning to. It's a situation quite similar to yours, he said to Izuku's surprise. That's why I have worried so much about you since you arrived. It's easy to misinterpret him, but he's a good guy, he said while they saw him watering the plants. I hope you continue to be good friends. Of course I do, he managed to say, but thanks to his instincts he dodged a blow from Maki. Good reflections, said Maki, who had her wooden stick, but you still need to train more. Okay, Izuku said without a choice while Panda laughed mischievously. Panda, what are you laughing at? Do you want to die? Maki threatened the panda. What? But I didn't do anything, he said while laughing. Why do they always fight? He thought, seeing that Maki was threatening Panda again. Hapaina Shopping District. After looking around the entire shopping district, we found residual brand types. An assistant told Gojo. Ijichi said it was impossible for us to find more than that. I understand. Thank you, said the bandaged man as he entered the district. You're welcome, said the assistant, striking a military pose. The blindfolded man went completely inside the place, observing the damage caused by the fight. Finding a smell that caught his attention, he walked where he felt it, arriving at the place to look towards the ceiling, finding something that caught his attention. Time after. I'm really sorry, Ijichi said. We discovered that someone placed a second veil over mine, and a semi-first-class curse also appeared. It's my fault for not being more thorough. I take full responsibility, he said, bowing. Don't worry, your opponent was very strong, said Gojo to calm the assistant. I mean, do you have any idea who did it? Ijichi asked in amazement. Sugurigeto, said Gojo quite seriously, one of the 4 special-class sorcerers, who was expelled from the institution after killing more than 100 civilians with curses, explained the bandit man. He is the worst sorcerer of all. 2 months later. 1 month for the UA. Unknown place. In one of the rooms there were two women, a mother with her daughter, waiting for someone to arrive until the youngest spoke distrustfully of the place. "I'll be fine, let's go home," said the daughter, unsure of the place. "Calm down, wait a little longer," said the mother, trying to convince the young woman. But he said before hearing the door open and seeing a black-haired boy walk to the center of the room. "Let's see, you told me that a ghost was tormenting your daughter," said Suguru, addressing the mother. "Isn't that right, Mrs. Sato?" "Yes, but my last name is Saito," said the mother, correcting. "No, you're Sato," said without opening his eyes. "Besides, Sato suits you much better." "Of course," said the mother, not very convinced. "Mom, let's go now," the young woman whispered to her mother. "But lately you can't even sleep," said the worried mother. "He sounds like a charlatan to me," said the young woman, distrustful of the black-haired man. "You feel like you're being watched," Geto said, drawing the attention of the two women. "Your shoulders feel heavy and sometimes you have trouble breathing, don't you? As if you've forgotten how to do it," he said, looking at the curse that hung over the young woman. "And you have dreams in which you're abused." "How do you know that?" the young woman asked, surprised by what she had said. "Don't move," he said, raising his hand, making the curse turn into a sphere. "No way, I feel much better," said the young woman, quite cheerful. Outside the venue. "I don't know how to thank you," said the mother, bowing. "No need, we have to help our neighbors," said the smiling black-haired man. "You can come back whenever you want." "See, I told you," the mother said to her daughter. "He's like a god." "Yes," said the daughter as the two left the place. "Like a god, huh?" Geto said as he watched the two women leave. "Well, they are quite clever, despite being primates incapable of performing sorcery." "You're showing your true colors, sir," said a pink-haired girl standing next to Geto. "The leaders are already here. Let's go to the meeting room," she said while Geto disinfected his body. "What are you doing?" "I applied disinfectant," he replied, stopping disinfecting himself. "I don't want them to think I stink like a monkey." Corridors. "How happy," Geto said as they walked. "When was the last time we met? I know, should we commemorate it with some photos? And my camera?" he asked the girl with pink hair. "Right here," he replied, showing the camera to take a photo with Geto. "Geto, bring me," Geto said, a short, hairless businessman. Geto, unhappy man. "But if it's Mr. Kanamori," she said, stopping taking photos and looking at the man. "What's all the fuss about?" "Don't pretend, exorcise my curse," he said, showing his rather sick acceptance. "Don't you know how much I paid you?" "How much?" Geto asked, looking at the girl. "About 105 million yen," the girl said, looking at her tablet. "But she hasn't donated anything in the last 6 months. "Damn, have you reached your limit?" said Geto, seeing how the businessman trembled with fear. "What are you saying?" he said, falling to the ground almost without strength. "Every monkey has its role," said Geto, looking at the guy on the ground. "There are monkeys that bring me money and monkeys that bring me curses. You are one of the first," explained the black-haired man. "If you run out of money, you are of no use to me," he said while swallowing the sphere that was a curse and snapping his fingers. "Rot," Kanamori said, his face distorting due to curses to the point of killing him. "How disgusting," said the girl, looking at the man's corpse. "Are we really the same species? Do you see why I say they are monkeys?" he said as he left for a room, followed by the girl. "The time has come, family, let's bring down the curtain on the age of monkeys to create the wizard's paradise," he said, looking at the people in the room. "But first, the cornerstone of the world of wizardry must fall, its academy. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry." "What's wrong, Izuku?" said Panda with a scarf, looking at the distracted green-haired boy. "I just had a bad feeling," said the green-haired man with the Gran Torino scarf worriedly. "It was more like a shock, like a warning." "It's your imagination," said Maki with a scarf, downplaying the matter. "You imagine things," Panda said, as did Maki. "Nice flake," said Inumaki, walking with the others. "What?" "Wait, guys," said the green-haired boy, watching them leave without him. "You are good at predicting attacks, but not with the cursed energy." Panda explained why they didn't believe him. "It must be because you can't even see it," Maki said, referring to the cursed energy. "Tuna," Inumaki replied. If I activate my quirk, I can feel the cursed energy. Izuku excused himself. But even so, you are bad at that, said Maki, already knowing about her gift. We still haven't seen any movement from Geto, said the director, watching the students leave. Are you sure you're not worrying in vain? He asked Gojo, who was at his side. I'm sorry, director, but that's impossible, Satoru said. I personally verified it at the scene, explained the bandaged man. I would never confuse the trail of Sugura's cursed energy. Sugura, said the director, until he felt something. Goddamn, speaking of the king of Rome, gather all the sorcerers of semi-first class or higher, he said, alerting everyone. How unusual, said Maki, looking at the sky. Izuku was right, Panda finished the sentence. Salmon-in, Maki confirmed. A rather large curse in the form of a four-winged pelican fell from the sky, getting in the way of the students and Geto falling next to the curse. You don't work here, Maki said, taking out her gun. I don't recognize that curse, Panda said, putting on his knuckles. Salmon row, he said, uncovering his mouth, showing symbols. What a bird, Izuku said as he watched the curse pull people out of his mouth. This place is still the same, Geto said, quite disappointed. Hey, Mr. Geto, are we really in Tokyo? Said a girl who was still not out of the curse. It smells like the countryside. Nanako, don't be rude, said a brunette girl who had a doll in her arms. What? Don't you think the same, Mimiko? Nanako asked indignantly. Enough, get down now, said to blonde man, complaining to the girl. Aren't you cold? Said Nanako, seeing the shirtless blonde. And who are these? Maki asked, confused, looking at the group. Oh, Panda, Nanako said, taking out her cell phone to take photos of Panda. How cute. Who are you guys? Izuku doesn't like intruders, Panda said. Seaweed, Inumaki confirmed, leaving Izuku confused. Get out before Izuku beats you up, Maki said, so Geto would approach Izuku at extreme speed so that no one would notice. Nice to meet you, Midoriya said, Geto joining his hands with the green-haired boy. I'm Sugura Geto. How fast, the three students thought in unison. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, returning the greeting. You possess a wonderful power, don't you? Geto said, you see, I believe that great power should be used for great purposes, the black-haired man explained. Don't you question the state of the world? In this world, sorcerers hide to protect normal people. We do the same as heroes, but against a much greater enemy. Even so, many sorcerers die without being remembered by anyone. Don't we deserve the same treatment? Why should we hide from society? Geto questioned. To summarize, a paradox was established in which the strong accommodates the weak. It's so regrettable, he said, dramatically taking Izuku's shoulder. That shock again. It seems to be trying to warn me of something, Izuku thought, due to a headache similar to a shock. The pinnacle of creation has stopped its own path of evolution. It's nonsense, said Sugura dramatically. It's time for humanity to change its survival strategy, explained the black-haired man, and that's why we want you to help us. Help with what? Midoriya asked a little suspiciously. We will kill everyone who is not a wizard to create a world just for us, the black-haired man gave his idea, shocking everyone. What, the Maki thought in shock. What is he saying? Panda thought, as did Maki. Could you please stop preaching your nonsense to my students? Said Gojo, arriving at the place. Satoru, long time no see, Geto said, waving at the white-haired man. Stay away from the children, Suguru warned Gojo as more sorcerers arrived with the director. I was told that the first years were exceptional, but now I understand, Suguru said, unintimidated by the sorcerers. So it was your doing. A cursed human of special grade, an anomalous Jigai, a user of cursed speech, and also, he said while looking at Maki in a sinister manner, the failure of the Zenin clan. You bastard, Maki said angrily, pointing her gun at Geto. Be careful what you say, warned a serious Geto, because I don't need monkeys like you in my world. I'm sorry, but Izuku said, removing Geto's hand from his shoulder, although I don't understand much of what you're talking about, Geto-san. But the green-haired man said seriously, I would never help someone who insults my friends. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, Geto said calmly. And what did you hope to achieve by coming? Said Gojo, standing between the two. Declare war on them, Geto said bluntly. Let everyone here open their ears and pay attention, he said, getting everyone's attention. Next December 24th, at dusk, We will celebrate the night parade of the 100 demons. It will take place in the largest crucibles of curses, Shinjuku, in Tokyo, and in the Mecca of sorcery, Kyoto. Suguru explained. We will release 1,000 curses in each place, and of course, their orders will be massacre, he said, explaining his plan. If you don't want all hell to break loose, you're going to have to go stop us. We're going to curse each other freely. Ah, Mr. Ghetto, Nanako interrupted, ruining the tense atmosphere. The store is about to close. Is it that late for us? Ghetto asked, returning to his calm demeanor. I'm sorry, Satoru. The girls insist on trying the crepes at Takashita Street. Hurry up, Nanako insisted. I'm leaving, said Ghetto. To leave? I don't understand what they see in that place full of monkeys. And you think I'll just let you go? Said Gojo, looking at the black-haired boy. I don't recommend it, said Ghetto, invoking a gigantic curse which he roared. Your dear students are within my reach, he said, invoking more small curses that surrounded the students anyway. See you on the battlefield, he finished saying to leave on the giant bird. Time after. Meeting. Suguru Ghetto, a special grade sorcerer who controls cursed spirits, Ijichi explained. In a meeting with sorcerers, he is able to attract and control curses of natural origin. He founded sects to collect curses from his followers. He should still possess his old curses. And since there have been fewer reports of curses in recent years, he could have 2,000 of them in his possession, he finished his explanation. But statistically, the majority must be second class or lower class, said the director, and being generous, there cannot be more than 50 witches. And that's the scariest part, said Gojo, having everyone's attention. He would never start a war that he wasn't able to win. Goddamn, the headmaster cursed. Summon all the students, the 3 clans, and Ainu sorcerers. This is war. This time we are going to exorcise Ghetto, that curse, completely. December 24th. Day of the night parade of the 100 demons. If we went with the intention of killing, our chances of success would be 30%, said Ghetto, summarizing his plan. If the Sorcery Society joined, the chances would drop to 20%, he said, seeing his chances, however. With a single move we can take those low chances of victory and shoot them to 99%, he said, looking at his subjects. Kill Izuku Midoriya and obtain his special cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. The very naive still take for granted what I told them in my time as a student, he said, quite smiling, although there is a link between the two. As long as I kill the owner, I can absorb any curse. Having everything to win, the Academy will not want to use Midoriya. After all, it is possible that he will end up with enemies and allies, he said, explaining the final plan. The purpose of the night parade is to leave Midoriya isolated and unprotected. Let's go. Let's raise the curtain on this new era. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. The OFA has been acting too strange. I have the same feeling as when I woke up the Black Whip, only this time I think it will be something bigger, Izuku thought, who was in a classroom alone until the door was kicked open. Maki. What are you doing here? There won't be any classes for the whole week, said Maki in casual clothes as she sat at the table next to the green-haired boy. There was no one in the dorms either, Izuku said. Because the second years were recently sent to Kyoto, Maki answered, informing the green-haired boy. Toji left to reinforce Shinjuku with the third and fourth years. The director loves Panda a lot, so he might be with Toji. I see, Izuku said, creating an awkward silence. Go ahead and ask, Maki said directly. You're curious, aren't you? About why I'm a failure? No, well, yes, Izuku said, a little embarrassed. I don't care if it's you. After all, we are similar, Maki answered to calm the green-haired boy. My family, the Zenin clan, belongs to the elite of the sorcerers, the 3 clans. Do you know what the minimum requirement to be a sorcerer is? She asked Midoriya. Huh. I guess you have cursed energy, right? Izuku said, not very sure. Exactly. Without cursed energy you can't see the curses, said Maki, agreeing with Izuku. Normal people could only see them if they know of their existence, or on the verge of death. That happens with people with gifts, she said while taking off the glasses she had, but I can't see the curses without these ugly glasses, explained the green-haired girl. They are a cursed artifact that already contains cursed energy. It doesn't depend on me. I guess it's similar to when they deactivated my quirk, Izuku thought. But that allowed me to escape from there, the green-haired girl continued, explaining. They had terrible food, small rooms, and old people wandering around everywhere. It was terrible. And why are you still a sorceress? Izuku asked. Because I'm very spiteful, said Maki quite proudly. I'll make them cry inconsolably when I return home as a first-class sorceress who doesn't see curses. And finally I'm going to destroy the Zenin clan from within, she said, very determined. Seeing Izuku smile, what are you laughing at? It's nothing, you're just right that we look alike, Izuku said, confusing the green-haired girl. When I found out I didn't have a quirk, I still dreamed of being a hero. I only received mockery from others. That's why I wanted to shut their mouths by entering the UA. I guess we look quite alike, Maki said, knowing Izuku's story. I wish I had never given birth to you. You are the shame of the Zenin clan. Listen, you can't end up like Maki. If you need help with anything, let me know, Izuku said, smiling at the green-haired girl. Let's destroy the Zenin clan or something like that. Fool, it wouldn't make sense if I didn't do it myself, Maki said, standing up and heading for the door. I'm going to my room. Sure, see you later, Izuku said as he watched the door close. Am I an idiot? Said the green-haired girl, blushing a lot. Don't think that I'll accept you yet. It arises from a darkness blacker than darkness, Geto recited. On the roofs of the academy it purifies the impure. They put a veil over the academy? Said the green-haired boy, shocked, looking out the window. 9th. Danger. The danger sensor awakened. Damn, why now? Said the green-haired boy, due to his headache from the constant shocks. Tokyo, Shinjuku. Minimize the destruction of buildings and infrastructure. The director ordered. There could still be civilians who have not been evacuated. If you find any, take them away. Are you listening, Satoru? One of them looks quite troublesome, said the white-haired man, looking at the flying curse. I see, the one with the blindfold? Said a foreigner who was in a building next to a pink-haired girl. Yes, we will take care of the rest, said the pink-haired girl. I already told you, but... I know, we just have to buy time, he said, remembering the plan. Let's have fun until Geto finishes his work. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Were you here? Geto mentioned, disgusted, looking at Maki. Any problem? Maki said, raising her gun and pointing at the black-haired man. What the hell are you doing here? Sorry, but I don't have time to talk to monkeys, said Geto, summoning curses in the form of giant centipedes. Tokyo, Shinjuku. Gojo, I have news, Ijichi said, addressing a pensive Satoru. Is something wrong? No, said Gojo. Isn't he at the front even though he loves to attract attention? Is he in Kyoto? If he was, they would have reported it to us already. It's nothing. What's wrong? I know it's a bad time, but I think I should tell you. The assistant mentioned it's about the investigation you asked for on Midoriya, the information said, alerting the white-haired man. Panda Toge, the white-haired boy shouted, addressing the two. What the? Panda was interrupted when he was grabbed by the blindfolded man, just like Toge. No questions, Gojo said, taking the two of them away. I'm sending you to the academy, he said as he made a circle on the ground where the students were. Geto is there. I'm absolutely sure. Maybe. Make up your mind, Panda said in response to his teacher's uncertainty. If it's what I fear, Izuku and Maki could end up dead, Gojo explained, surprising them both. I'll leave as soon as I take care of that foreigner. Protect those two with all your might. Good /Salmon, the students said at the same time before being teleported by the blindfolded man. Did I even notice? Said the pink-haired girl, surprised seeing Gojo's action. That's why I told them to prepare a double, the foreigner claimed. A bad decoy would make everything worse, the pink-haired girl replied. That's what Mr. Geto said, right? Mimiko, Nanako, she said, speaking into a hidden microphone. Forks? Nanako answered while being inside a curse. We put the plan into action, said the pink-haired girl. Get out. Just what I expected, he said, coming out of the mouth of the curse next to Mimiko. Your opponent is me, special class, said the foreigner, seeing the blindfolded man. I'm sorry, said Gojo, taking off the blindfold, but I'm in too much of a hurry. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Wow, Geto said in surprise. It seems someone made a hole in the veil. Nothing is going according to plan, he said as he stepped on the defeated green-haired girl's blood. They should take about 5 minutes to arrive. Should I ignore them or take care of them? Difficult decision. Just after the black-haired man mentioned those words, the wall was destroyed, generating a large amount of smoke, and from it Panda appeared trying to attack. Did he come in a straight line breaking everything in his path? Geto thought, surprise not bad, he mentioned excitedly. The black-haired boy, using his speed, dodged the panda attacks that destroyed the floor. Maki Panda thought while looking at the green-haired girl's body. Don't get distracted, said Geto, kicking the animal in the face and sending Panda to the ground with a punch. Does he also know how to fight hand-to-hand? He thought, surprised. The panda getting up rammed the black-haired man, stamping him on the ground, causing a large curtain of smoke coming out of it. An intact Geto, unlike Panda, came out with a different shape similar to a gorilla, increasing its speed. Also being dodged by the black-haired man, who counterattacked using curses in the form of a worm, which were destroyed by blows from the animal, generating a feint for Geto to appear behind Panda's new form. How predictable, said a confident Geto. It's because it was a feint, Panda said, generating energy in his hands. Drum roll. Hitting the black-haired man, who defended himself with a curse, blocking part of the damage but not the recoil, stopping on a wall to immediately dodge other consecutive attacks from the panda, counterattacking with the worm curses, distracting Panda while he picked up Maki's weapon and threw it at the animal's back, managing to pierce it. You were close, said Geto, to end the fight. You too, Panda replied, falling to the ground and showing Inumaki ready to attack. Get down, shouted Toge to send Geto to the ground, causing a large smoke screen due to the impact. Toge, are you okay? Panda said in his normal form, watching the white-haired boy vomit blood. Caviar, Inumaki answered with difficulty. Yes, Maki comes first, Panda answered so that the two could go to the green-haired girl's body. Maki, are you okay? Maki? Mustard, said Inumaki, seeing no answer. Not yet, the green-haired girl said weakly as she watched the black-haired boy come back behind them. This is no longer consciousness, something bad is happening, said an Izuku, alerted by a tremor and another shock in his head. I must go now. Splendid, splendid, said Geto, who defeated the students. You don't know how moved I am. You came to save Midoriya, right? Sorcerers sacrificing themselves for other sorcerers' affection, admiration, said the black-haired boy, crying with emotion. The world that I long for so much appears before my eyes. Maki-san? Izuku asked, looking at the green-haired girl's body. To tell the truth, without the Rika Orimoto curse you're just another monkey, Midoriya, said Geto upon the arrival of the green-haired boy. I'll have to kill you for the future of sorcery. Panda, Midoriya said without paying attention to the black-haired boy. Izuku, said Toge, having the attention of the aforementioned escape. December 24th. Come out, Rika, Izuku shouted, using his quirk on his body and the curse's body, generating a large amount of both green and red rays. The curse of special grade, Rika Orimoto. It manifested itself completely for the second time. I'm going to kill you, said Geto, looking at the green-haired boy's power. I'm going to kill you, Izuku said with great hatred in his voice. This will be a battle of quantity versus quality, said Geto, looking at Rika. What will you do against this, Queen of Curses? Summoning a large number of curses in the form of blue babies with the order to attack, the green-haired man unconsciously released a curtain of purple smoke covering the entire stage. So new tricks, Geto said, clearing the smoke with a stream of air thanks to his cursed energy, huh? I see, it was to mislead, he said, seeing that the bodies of the students were not there. I need to make sure they're okay, he said as he took his friends with a black whip, followed by the black-haired boy's curses. Rika, do it. After saying that, Rika stood in the way of the curses, releasing more red rays, hitting one of them, generating a pressure current, killing the rest of the curses invoked and eliminating the purple smoke completely. They are very badly injured, especially Maki, said Izuku, leaving his friends in a building. They will not die, he said while a white aura settled on the wounded. I have not yet learned the complete reverse rituals, but it will at least stop the bleeding. Being interrupted by Rika, who took Maki. It's not fair, always you, Rika said angrily, shaking the green-haired girl's body. What are you doing, Rika? Said the green-haired boy in an annoying tone. She saved me. Treat her with more care than a flower or a butterfly, he said so that Rika would place Maki in the green-haired boy's arms. I'm sorry, don't be angry, Rika said, tears streaming down her face. I'm not angry, Izuku said, calmer and placing Maki on the ground. Don't hate me, Rika said, still shedding tears. I don't hate you, Midoriya said, calming the curse and looking in Geto's direction. Our enemy is that one, he said, pointing at the black-haired man with his sword. Izuku, do you hate him? Asked the curse. Yes, I hate it, the green-haired boy responded with hatred. In that case I hate him too, said Rika. You are definitely a special grade, Geto said, watching Izuku standing on a lamppost. Why do you say that exactly? The green-haired boy asked with some curiosity. We special grades have the extra characteristic of defying logic itself, Suguru explained to the green-haired boy. You do not possess cursed energy, but you still have a gift that allows you to use it. It is not something that should exist. You should not exist. What kind words? Izuku said with clear sarcasm. I have a question for you. Why did you stop attacking? Healing with cursed energy requires an advanced reverse ritual, explained the black-haired man. It was preferable that you concentrated, and I was surprised by the fact that you can use cursed energy. He ended by invoking curses similar to centipedes. Having said that, why don't we continue? He said, ordered to attack his curses. Rika, let's try to do that, Izuku said, so that the curse understood what he meant by creating a megaphone with symbols. If I can use the gifts of my predecessors, I can also use their ritual techniques. Although only with Rika's help can I achieve it. Mini flashback. Core of One for All. We meet again, ninth, said the fifth bearer, looking at the green-haired man. There are many things we must talk about, especially about an intruder in this power. Unfortunately, there are only the three of us, said the first bearer. Well, not counting her. He mentioned seeing Rika floating around the place. My mouth. I can talk now, Izuku said, happy to be able to speak in that place. But what about the other carriers? I asked, seeing the others as shadows of different colors each. They are not fully awake yet, but they will soon wake up, the fifth replied. But that is not what brings you here. It's to talk about Rika Orimoto in One for All, said the first. She has merged with this power completely. Is it something bad? Izuku asked, worried. Not entirely, the white-haired man answered to reassure the green-haired man, but it places some new limitations. She and you count as one person, said the fifth, confusing the green-haired man. If she uses 60%, your maximum will be 40%, just like the gifts. If you use the black whip, she will not be able to use it. That's a big limitation, Izuku said, surprised. But thanks to her we discovered that you can also awaken our ritual techniques, said the first. Unfortunately, these are unknown even to us. But you can discover them easily, said the fifth. The gifts are a mutation of the cursed energy. The gifts exist to reinforce the rituals, he explained, thus our gifts are related to the rituals. My original gift is to transfer gifts to other people, explained the first. Perhaps my ritual is something similar to copying or stealing rituals. I see, so I'll have to check for myself, said the green-haired man. I imagine that the same thing happens with the rituals as with the gifts if Rika is there, right? That's a possibility, the white-haired man replied, but we also believe that. Cheer up with that, the fifth shouted, scaring the green-haired boy. Soon the gifts of more bearers will awaken, so cheer up with that. That's what I'll do, said the green-haired boy with determination. I'll try hard. End of flashback. Snake eyes and fangs? Geto thought, surprised seeing the symbols on the megaphone. Those are the signs of the Inumaki clan. First bearer ritual technique, mimicry. Cursed speech, Izuku thought as he watched the curses approach him. Die, he said into the megaphone to make all the enemy curses explode. Splendid, Geto said, marveling at the display of power. The cursed speech is a powerful family ritual, and he was able to use it with less than half a year of experience in sorcery. It's quite complicated, Izuku said seriously, looking at Geto. The cursed energy dissipates, and it's hard to aim. Inumaki is incredible. Rika Orimoto's true form is constantly changing, just like Izuku. Midoriya, Geto said to himself. Together they are an inexhaustible source of cursed energy. Forks. I have some amazing friends, Izuku said, increasing the percentage of his power. But you, he said while the rays increased in his body unconsciously, I will use a new level. 45% percentage has been unlocked. Now I want it even more, said the black-haired man with emotion. To beat you to a pulp, Midoriya finished his sentence. Izuku. Midoriya vs. Suguru. Geto. Get started now. You've never felt such an intense emotion that fills your body with cursed energy, right? Geto said, watching the green-haired man come down from where he was. Your physical ability increases, sharpens your senses, and you feel omnipotent, he said, invoking a purple curse that spat out a curse tool. The rabble is no longer a match for you. I'll have to do it myself. Follow me, Rika, Izuku said, getting into a combat stance. Humans are at the top of the food chain, But they still imagine the existence of superior beings called gods, said Suguru in a combat pose with his weapon that was triple nunchakus. Don't you find it curious? We sorcerers exist without any belief. Izuku quickly lunged with his sword towards the black-haired man, attacking and being blocked by Geto, who quickly dodged a blow from Rika. Taking advantage of the moment, the green-haired man attacked the sorcerer's back, generating a small cut because the black-haired man reacted in time. Just a small cut, I'll have to resort to new gifts, he thought to use. Smoke screen, expelling purple smoke. You need more than that to defeat me, the sorcerer shouted, hitting the ground with his weapon and clearing his vision. Where is it? I don't feel Midoriya's energy, he thought, seeing only Rika in front of him. Rika approached the black-haired man, increasing the rays in her body to attack him. Although Geto tried to defend himself from behind, he was caught by Black Whip by a green-haired man without his quirk activated. If I deactivate the OFA, my energy and presence disappear. That gives me the opportunity for a surprise attack. Izuku gave the signal for the curse to attack the black-haired man Rika now. They played me, thought Geto, invoking a curse at his feet. In the end, monkeys only tried to look away from those above them, he said, so that tentacles came out from under his feet. You sound like a kid talking about wanting to be a god, Izuku said, so the tentacles surrounded him, stopping using the Black Whip. One for all, full cowling 45%. The green-haired boy activated his quirk, destroying the tentacles instantly, and then received a blow from Geto's weapon that sent him crashing into a wall, and before he could react, Geto attacked again, generating a large amount of dust. I am not looking for deification, but for a chosen people, said Suguru, beginning his speech. Several times the weak have oppressed the strong using their majority, he said, seeing that Rika had the green-haired boy in her arms. The only thing I am saying is that the insolence of monkeys is something that disgusts me. Izuku, Rika spoke with the aforementioned in her arms. Don't worry, said Midoriya, freeing himself from the curse's arms. I'm already getting used to it. Is the talk over? He said, seeing Izuku's pose and that Rika's size was shrinking. I'll increase the percentage to the maximum, Midoriya thought, releasing more rays from his body and approaching Geto quickly. 50%. It's faster than before, Geto thought in surprise. 60%. The wizard trying to counterattack was dodged by the green-haired man, who placed himself at Geto's side with his new speed to charge more power in his sword and attack the black-haired man, but before he managed to hit, the sword broke into pieces. Big mistake, Geto said mockingly. If you put a curse in all at once, the container won't withstand it. Didn't Satoru teach you that? He said without realizing that Rika had completely disappeared. It's done little by little. 70%. 80%. 90%. 100%. Detriot, the green-haired boy shouted as he hit Geto in the face. Smash. Black flash. 10. I don't know anything, I only know the sorcerers of this academy, said Izuku, seeing the black-haired boy on the ground and bleeding. So I don't know if you're right or not, but in order to stay with my friends, in order to believe that I deserve to live, I have to kill you. How selfish, said the Witcher, getting up with difficulty due to the damage from the blow. Are you trying to convince yourself? There is nothing more important than that to continue living, he said, seeing that Rika reappeared in her large size. Given the case, I will also give everything to kill you. I'll deactivate the OFAM myself, so that Rika can use it to the fullest, he thought, watching Rika grow bigger. I will not skimp on quality or quantity. Geto warned. Did you know that there are only 4 special grade humans? Among the curses, there are 16, and this is one of them. The fictional curse spirit, the incarnation of Tamamo no Mae, he said, summoning a curse in the form of a woman. In addition, I plan to combine the 4461 curses that I carry with me to crush you. 4461 curses, Izuku thought, somewhat worried. Extreme curse manipulation, Spiral Uzumaki, said Geto, so that a dark sphere was generated from his finger that increased in size until it became a spiral behind him. Midoriya, I was right to come to kill you before you mastered the power that you and Rika Orimoto possess. It's a promise. When we grow up, we're going to get married. Clear. This way we will be together forever. Rika, Izuku said, addressing her. Forks? Rika asked, feeling the green-haired boy's hands on her face. Thank you for always protecting me. Thank you for loving me. Could you please use OFA at 100%? Izuku asked the curse. I want to stop it. After that, I won't ask you for anything else, he said, looking at the black-haired boy, to go back to Rika. After this we will be together forever as we promised. I love you, Rika. Shall we leave together? He asked to kiss the curse's face. Izuku, I adore you, I adore you, I adore you, said to happy Rika, showing a red eye on her face and releasing all the power of the OFA. Is she planning to sacrifice herself to release the limit of her cursed energy? Geto thought, surprised at Rika's new form. So that's what you were up to, Don Juan? Don't insult me, Izuku said as Rika used OFA in a purple sphere as an attack. It's sincere love. In that case, this is justice, Geto said to attack with his Uzumaki, trying to counter Rika's attack. The maximum powers of the two collided, generating a huge explosion, destroying everything in its path, leaving the place completely destroyed. Splendid, truly splendid, the power to change the world, said a dying Geto without an arm. If I had Rika, I wouldn't have to gather curses secretly. Next time it will be mine, he said as he leaned against the wall and fell to the ground. It seems you're late, Satoru. Sugura, said the white-haired man without his bandages, seeing the state the black-haired man was in. And to think that you would finish me off. Is my family okay? Geto asked, referring to his subjects. They all managed to escape, Gojo said. Those in Kyoto were also following your orders, right? Yes, Geto replied. Unlike you, I am a good person. You sent those two knowing that I would beat them, right? All to provoke Midoriya. Because I trusted you, Gojo replied. I trusted that someone with your principles would never kill young sorcerers for no reason. You trusted me, huh? Geto said, remembering his past. I never imagined that you would still be able to place your trust in me. Return it, okay? He said, giving him Izuku's ID. Was the school thing yours too? The white-haired man asked, looking at the ID. Well, yes, said Geto with a smile. You're beyond help. Gojo mentioned any last words. No matter what they say, I will always hate monkeys, Geto replied. But I never held a grudge against anyone at the Wizardry Academy. I just became unable to smile wholeheartedly in a world like this. Sugura, said Gojo to approach the black-haired man and mention some unknown words. At least insult me and curse me before I die, Geto said, smiling before finally dying. Hey, said Maki worriedly, seeing Izuku unconscious. Izuku, Panda said, as did Maki. Hey, Izuku, are you okay? Maki asked, seeing that the green-haired boy was waking up. Mustard flakes, Inumaki said worriedly. Wake up, Izuku, Panda said, so that the green-haired boy would open his eyes completely. Oh, he's awake. Guys, your wounds, Maki. Inumaki. Panda, your arm is broken, Izuku said, looking at Panda. Calm down, we're all better off than you, Maki said, reassuring Izuku. Unlike you, my arm can be fixed later, Panda said to reassure Midoriya completely. Thank you for saving us. Salmon, Inumaki said, nodding his head. Hey, what happened to your arm? Maki asked, looking at the green-haired boy's right arm. Huh? Deku said, looking at his arm, which was purple and bleeding. When did that happen? Izuku, Rika spoke, having everyone's attention. Sorry, Rika, Izuku said as he approached Curse holding her broken arm. I made you wait. What's wrong, Izuku? Panda asked, stopping the green-haired boy from walking. This in exchange for Rika using 100%. I promise to be with her forever, answered a rather nervous Midoriya. What? That means you're going to die, right? Maki said excitedly. What were you thinking, you idiot? Well, it's just that Izuku was interrupted because Rika changed form to when she was human. Huh? They all said in unison, seeing Rika's form. Congratulations, you broke the curse, said Gojo while clapping his hands. Who is it? They all said in unison because Gojo was not wearing any bandages. I'm your very handsome teacher, Satoru Gojo. The white-haired man replied, outraged that he wasn't recognized. Izuku shared a very interesting theory with me, so I looked into his family, Gojo explained. Rika's investigation ended a long time ago, but the Midoriya family was full of holes. And we finally discovered the truth, he said, astonishing the green-haired man. You're a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane. That makes us distant relatives. Suga? The students said in amazement. Who? Izuku asked without knowing anything. One of the three ghosts of Japan, Maki replied. A super important wizard, Panda said. Tuna I speak Inumaki. You were right, Izuku said Gojo. Becoming serious again, Rika hadn't cursed you, he said, surprising Izuku by looking at Rika. It was you who cursed her. I see. When I refused to accept Rika's death, I refused to accept Rika, Izuku thought while looking at Rika. The one who placed the curse already broke the nexus, explained Gojo, so if the curse does not seek any kind of punishment, you are totally free, he said looking at Rika, but the answer should be obvious when you see it like this. It was all my fault? Izuku said, shedding tears as he kneeled on the ground. I made you take that form. Everyone could have died when Geto came for me. Everything because of... Izuku, thank you. Rika said, hugging the green-haired boy, consoling him for giving me more time and letting me accompany you, she said, calming Izuku's tears. These years were the happiest of anyone in life, she said, and then stopped hugging him and began to shine. Goodbye. Even if I leave, remember that I will always be with you, she said, pointing her finger at Izuku's chest, taking out rays of the quirk, and don't rush to come with me, okay? See you later. Disappearing in a yellow glow, generating bubbles in the air as everyone watched the sunrise, leaving a beautiful view of the landscape. Rika-chan, see you later, Izuku said, looking at the sky while the OFA activated in his broken arm. Weeks later. 1 week for the UA. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. I know it's a bit late, but the incident with Geto isn't your fault, said Gojo, who was walking through the snowy academy. I would have come to the academy even if you weren't there. Are you sure? Asked Izuku, who was walking next to the white-haired man in the sorcerer's uniform. And take this, said Gojo, giving him his ID. My ID? Did you find it? Izuku asked. No, it wasn't me. It was my best friend, said Gojo, smiling, the only one I've ever had. Come on, Izuku, Maki said from afar with the others. How long are you going to make us wait? Let's go. I'm coming, he said to join them. Wait, Izuku, said Gojo, having everyone's attention. I have a mission for you. Huh? For now? Maki asked, irritated. Not exactly, said the teacher, confusing everyone. Izuku, Midoriya, your next mission is to go to UA Academy. Algae? / What? The students said at the same time in surprise. The entrance exams are in a week, Gojo said, reminding Izuku, that's why I'll give you this week to be with your family. It's true, I haven't seen my mom for 6 months, and also Tashinori-san, Izuku said, remembering, but if I go to UA, will I stop being a sorcerer? Not at all, Gojo said, reassuring Izuku, but you will still have to be in the world of sorcery with small missions or in events of the Academy of Sorcery. I see. Will I leave tomorrow? Izuku asked. If you want, you can go today, Gojo said. Do you want to? Although I want to see my mother, I want to spend this last day with my friends, Izuku said, looking at the others, smiling. Tomorrow I will leave. Then it will be tomorrow, said the white-haired man, respecting his student's decision. Enjoy this day. That's what we'll do, Panda replied excitedly. The next day. Midoriya apartment. Izuku, is that you? Said Inko, seeing her son at the door. I'm back, Mom, said the green-haired boy, seeing his mother on the verge of tears. Welcome home, Inko said, passing him to be hugged by Izuku. I miss you, Mom, she said as her mother hugged her back. Then tell me everything, Inko said as she separated from the hug. Come on in, we have guests. Guests? Who? He asked as he entered, followed by his mother. Your Aunt Mitsuki and Katsuki were accompanying me, Inko said, surprising the green-haired boy. Deku? Said the ashen-haired boy, looking at the aforementioned. Hello, Kaken, said Izuku, greeting and seeing that he was next to Katsuki. Hello, Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku-chan, weren't you missing? Bakugo asked in surprise. Huh? Mom, didn't they tell you anything? Izuku asked, seeing his mother shake her head. Tell me what? Said Inko, quite confused. Professor Gojo said not to worry about it, but he clearly forgot. Izuku thought it's nothing. But where have you been all this time? Katsuki asked, watching the green-haired boy sit on the couch just like his mother. It's hard to say everything. Izuku said, not wanting to say everything but to sum it all up. I was training my quirk to the max, he said, to use the black whip to take the teacup. Before you couldn't even use it at will, Inko said, surprised by the mastery of the gift. You came back just in time, Katsuki said, so that Izuku understood what he meant. The exams for the UA are in 6 days, said the green-haired boy. Obviously I'm going to go, he said with excitement, making the green-haired boy smile. Hey son, said Inko, having the green-haired boy's attention. And that ring? Is it? Mom, this is the ring that Rika gave me for my birthday, Izuku said with a drop of sweat at his mother's reaction. Don't you remember her? I don't really remember much, the green-haired girl replied, embarrassed. Even after her death she is still here with me, Izuku said, looking at the ring on his finger. I'm also curious to know what she meant when she used the OFA. That sounds nice, Inko said, but also scary. I prefer to think about the pretty ones, said the green-haired boy. And did you discover more things about your quirk? Katsuki asked, changing the subject. Quite a few more things, Izuku replied, but the most impressive thing was that I managed to use 100%, although it was only for a moment. You managed to use 100%, said Inko, surprised. That's great. It was for a moment until I saw my broken arm, said the green-haired man, shocking everyone, and showing his right arm with a scar. Luckily, I was able to use my gift in a different way and I was able to regenerate my wounds. Regenerate your wounds? Katsuki asked, impressed. Well, something like that, Izuku said, confusing them. I don't have much mastery of regeneration. I still have a lot to learn, the green-haired man explained. That's why I have the scar. If you mastered it, wouldn't it leave a scar? Mitsuki asked while drinking tea. Exactly, but I must master it completely, the green-haired man answered, looking at his arm. But that will take a lot of practice. I really don't want to know how you discovered that ability, Inko said, leaving Izuku blank. Well, I tried to find an excuse without finding one. This, Izuku said his mother angrily. This is how Izuku Midoriya spent the day with his family after months of being missing, while for him it was an odyssey where he faced the past, gaining confidence and new friends at the Academy of Sorcery. Now with a new mission and objective, go to the prestigious UA Hero Academy. While on missions as a special grade sorcerer. UA exam. The UA Academy Heroes course. A training academy for those who want to become great professional heroes, and their acceptance rate is less than 1 in 300 each year. The hero who refused a national honor award, the number 1 hero, All Might. The hero who solved the biggest incidents in history, the number 2 hero, Endeavor. The winner of the Best Genist award for 8 years in a row, the Best Genist hero. Graduating from UA is a requirement to be a great hero. Now I'm here at UA to take the exam, Izuku thought as he looked at the building and all the people entering. I don't plan on disappointing Tashinori-san or Gojo-sensei. I'm going to get into UA. Normally I would think you would be more nervous, Bakugo said, looking at the green-haired boy next to him. I'm a little nervous, but I'm here to pass, said Deku, quite determined, surprising the ashen-haired boy. And you better be the one to pass too. Of course I'll pass, Deku, Katsuki said as he walked with the green-haired boy towards the building. Deku has changed too much. What happened in these 6 months? To all applicants, welcome to my show today, a blonde man shouted to all the students in front of him. Everyone says, hey, he shouted excitedly to receive an awkward silence. What a refined answer. Then, I will present to you the practical exam route. Are you ready? Forks, he said to receive another silence. It's the voice hero. Present mic. Incredible, Izuku thought, looking at the blonde. So all the teachers at UA are professional heroes, he said, whispering so the ashen-haired boy could hear him. It seems so, Katsuki replied, surprised by a detail normally Deku would be mumbling. That's strange for him. As it says in the application requirements, you applicants will have a 10-minute training battle after this, the hero explained. You can bring whatever you want with you, he said as the screen behind him changed. After the introduction, head to the specified battle center, okay? So they don't let you work with your friends, huh? Katsuki said, looking at the green-haired boy's sheet. You're right, Izuku said, looking at his paper and the ashen-haired boys, seeing that they were different places. Although our examination numbers are consecutive, we were assigned to different battle centers. Let's make this a competition, shall we? Katsuki asked confidently. Who scores more points? I accept, Izuku said defiantly. 3 different types of villains are in each battle center, he explained, while 3 silhouettes were displayed on the screen. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear applicants, is to use your gifts to earn points by defeating villains, explained the hero. Of course, attacking the other applicants or any other non-heroic action is prohibited. Any questions? said a blue-haired man with glasses. Forks present, Mike answered, giving him the floor. In the pamphlets, there are 4 types of villains, said the blue-haired man while showing the sheet in his hand. If that is a printing error, then the UA, the most prestigious academy in Japan, should be ashamed of such a mistake, he said outrageously. The applicants are here because they want to be exemplary heroes. Okay, applicant number 7111. Thanks for the message, said the hero, so that a 4th silhouette appeared on the screen. The 4th villain is the worst of all because he is worth 0 points. Explained to the villain that is the obstacle type. There is one in each battle center, an obstacle that can appear in narrow spaces. It is not impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to do so, said the blonde. I recommend that you try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption, said the blue-haired man, bowing and sitting down in his seat. I see, it's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? Someone in the crowd said to another person. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give all the applicants a present from our academy, said the blonde hero. To finish, the hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes the misfortunes of life. Go beyond the limit plus ultra, he said with emotion, while the mentioned words appeared on the screen. Now, everyone. Good luck suffering. Fake UA City. It's time to do it. Today I'll see if all these months of effort were enough, he thought, looking at the fake city in front of him. I'm going to try to defeat the villains without the OFA first. I want to see how strong I am now. Izuku has the same clothes he had at the Wizarding Academy. Hey, said a blue-haired man, taking the green-haired man by the shoulder. I hope I'm not bothering you too much, but I'm curious about that sword you're carrying. Do you have permission to carry it? Forks, I asked the director for permission, and he granted it, Izuku replied, clarifying the slow guy's doubt. Likewise, Professor Present Mike said that we could bring whatever we wanted. It's true, I'm sorry to bother you, said the blue-haired boy, bowing. It's no bother. I'm Izuku Midoriya, the green-haired man introduced himself. And you? I'm Tenya Ida. Nice to meet you, said the now familiar Ida. I hope not to bother you anymore, and good luck on the exam, he said as he walked away from Izuku. I hope to see you again. Good luck too, Izuku replied. It's quite formal, but it's quite friendly, he thought, to see the city gates open. Okay, get started, Present Mike shouted from the top of a building. What's going on? There's no countdown in real fights. The green-haired contestant is going to get all the points if you don't hurry up. Saying that, the hero made the students see a part of the ground that was cracked. The applicants rushed to enter the city to start getting points, seeing some robots split in half. I managed to get an advantage by starting early, but I guess it wasn't necessary. These robots are very weak, Izuku thought disappointedly as he cut down a 3-point robot. I won't even have to use the OFA. How disappointing. The green-haired boy looked ahead and saw 5 robots approaching him, 1 with 1 point, 3 with 2 points, and 1 with 3 points. Target located. I will kill you all, the robots said at the same time as they raced towards the green-haired boy. Yeah, I've heard that like 20 times, Izuku said irritatedly, taking his katana to easily slice the 1-point robot's head. I really don't feel like prolonging this fight. The green-haired man charged at the 3-pointer to hit him in the head, exploding it in the process. He then went after the remaining robots, cutting one in half while the other 2 tried to hit him, failing because the green-haired man disappeared from their sight, appearing behind one, piercing it with the katana and cutting it horizontally, leaving them in a one-on-one situation. After the fight against Geto, I feel like no other fight will surprise me, Izuku thought disappointedly, punching the robot with his fist. I hope I'm wrong. Izuku kept walking until he came to a place where many people were defeating the fake villains. Wow, everyone is trying their best, thought the green-haired boy, watching everyone use their gifts to get points. A brown-haired girl touched some robots, causing them to levitate in the air. Release, said the brunette with effort, joining her fingers in a triangle so that the robots would immediately stop floating and fall to the ground. And with this I have 28 points. So 28 points, I wonder how many I'll get? I should have counted my points, the green-haired boy thought with a bit of regret. Huh? That's Ida-san. The blue-haired boy ran using his gift, which were motors in his legs, to give a kick that destroyed the robot. 44 points, Ida said after destroying the robot. What incredible quirks they all have, Izuku thought in amazement. Well, that was enough. I must get more points, he thought, to finally leave that place to a more remote one. Teacher's room. In this practical exam, The applicants are not informed of the number of villains or their location. A kind of white rat spoke. They have a time limit in a large area. They must get the villains out of their hiding places, he said while looking at the screens that showed the applicants' ability to gather information and understand the situation before anyone else. Mobility that can be used in different circumstances, he said while looking at Ida on the screen. Insight to remain calm in any situation, he said, so that a blonde man could be seen on the screen. And pure combat ability, he said while watching Izuku destroying more robots easily. Those are the skills necessary to keep the streets peaceful, and the points of this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? Said a teacher looking at the screens. Well, we can't be sure, told the teacher to press a red button. The real test is yet to begin. Fake UA City. A strong tremor was felt in the fake city, alerting all the candidates, while a giant robot passed through the buildings, destroying the glass in its path. The 0 points was released. Is that 0 points? It looks intimidating, Izuku thought looking at the giant robot. Should I fight against that? Midoriya-kun, why are you staring? We have to go to the exit, said Ida, who was running to be followed by the green-haired boy. Would it be right to escape from a villain like that? The green-haired man asked. Maybe with my gift. Less than 2 minutes left, President Mike shouted, warning everyone. I think we better go, Midoriya-kun, Ida said for the remaining time. If you're right, I have no reason to fight against it, Izuku said, somewhat disappointed for not being able to use his quirk, although I wanted to fight against it anyway, he thought as he ran with the blue-haired boy to the exit. It hurts. The moan of a girl trapped in the rubble was heard. Midoriya-kun? Ida said, confused when he saw the green-haired boy suddenly stop and look back. One for all, full cowling, 30%, Midoriya thought as he activated his quirk in his body and headed to the trapped girl's place. I'll save whoever is within my reach. The green-haired boy's body was surrounded by green rays. As he increased his speed, using Black Whip, he removed the rubble that was on the top of the girl. Hey, are you okay? The green-haired boy asked the girl. Yes, but my ankle is hurt, said the girl, unable to walk because of her wound, huh? She said as she was lifted bridal style by the green-haired boy. Careful. The girl warned when she saw an imminent attack from the giant robot directed at them. When the attack was about to hit, the green-haired boy disappeared from everyone's sight to reappear at the side of the blue-haired boy. Ida-san, Izuku said, having his attention. Please take care of her. I'll fight the villain, he said as he carefully placed the girl on the ground. Wait, Midoriya-kun, it's quite dangerous, Ida said late, seeing that Izuku was no longer with him. How fast? The giant robot looked for the green-haired boy with his eyes, finding him on top of a building, face to face with the robot. Against something so big, my katana won't be the best. I'll use my fists then, Izuku said excitedly, seeing the robot. The 0 points hit the building where the green-haired man was, who dodged thanks to danger sensor to move quickly and climbed the robot's arm to reach the head. Jumping and trying to be on top of the head, Izuku channeled his quirk in his left arm, hitting the giant robot's head with all its might, leaving a large dent and causing it to start to explode little by little. That was all? I only took one hit, Izuku thought with great disappointment watching the robot being destroyed. Now that I think about it, I jumped too high, he said, seeing that he was plummeting to the ground. I'll have to use 45% of my legs to hold the fall, he said, to fall and create a stream of dust. Midoriya-kun, Ida said worriedly as he fell from a great height. Calm down, Ida-san. I have it under control, Izuku said as he walked towards them. Although the truth is that you should think more about falling, he said with some grace as he brushed dust off his clothes. Aren't you hurt? The blue-haired man asked, surprised by the calmness with which the green-haired man spoke. Not at all, I just have dust, said Midoriya, and then looked at the girl and approached her. Stay still. Let me help you, he said while using a reverse ritual on the girl. Huh! My ankle is healed, said the surprised girl. Time's up, President Mike shouted, causing an alarm to sound, ending the exam. While the exam is over, said the green-haired boy, was it necessary to count our points? You didn't count them, Ida said, surprised seeing the green-haired boy laughing nervously. I forgot, Izuku said, laughing nervously. What do you mean you forgot? You're in the middle of an exam, huh? Said Ida, leaving the green-haired boy confused. Wait, exam. 0 point obstacle. What? What's going on? Said the girl, seeing that the blue-haired boy was thoughtful. Well, good job, good job, good job. Here. Some candy, like some said an old nurse giving some candy to an applicant. Thank you, said the applicant, accepting the sweets. Yes, yes, the same, he said while walking to the center of everyone. That mademoiselle is the backbone of the UA, explained a blonde man with a French accent, the licensed nurse of the UA Academy. The youth heroine, recovery girl. Is there anyone hurt here? The old woman asked when she saw no one was hurt. While this is not common. Good job, everyone. I see. If this exam is like this, then Midoriya-kun, Ida thought while looking at the green-haired boy. I took a job from an old lady. I didn't know she was here, Izuku thought, comically worried. Days later. Midoriya apartment. Izuku, the results will come soon, right? Inko asked while watching Izuku eating. I think they should arrive today or tomorrow, Izuku said, not very sure. After arriving, it was not possible to talk to Tashinori-san. It's quite likely that he's very busy, you know. Being the symbol of peace must be exhausting, Inko said to encourage her son. Yes, you're right, said the green-haired man, but still, there's a lot I want to talk to you about. About sorcery, right? Inko asked, already knowing about the subject. Even for me it is difficult to understand, so you need time to tell Tashinori. Yes, it was quite an odyssey, Izuku said, remembering until they heard the door being knocked. I'll go, Mom. He didn't even let me react, the green-haired girl thought with a comical drop of sweat. Gojo-sensei, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, seeing the white-haired boy at the door. It's because I have a mission for you, Satoru said excitedly. Can you let me through? He asked comically for Izuku to let him through. Who is he, Izuku? The green-haired girl asked when she saw Gojo enter the apartment. This is Satoru Gojo, my sorcery teacher, Izuku introduced the white-haired boy. I see you explained everything. Good job, said Gojo, raising his thumb, but I'd better explain the mission to you. Mission? Inko asked. Stop worrying. Calm down, Mom. I'm used to this, said the green-haired boy to calm his mother. And what is the mission? Good thing you asked. Your next mission is to hunt curses in an abandoned house, Gojo said excitedly. It's near a small town, so you'll have to walk quite a bit. Won't the veil be necessary? Izuku asked as he went alone. It's in a remote place. I doubt it's necessary, the white-haired man replied, but if you want you can place it yourself. Will it be a long mission? Izuku asked. I'll go alone, I guess. Exactly, and the time will depend entirely on you, Gojo replied. Several disappearances have been reported from the place. It is likely that one or many curses. Well, where am I going? Said the green-haired boy excitedly, making Gojo smile. Unknown place. Crawl. Start running, run, Tanjiro, run, Zenitsu, a flying crow shouted. You both have to go to your next destination. Run, Tanjiro, run, Zenitsu. That sea crow is talking, shouted the blonde Zenitsu while throwing himself comically to the ground. Isn't he exaggerating too much? Thought Tanjiro, looking at the blonde. Hey, Tanjiro, I think I should stay here, said Zenitsu while crying comically and following the redhead. Even if I accompany you, I know I won't be able to help you in the mission. The smell of demons is increasing. They must be close, thought the redhead, ignoring the blonde. A house? Seeing a house in the middle of the forest ahead. I can smell blood, but it's strange, said Tanjiro, surprised by the smell he caught. Wait, can you smell something? Zenitsu asked in amazement. Yes, but it's a completely new smell, said Tanjiro, looking at the house. No, I don't smell anything, but I think I hear something. Do you hear it? The blonde asked, straining his hearing. I don't know what's making that noise. What noise? Tanjiro asked, confused, and then saw people near them. What are those kids doing here? Zenitsu said, trembling, seeing the two children near a tree. You look scared, said the redhead, approaching them. Hey kids, what are you doing here alone? He said as he approached, but stopped when he saw their scared faces. I'm sure you're terrified. Hey kids, I have something cool here. Do you want to see? Torun, it's a cute sparrow, he said to take a sparrow from his hand. See? Isn't it cute? He said, completely calming the children. What happened to you? Did someone do something to you? Is that your house? It's not this house is, said the frightened child. It belongs to a monster, he said, surprising the redhead. Our brother was kidnapped. It was night, we were walking down the road and that thing appeared in front of us. It didn't even look at us, it went straight to my brother. Did the monster bring you to this house? Tanjiro asked, listening attentively. Yes, that's right, the boy answered with his sister in his arms. So, you followed them here? How brave, good job, said Tanjiro, trying to calm the children down. We only follow my brother's blood, I hurt him a lot, said the boy. Don't worry, I'll defeat the monster, and save your brother, Tanjiro decisive saidly. Really? Are you going to save him? The girl asked hopefully. Yes, I promise, said the redhead, calming the brothers completely. Hey, Tanjiro, Zenitsu mentioned, what is that strange sound? It makes me very nervous, and it doesn't stop. I think it sounds like a drum. What sound? I don't hear anything. Is it because of your quirk? Said Tanjiro to focus on the house where the noise was getting louder and louder. From the highest window of the house the sound of the drum intensified more and more, leaving everyone expectant. When the sound stopped, a bloody body of a person came out of the window, falling to the ground, spreading his blood on the ground. Tanjiro quickly covered the vision of the children so that they could not see the scene. Close your eyes, the redhead ordered the children, and approached the body. Is he still alive? Can you hear me? Tell me something, said Tanjiro, desperately taking the body. The wound is deep. This is very serious. Although I can escape from that horrible place, am I going to die anyway? He said so that his eyes lost color, and he bled to death. He's dead. I'm sorry you suffered like that, thought Tanjiro, lamenting the death of the one he had in his arms. Tanjiro, do you think that man is the brother of those children? Zenitsu said with fear. Before hearing an answer in the house, the drum sounds were heard again, but now it was more frantic, scaring everyone except the redhead, who looked at the house seriously. We couldn't save him. If we had arrived a little earlier, everything could have turned out differently, thought Tanjiro, frustrated for not being able to save him. Hey, is that your brother? He asked the children. No, it's not him, the brother answered without seeing the corpse. He was wearing an orange kimono. So I capture more than one person, thought Tanjiro, surprised, leaving the body on the ground carefully. I promise I will bury you when I return. I'm sorry, he thought, praying for the deceased to address the blonde. Okay, Zenitsu, come with me. I'm not going into that place, said the blonde while shaking his head over and over again in fear. The only ones who can help now are you and me, Zenitsu, said Tanjiro, looking at the blonde, who did not move out of fear. Okay, as you wish, he said in a serious tone, scaring the blonde and leaving in the direction of the children. No, wait, why did you look at me like that? Don't do that again. It's okay, I'll go with you, said Zenitsu, grabbing the box on the redhead's back. I don't want to force you, Tanjiro said threateningly. I'm telling you I'm going, Zenitsu said, crying comically. I want to leave you this box in case you have problems, said the redhead, leaving the box he had on his back next to the brothers. This will protect you, in case you need help, he said, to get up from the ground and go to the entrance of the house. Okay, we'll be right back, being followed by a fearful blonde. Inside the house. As the two entered the house, they saw that it was quite dusty and had an old decoration. While they walked through the halls, Zenitsu decided to talk. Tanjiro, hey Tanjiro, no matter what's in this place, you're not going to let anything happen to me, right? Zenitsu said with great fear. Zenitsu, I hate to tell you this, but Tanjiro said, stopping his steps and looking at the blonde, in my last fight I hurt a rib and a leg, and it's still not completely healed. SW. What? You have broken bones now, then why did you bring me with you? If you have fractures, it's impossible for you to save me. I'm going to die, Zenitsu very said dramatically and throwing himself to the ground. Zenitsu, you have to calm down, you're going to be fine, said Tanjiro, trying to calm down the blonde's fuss. Don't be so cruel, don't give me illusions, Zenitsu said without calming down. That's right, you're going to be okay because you're, Tanjiro said, only to be interrupted by a new smell near them. Zenitsu, calm down, someone or something is coming. Freedom. I want to leave this place, said a curse that appeared before them. What's going on? I can't see what's causing the sound, Tanjiro thought, alerted. Where is the sound coming from? Zenitsu asked, not seeing the enemy but knowing that he was ahead. Outside the house. Should we go with them? The brother asked his younger sister. That box is making strange noises, said the sister, looking at the box so that it started to move a little. Brother, she said, scared. It arises from a darkness blacker than darkness. Purify the impure. Huh! The two brothers said at the same time when they saw a green-haired boy, and the sky instantly darkened. Is it nighttime? Hey kids, Izuku said, having the attention of the two, you shouldn't be here, it's dangerous. Our brother was kidnapped by a monster, said the boy, and other people went to rescue him. They left us in charge of this box. I see. Do you know the names of those people? Izuku asked curiously. I think their names were Tanjiro and Zenitsu, said the younger sister. Are you partners? You three carry katanas. Tanjiro and Zenitsu? Tanjiro Kamadu? Izuku said, surprised by the coincidence. If the three of us are partners, I stayed behind for a reason. Izuku lied, hiding his surprise, but it is better for you to stay here. I will go help you. Are you going to rescue my brother? The girl asked, looking at the green-haired boy. Of course, I'll also rescue everyone in there, Izuku said, smiling to reassure the children. Oh, and one more thing. What are your names and your brothers? I am Shoichi, and this is my younger sister Teruko. The boy and his sister introduced themselves. Our brother is called Kiyoshi. Please rescue him. I'll do that. Me and my companions will bring him back, Izuku said confidently as he headed to the entrance. Fine. You two stay there while we take care of the rest. Inside the house. What happened? Now it's visible, Zenitsu said, terrified by the appearance of the curse. That doesn't smell like a demon, Tanjiro said, looking at what was in front of him. The redhead remained on guard against the curse, which he tried to attack but stopped at the same time that his body deformed in a blue glow, transforming into a blue sphere and moving to the hand of the green-haired man who arrived, surprising the two hunters. Long time no see, Tanjiro, Izuku said happily while holding the sphere in his hand. Huh! Do you know Tanjiro? Zenitsu said a little calmer. Is that you, Izuku? Tanjiro asked, quite surprised and excited to see the green-haired boy. The same, Izuku. Midoriya said the green-haired boy, introducing himself to the blonde. I would like the reunion to be more touching, but we have a mission to complete. It's true, we have to save those children's brother, said the redhead, to concentrate on the mission. Do you know what that was? It was a curse. They are born from the negativity of people, the green-haired man explained briefly, but I can feel that there are more of these in the house, he said while swallowing the sphere. I'm still not used to this, it tastes disgusting. And what is that? Is it your gift? Asked a curious Zenitsu. It's not my gift, it's a secret, said the green-haired man, leaving the two confused. If I use a ritual technique that I copied, I can only use it for 5 minutes, but that changes with just one thing. If I imbue my katana with curse manipulation, I won't have a time limit. Now that there are 3 of us, we can solve this without any problems, Zenitsu said more calmly. By the way, Izuku, I'm Zenitsu Agatsuma. The blonde introduced himself. His scar gives him an intimidating appearance, but his voice is calm and gives me confidence. Nice to meet you, Zenitsu said the green-haired boy, but now we must go deeper into the house. Let's go, said Tanjiro, following the green-haired boy who went first while the blonde was last. Hey, look here, there's more of a path, said Zenitsu as he walked into a room followed by the others. By the way, the one we have to rescue is someone called Kiyoshi, said the green-haired boy. He is the children's brother. Before the others could answer anything, the room began to shake, scaring the blonde who hid behind the green-haired boy. When the shaking went away, the sound of a drum was heard, changing the 3 of them from one room to another. The room changed several times? Zenitsu asked, scared. Or did we move to the sound of the drum? Said Takamizuku. Stay alert, the redhead warned. A very strong smell is approaching us. After saying that, a demon with drums embedded in his body appeared through the door, quite annoyed, who put Izuku and Tanjiro on guard while the blonde did not move from fear. If it hadn't been for them, if they hadn't interfered, said the demon with anger in his voice, curses and all that, idiots, thanks to them, he was able to escape. The prey was mine and mine alone. Damn them, why do they come to break into a house that doesn't even belong to them? It's irritating. That prey was mine, damn rats, they will pay. Hey, listen to me, said the redhead, unsheathing his weapon. I am a demon hunter, Mizunoto rank, Tanjiro Kamadu. It is my duty to eliminate you now. The special blood child was only my property, said the demon, ignoring the redhead who approached to cut off his head. I got it, Tanjiro thought, a few centimeters away from cutting off the head of the demon who only played a drum on his right shoulder. What? He thought, surprised after falling to the left of the room. The whole house is the demon's territory. Demon hunter? Other than that, did he just use a ritual technique? But it's different in some way. I don't know what Izuku thought, standing on the wall. Someone else is coming. He head on assault, head on assault, head on assault, said a guy with a boar head as he broke a door entering the room. Who is that guy? Why is he wearing a boar's head? Tanjiro asked himself. He has knicker and swords. Show me your corpse so I can become stronger, monster. Help me reach even higher, said the boar to the demon. How irritating. How irritating, said the angry demon without looking at those present. Here I eat. Frontal assault, said the boar head, pointing his swords at the demon and launching himself towards him. How irritating. How irritating, said the drum demon, playing one of these and changing the orientation of the room again. Again, now we're back to normal, said Zenitsu, quite terrified to be stepped on by the boar. Hey, that hurts. Don't step on people, Izuku said, taking the guy's foot to lift him into the air. Zenitsu, are you okay? He asked to see the blonde nod his head. Who are you? Said the boar, surprised, and then laughed like crazy. You're strong. It's the first time a human has thrown me into the air, he said before launching himself at Izuku, attacking him with his swords, being dodged by the green-haired boy without problems. Why is he attacking me? Isn't he a hunter like them too? Izuku thought, looking at the boar. My swords hurt, do you know? Said the boar-headed man. They're not like the one you use. I'm proud to say that it rips flesh. Enough, there's a demon right there, Tanjiro said to try to stop the argument. And so what? Said the boar to attack the green-haired boy again. Insect. Disappear. Die, said the demon as he played the drum he had in his abdomen. After the sound of the drum, a claw-like attack was generated, interrupting the boar's attack, who narrowly dodged it while the green-haired man didn't even try to dodge it. The tatami was torn when I hit the drum sound. It sounds like the claws of a beast, thought Tanjiro, watching the attack. The demon playing the drum on his abdomen again generated an attack directly at the boar, who dodged. Seeing that the claw destroyed the door, the demon played the drum on his right shoulder, turning into the room. Turn right, Tanjiro thought, finding the pattern when the demon played the drum on his left shoulder. Turn left. Insects, disgusting insects, said the demon playing the drum with his right leg, turning the room to the front. Shit, Izuku mentally cursed as he fell through a door, and the boar fell on top of him. I think I'm starting to understand it, Tanjiro thought, being the only one in the room. And where is Zenitsu? Before thinking about anything else, a drum was heard in the distance that changed everyone's room, separating. The room changed again. Why? The demon didn't play any drums, thought Tanjiro, analyzing the situation. I smell several demons in the house. Is there another one with drums? Is that why it changed? And the most worrying thing is that we all separated after having analyzed. The redhead decided to advance. I smelled blood near here. Saying that, the hunter decided to follow the blood trails out of the room, finding a bloody body. There's another massacred body. Damn it, Tanjiro said, regretting when he saw the corpse on the ground. I promise I'll finish off the demon, he said, determined to continue searching. There's another smell of blood, but it's very peculiar. It's a smell I've never smelled before. It seems that he didn't lose much blood. The redhead stopped in the room where the smell came from and entered the room, finding a boy in an orange kimono with a drum in his arms. He has an orange kimono. Maybe he's the children's brother, thought Tanjiro, looking at the boy who was scared by the presence of the redhead. Wait, are you Kiyoshi? How do you know my name? Said the boy, surprised. With Zenitsu. Tanjiro, Izuku, where are you? Zenitsu shouted, quite scared. Guys. The blonde walked through the halls while his body trembled, looking for his friends. He stopped when he heard a noise next to him, and when he saw what made the noise, he saw a demon with a long tongue. Just a child. Well, I'll eat him anyway, said the demon sadistically. You're so ugly, Zenitsu said as he ran in the opposite direction to the demon, who was following him on all fours. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Please, no, I assure you that I won't be tasty. I won't know that until I eat you, said the demon, following the blonde and attacking with his tongue. What a fast tongue, and it broke the vase, said Zenitsu, who luckily dodged the attack. I can't believe it, he said as he entered a room, dodging another attack. It must be a joke, there's no way out. Kakuku the demon laughed at the blonde. I'll suck your brains out through your ears, he said, so that the blonde would be shocked and faint from the mental image. How funny. Well, it's time for lunch, die. The demon's tongue stretched out to reach the blonde to kill him, but before landing the blow, his tongue was cut off. What happened? Said the demon, looking at his tongue and then seeing the blonde standing in front of him. Zenitsu, with his eyes closed, placed himself in a strange position, while steam came out of his mouth, generating a sound that surprised the demon. What is that sound? His aura changed completely, the demon thought, due to the blonde's drastic change in attitude. Breath of lightning. First stance, lightning flash. After saying that, Zenitsu headed towards the demon, generating a trail of lightning and cutting off the demonic being's head at an impressive speed that did not let him react. After cutting it, the blonde fell asleep again, while the demon disintegrated. With Izuku. I don't separate everyone, but why does he have to be next to the boar? Izuku thought as he ran through the hallways followed by the boar. Damn, I've been like this for 3 days, said the boar, quite annoyed. I'm not good at moving through narrow buildings, he said, bumping into the walls at the corners. Hey, what's your name? Izuku asked the boar. Good thing you asked. I am the king of the mountain, Inosuke Hashibara, the boar introduced himself arrogantly. Huh! Watch out, Inosuke, the green-haired boy warned when a hand appeared trying to catch them. Wow, 2 humans, it will be worth it to the demon was interrupted by a cut from the green-haired man. Inosuke, give him the final blow, said Izuku. Those swords that the hunters have are special, made to kill demons. That's why I won't be able to kill him. Beast's breath. Own style, it's fun to tear a big demon to pieces, said Inosuke as he approached the demon and cut off its head. Third fang, tear and devour. Wow, he's good at what he does, Izuku thought, impressed as he continued running through the hallways. Inosuke, let's split up so we can cover more ground. I have to deal with the curses. I can feel a lot of them, he said, heading in a different direction to the boar. Nobody gives me orders, said Inosuke indignantly, to stop looking at the green-haired boy. How fast he disappeared instantly. With the demon of the drums. Special blood, if I devour it, it would be like devouring 50, no, 100 humans, said the demon who had a mark on his back. I will find and devour more special bloods. Thus I will become one of the 12 demonic moons. Again showing that one of his eyes, said sixth lower. With Tanjiro. So my brothers came to look for me? Kiyoshi asked, knowing the information. That's right, we promised that we would save you, Tanjiro said. They are outside the house, they are safe. I see, I really appreciate it, Kiyoshi said gratefully to the redhead. But did he say we in plural? There were 3 of us, but the demons separated us. The redhead explained, then looked at the boy's wound. You're hurt. Can I see your wound? Oh, okay, said the boy a little nervously, showing the wound on his leg. This medicine is very effective. My master gave it to me, said Tanjiro as he took out an envelope from his sleeve. It's a man wearing a Tengu mask, he said as he applied the medicine to the wound. A Tengu mask? Really? Kiyoshi said, surprised. Yes, your medicine takes effect right away. Done, said Tanjiro, bandaging the boy's wound. Does it hurt less? Yes, the boy answered calmly. Can you explain to me what happened? Tanjiro asked a little more seriously. A monster kidnapped me and tried to eat me, Kiyoshi said, a little scared as he remembered. Then more monsters appeared and fought each other. To see who would eat me, they stole the monster with drums on their body and one of them fell. The boy explained. I took it, and when I touched it the room changed. I've hardened that until now. The one with the drums in his body is the one from before, said the redhead after hearing the story. I was talking about special blood. Forks, that's it, that's what they called me, said Kiyoshi. Craw the crow interrupted out of nowhere. Special blood is very rare blood, he explained, scaring the boy. I'll peck you, brat, he said, mocking the boy. Enough, said the redhead, taking the raven. And what is so peculiar about this special blood? There are many types of blood, fool, said the crow, letting go of the redhead. Of special blood too. For a demon, devouring someone with very unusual blood is equivalent to devouring 50 or 100 people, explained the crowd. That's why they love special blood. I'll leave this room, said Tanjiro when he felt a smell approaching. Calm down, nothing will happen. I'm going to defeat the demon, he said, reassuring the boy. As soon as I leave, play the drums so you can move. Just like you did before. If someone tries to open the door, play the drum, ordered the redhead. I'll come back for you with your scent. I'll say your name when I open the door. Oh, okay, Kiyoshi replied nervously. Okay, I'm leaving, Tanjiro said as he left the room. Touch it, he ordered when he saw the demon, and Kiyoshi obeyed, changing rooms. Insects, how disgusting, said the demon, playing the drum on his right shoulder twice in a row. After doing that, the room spun twice, causing Tanjiro to fall towards the ceiling. Then the demon played the drum on his abdomen, attacking the redhead, who dodged in time. The demon played a drum on his body again. Right shoulder, turn to the right, Tanjiro thought while watching the movement patterns of the drum's left shoulder. Turn to the left, right leg, turn forward, left leg, turn backward. The demon, seeing that the hunter was getting used to the turns, decided to attack, playing the drum on his abdomen. With the one on his belly he attacks with his claws, thought Tanjiro, jumping and dodging the attack. The demon decided to increase the speed of the spins, making it so that the redhead could not get used to so many spins, the last one being one that made him fall in the direction of the demon. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tanjiro wielded his sword in the direction of the demon who attacked with his claws. The redhead managed to dodge it by spinning in the air. What speed he attacks and spins the room really fast, Tanjiro thought with a pain in his ribs. Tomoyo-san treated my wounds, but they still haven't healed. Can I win? The wounds hurt a lot, he questioned himself. Ever since I separated Zenitsu from that girl, I have been enduring this pain. I can endure it because I am the older brother. If I wasn't, I couldn't, he thought as he fell to the ground and held his wounds. When I step hard, the broken bones grind and weaken me. To see that the demon was going to play the drum of his belly. Shit. I won't be able to dodge it. Don't move. That was what was heard, making the drum demon stand still, and a black whip took Tanjiro in the direction of Izuku, who had just arrived. Tanjiro, are you hurt? The green-haired man asked, deactivating curse speech. Now that I used the curse speech, I have 5 minutes in which I can use it again. Yes, my ribs are broken and my leg is hurt, said the redhead. This demon is weak. Can Tanjiro defeat it if I heal it? Midoriya thought to use a reverse ritual on the redhead. Tanjiro, I just healed your wounds. Huh. It's true, my wounds don't hurt anymore, Tanjiro said, surprised. Tanjiro, do you think you can defeat that demon? The green-haired boy asked. I have absorbed 8 third-degree curses, and I know there are more in this house. I can feel a first-degree curse. Yes, I think I could kill him, Tanjiro said with more confidence. Fine, Tanjiro. I won't be able to help you against this demon, Izuku said, surprising the redhead. There are many curses in the house, and I can exorcise them. Careful, Tanjiro said as he saw the demon play his abdominal drum. The claw attacked where the two were. Tanjiro dodged while Izuku invoked curses that withstood the damage. By the time they disappeared, Midoriya was cutting off the demon's arms, who, regenerating his arms, tried to attack the green-haired man, failing in the process. I want Tanjiro to become stronger by himself. If he doesn't face this enemy alone, he will never advance, Izuku thought to catch the demon with black whip and throw it in the middle of the room. Tanjiro. I understand, Izuku. You go with Kiyoshi and Zenitsu. Get them out of the house, Tanjiro said to the green-haired boy. I think I know what Izuku wants. I don't plan on disappointing him. Tanjiro, you better come back, said the green-haired boy as he left the room. We still have things to tell, friend, he said as he left the place. How irritating, damn rat, said the demon without recovering from the green-haired man's attacks. Now let's finish our fight, said the redhead, seeing the demon recovering from the previous attacks. Look only ahead, Izuku trusts me. Cheer up, Tanjiro, cheer up, he thought, getting into a fighting stance today. Tomorrow. As long as someone trusts me, I will never give in. Cheer up. In the previous chapter. I understand, Izuku. You go with Kiyoshi and Zenitsu. Get them out of the house, Tanjiro said to the green-haired boy. I think I know what Izuku wants. I don't plan on disappointing him. Tanjiro, you better come back, said the green-haired boy as he left the room. We still have things to tell, friend, he said as he left the place. How irritating, damn rat, said the demon without recovering from the green-haired man's attacks. Now let's finish our fight, said the redhead, seeing the demon recovering from the previous attacks. Look only ahead, Izuku trusts me. Cheer up, Tanjiro, cheer up, he thought, getting into a fighting stance today. Tomorrow. As long as someone trusts me, I will never give in. With Izuku. I can feel Zenitsu's energy. He must be close, Izuku thought, running through the halls to enter a room, finding the sleeping blonde Zenitsu. He has no injuries, what a relief. Huh? Said the blonde, waking up. Izuku? Where is the demon? Are you? Said Zenitsu, looking at the green-haired boy. Thank you, you saved me, I will never forget it. What are you talking about? Said the green-haired boy with a drop of sweat. Well, that doesn't matter, we have to find Kiyoshi. Tanjiro will take care of the drum demon, he said as he headed towards the hallways, followed by the blonde. Wait for me, Zenitsu said as he quickly followed Midoriya. What are you doing? he asked, seeing the green-haired boy making a dog-like gesture with his hands. This is the 10 shadows technique that I copied from Fushiguro. I'll have 5 minutes to use it, Izuku thought as the shadows around him took the shape of 2 wolves. Jade wolves. Wow, what are those wolves? Zenitsu said, petting one of the wolves. They're so cute. Can you search for the scent of a human in this place? Izuku asked the wolves, who obeyed and began to search for a scent. They are shikigamis that I can summon using shadows, he explained to the blonde. Wow, how amazing, Zenitsu said, surprised. Come on, let's follow him, Izuku told the blonde to follow the wolves. Look, it seems they found something, he said when he saw that the wolves were staring at a door. Is this it? The blonde asked, opening the door. Kiyoshi, are you here? He said, looking for the boy with his eyes. Who's there? Kiyoshi said suspiciously. Are you Tanjiro's friends? Yes, Tanjiro is currently fighting the demon, said the green-haired boy as he approached the calmer boy. We must leave the house so you can be with your brothers. And what will happen to Tanjiro? Kiyoshi asked, worried about the redhead. He'll be fine, I trust him, Izuku said, smiling. Fine, but how are we going to leave? The blonde asked. With the wolves, Izuku answered. They will be able to take us to the exit, he said, seeing the wolves who were growing at something. What's happening? An overwhelming presence arrived at the place. Get out of here, Izuku ordered with the cursed speech, to get everyone away, and pushing them with black whip. Follow the wolves and get out of the place, the green-haired man ordered, so that the others would pay attention. I'll take care of that. Serious mistake, staying alone, said the curse, joining his hands to scare the green-haired boy. Domain expansion. Eternal darkness abyss. With Tanjiro. The hunter tried to adapt to the turns of the room without success at the moment, dodging the occasional attack from the demon, both from his claws and fists. I can do it, I can fight, thought Tanjiro, dodging a blow from the demon and cutting off his hand. Damn worm, you're irritating, said the enraged demon, turning around the room, sending the redhead to the ceiling. The demon attacked by playing the drum on his belly, generating a claw in the position of the hunter, who evaded it by jumping, but immediately afterwards the room spun again, causing the redhead to lose his balance, holding on to a lamp, trying not to fall. I don't change anything, I can't beat him with just my spirit. Use your head. I need to use my spirit and my head. Think, thought Tanjiro to himself. While in his thoughts, the redhead almost did not avoid an attack from the claws but ended up falling, destroying the doors but holding on to the edge so as not to fall completely. Almost. It almost hit me, he thought as he stood up and returned to the room while standing against the wall. Damn, how irritating, he must devour the special blood quickly, said the demon to turn the room around and return to normal. I don't have time to think, thought Tanjiro, standing up and dodging another claw attack. Hey, what's your name? He said, surprising the demon. Kyogai, said the demon, saying his name. Kyogai. I will not give you Kiyoshi's special blood. I, Tanjiro Kamado, I will not give up, said the determined redhead. Give up. Give up, tch, the angry demon clicks his tongue. I'll get the special blood and return to the 12 demon moons. The enraged demon began to beat the drums faster, spinning and destroying the room. Give up. What you write is soft. It's all garbage. Disappear, insects, Kyogai said angrily. Fast drum beat. He can play the drums even faster? Thought Tanjiro, worried about the next attack. The demon playing the drums at an absurd speed spun the room so fast that the hunter couldn't even fall, floating in the middle of the room helplessly while sheets of paper floated just like the. I'm dizzy. The room is spinning too fast. His technique is impressive, he thought, to finally land and immediately dodged the claws. In addition, there were 3 claws and 5. The hunter dodged the claws that attacked them, but when he saw the ground he saw that it was full of leaves. By instinct the redhead looked at the ground where there was no paper, surprising the demon. I got it by avoiding stepping on the papers, thought Tanjiro, while dodging more claws. I discovered the way to move and breathe to adapt to the turns. I must breathe little and fast, he thought, dodging the claw better to try to get closer to the demon. With this breathing I will strengthen the muscles of my legs. And before the attack of the claws, it smells like paper. Damn, you get out of here at once, said the furious demon, unable to kill the hunter. He's going to attack with his claws, thought Tanjiro, smelling up. Right. Left. Now right, he thought, dodging all the attacks. He's dodging all my attacks, thought the demon, fearing the worst. Total concentration. Water breath, Tanjiro said as puddles of water came out of his footsteps surrounding the entire room. Ninth stance. Chaotic splash. It reduces the space I need to land on the floor. It adapts to the turns of the room, thought Kyogai, watching the redhead approach him. Come on, get close enough, move forward, get next to him, the hunter said to himself until he could see something. I see the thread of the gap, Kyogai. Your demonic blood technique is incredible, he said to finally cut off the demon's head. The decapitated head of the demon fell to the ground just as Tanjiro landed, taking a deep breath and then getting scared. It's true, Izuku healed my wounds, although I think I made some new ones, thought Tanjiro with a little pain. Brat. Answer me, Kyogai's head said. Were you impressed by my demonic blood technique? Forks. But I can't forgive you for killing people, Tanjiro replied, watching the head slowly turn to ashes. I see, said the demon without further ado. It's true, I have to extract his blood, said Tanjiro, throwing an artifact at the demon's body. It's full of blood. It's true that it extracts it automatically just by sticking it in. Yushiro made it. He's very skilled, he thought, taking the artifact. Meow. To Cat? Are you the one who will take it to Tamayo-san? Said the redhead while petting the cat. Good boy. Thanks, he said while leaving the artifact in the cat's small backpack ready. Be careful. Meow. Yoshiro's technique makes him not be seen until he meows and disappears again. Meowing, thought Tanjiro, surprised to see the cat disappear. It's true, the boys, I hope they found the exit, he remembered before leaving the room. Rest in peace. What I write, Kyogai thought in his last moments. It's not trash, at least that boy didn't think he was worthy of stepping on, crying as he turned to ashes. My demonic blood technique, and my drum skills. He appreciates them, he thought before disappearing completely. With Izuku. Damn, I thought they were a first-grade curse, the green-haired boy thought while looking at the domino, but I was so wrong. This curse is a special-grade curse. In the domino, its appearance was the same as the house, but in black and white, where in the center of the domino was the cursed spirit. Prepare for a painful and lonely death, said the faceless curse as he raised his fingers. Curse darkness, spear of abyssal darkness. Saying that, some shadows took the form of a spear and stuck into the green-haired man's body, completely piercing him. Should I have to regenerate for that? I need time, Izuku thought, to get the shadows out of his body and get closer to the curse. He's coming, even wounded. This guy is crazy, thought the curse, ready to block any attack. Nu, Izuku said, using the 10 shadows, summoning a kind of owl attack. After saying the order, the green-haired man used Black Whip to immobilize the curse while Nu attacked with his electrified wings, landing the blow and paralyzing the enemy. Well, this time will be useful. If I use a reverse ritual again, I will get exhausted too quickly, thought the green-haired man, making gestures with his hands. That's why I'll use this Shikigami Madoka, he said, summoning a deer that healed the green-haired man's wounds. Curse darkness, stakes of the abyss, said the curse to attack the green-haired boy. Stakes of darkness were launched towards the green-haired man and his summons, but before hitting the Shikigamis they dissolved into a black liquid, causing Izuku to receive the attack, but the green-haired man went straight to the attack. This sword will only hinder me when trying to summon the Shikigamis, thought Midoriya as he threw his katana into a dark vortex that he summoned. Thank you, Rika, he whispered as he headed towards the enemy. One for all, full cowling 40%. The curse once again launched an attack of stakes that stuck in the green-haired man's body, who did not stop until he hit the curse and stunned him to summon his next Shikigami. Rabbit stampede, Izuku said as he made a gesture with his hands, managing to summon hundreds of white rabbits that surrounded the enemy. Rabbits? This is useless, said the curse to generate spikes and kill quite a few rabbits. That's all, wizard, it's not even fun. Before continuing to mock the curse, he was attacked by a Shikigami bull who pushed him until he crashed into a wall, passing through it. Damn Shikigami, said the curse, angry at the damage, trying to attack the bull. Generating a weapon of darkness, the curse approached the bull to kill it but was interrupted by the tongue of a toad to instantly receive a punch from the green-haired man. The body of the curse crossed more rooms of its own domain by the force of the blow. The stunned curse tried to stop so that he could immediately dodge an elephant that was falling on top of him. Before attacking the Shikigami, he turned his head to see the green-haired man approaching. Twice the same trick, it won't work again, the curse said until it was interrupted by something behind it. The elephant's trunk threw water at the feet of the curse so that Nu could electrify the water, and the sorcerer took advantage of the moment to hit the face of the curse, crashing it into the ground, while the Shikigamis broke free. Curse darkness, spear of abysmal darkness. After conjuring that, the curse generated a spear in his hand to throw it at the sorcerer. Izuku said, trying to dodge the attack that pierced his eye due to the distance rabbit stampede, he said, generating rabbits instead. Curse darkness, fall of spears, said the curse already recovered, generating spears from the shadows that headed towards the rabbits, protecting Izuku. The 5 minutes have already passed. The rabbits broke away, leaving the green-haired boy exposed to the attack of the spears. Without being able to react, he ended up receiving all the attacks, leaving him very injured. Now it's my turn, said the curse, approaching the green-haired man with a spear in his hand. This is over, he said, piercing Izuku in the stomach with the spear. For you, Izuku replied, smiling. Rika, come out. After saying that, Rika appeared between the two from a black vortex, and hitting the ground she pushed the curse away. Izuku, said Rika, looking at the green-haired boy who was healing himself with a reverse ritual. Rika is currently using OFA at 60%, and thanks to her my energy is renewed, Izuku thought while healing his wounds. Even so, the reverse rituals exhaust me a lot. I must be careful. Izuku, do you need anything? Rika asked as cursed weapons appeared from her body. Yes, thanks, Rika, Izuku said as he took some gloves with symbols on each one. Well, let's finish this together, Rika. The couple headed towards the curse to attack it, and it defended itself with a shield created with darkness that Rika destroyed with one blow. These gloves are imbued with the curse. Speech, don't move, said the green-haired man to paralyze the enemy. Rika took the opportunity to hit the curse from the front, throwing it into a wall. The curse, unable to recover, was hit by the green-haired man who forcibly broke the wall, reaching another room. Curse darkness, desperate rays. I cast the curse by throwing a lightning bolt at the couple. The lightning struck Rika, defending the green-haired man who increased his speed, reaching the side of the curse, hitting it, and using Black Whip to throw it in the direction of Rika, who finished the attack, crashing the enemy into the ground. Before he could recover from the attacks, Izuku used the fifth gift again to remove one of his arms from the curse and move him away from them. Rika, said the green-haired boy, throwing his arm out so that she would understand him and devour him. Die for Buck's sake, he said the curse to attack the two of them. The curse focused on the green-haired boy, deforming his hands and turning them into swords, cutting the sorcerer's chest and dodging a blow from him to pierce Midoriya's abdomen again. How dare you hurt Izuku, Rika said, quite angry with the curse. You're next, said the curse to attack Rika. Full cowling 50%, Izuku said behind the curse, distracting her with smoke screen. The smoke quickly spread in the domain, confusing the curse that made an attack to disperse the smoke, and seeing that Rika was of a very small size. What? Said the curse after turning his head to his back, looking at the green-haired boy. It's all or nothing, Izuku thought, concentrating all his cursed energy into his fist curse smash. Saying that, he released all his energy in a single blow directly to the head of the curse, who was unable to defend himself. The blow was so strong that it generated a current of air, destroying the entire place and deactivating the cursed domain due to the damage to the domain owner. With Tanjiro. What just happened? Thought Tanjiro, alerted by the tremor. I need to find the boys quickly, he thought, accelerating his pace and following someone's scent. This is where we came in. Did you manage to get out? He said, opening the door and leaving the place. Tanjiro, Zenitsu said, looking at the redhead. You managed to get out. Forks, but why is the sky like this? Said Tanjiro, seeing the veil that was on. The green-haired man placed it there, said the children with their brothers. Did Izuku place it? Tanjiro said, surprised, and speaking of him, where is it? He was with me and Zenitsu, but a monster appeared. He ordered us to leave while he fought, explained Kiyoshi, who was with his brothers. I thought you would go out with him, said Zenitsu. We'll have to wait for him, Tanjiro said before leaving. I could feel a tremor as if it were a fight. Maybe Izuku will leave soon, he said, to feel a smell approaching. It seems that someone is coming. With Izuku. They are monsters, those bastards, said the curse with hatred, and split in half. Even in my domain they. We what? Said Midoriya in front of the curse while Rika devoured the lower part. One was surprised by your dominance, but nothing more. You are weak, you did not know how to take advantage of your dominance, and that condemned you. Damn you, said the curse when he saw Izuku's hand on his head. Curse manipulation. The green-haired boy cast a spell to turn the curse into a blue sphere. Good, with this we can go, Rika. Izuku. Rika, having said the green-haired boy's attention, did I do a good job? Asked the curse, approaching Midoriya. Yes, you did a great job, Izuku said, pampering the curse happily, but we have to go now. Can you give me my katana? Of course, Rika said happily, taking out the katana from her body. Thank you, Rika said. Izuku taking the katana and leaving the place with Rika. In this time I have learned that the OFA can enhance the body in two completely different ways. The first is the accumulated power. The second is the cursed energy accumulated by 8 carriers. He thought while watching Rika leave through the black vortex. I can use the OFA without cursed energy, but if I combine them I become twice as strong. But I can also share it with Rika. Head on assault, head on assault. Is that Inosuke's voice? Izuku asked when he heard a voice in the distance. I have to go fast, he said, to go in the direction of the voice. Outside. Where's the strong broccoli? Inosuke asked, looking for a fight. Strong broccoli? They all said at once, confused. Do you mean Izuku? Tanjiro asked. I want to test my strength with him, said the boar. The king wants a worthy fight. What is this guy talking about? They all thought at the same time because of the boar's attitude. Hello, Izuku said, appearing at the door. Sorry, things got a little complicated, he said, nervously laughing. A little? Your clothes are full of holes, Zenitsu said, looking at the green-haired boy's clothes. And what happened to your eye? He said, seeing that he had blood in the eye area. They are small details, stay calm, Izuku said nervously. Hey, broccoli, fight me, said Inosuke, challenging the green-haired boy. The veil has already disappeared, Izuku said, looking at the sky. Hey, don't ignore it, said Inosuke angrily at the green-haired boy. I'm exhausted right now, said the green-haired boy, not wanting to fight, to address the others. Kids, it would be better if you go home. Izuku, there are still corpses in the house, Tanjiro whispered to the aforementioned. I think it would be best to give them a burial, don't you think? Yes, but it's best for the children to go home, Izuku said until he came up with an idea. I know. Tanjiro and Zenitsu, you will accompany the children to their homes while I, Inosuke, and Rika take care of burying the bodies. Rika? Who is she? Zenitsu and Tanjiro asked. I'll tell you later, but can you take care of the ones I told you about? Said the green-haired man to the two hunters. Yes, they both answered at the same time, to leave with the children. Fine, Inosuke, we'll take care of taking out the bodies, Izuku said to the boar. Huh! Nobody gives orders to the mighty Inosuke, said the boar arrogantly. I see, Izuku said, seeing how stubborn the hunter was. Well, I guess it's too much for you, he said, trying to provoke the boar. I can do it with Rika. You wait out here, he said as he entered the house again. Too much for me? Nothing is too much for the great Inosuke, said the boar head, following the green-haired boy. Time after. Fight me, said Inosuke to the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy was with the other two hunters praying where they buried all the corpses that were in the house. Why me? Izuku asked himself. Fight me or let me fight Taika, said the boar, saying the wrong name. What's Rika? I don't know anyone named Taika, Izuku said, angry at the boar's insistence. Crow. Come down the mountain, said a crowd arriving at the spot. Follow this great crowd. Another mission? Zenitsu asked, scared. I'm not a hunter, should I follow them? I already completed the mission that Gojo-sensei gave me, Izuku thought, but I want to talk more with Tanjiro. He thought to follow the hunters who were leaving the place. Hey, where are you going? Said the boar when he saw them leaving without him. We will descend the mountain, Tanjiro answered the obvious. My battle against Broccoli is not over yet, said Inosuke, only to receive a blow that left him unconscious. It's better if he's asleep, Izuku said, fed up with the boar's insistence. Well, let's go now, he said while holding the boar with a black whip. Follow this big raven. Let's have our rematch, Inosuke said, following the group. I assure you that I will beat you sooner or later. The Izuku I knew was quite similar to Inosuke, thought Tanjiro, amused as he watched the green-haired boy hold back from hitting the boar, although Izuku before was not as annoying with the rest. I have a name, said the green-haired boy angrily. Izuku Midoriya. I will defeat you, Sakuta my tortilla, Inosuke said, making Midoriya angry. Who is that? Izuku said, even more angry. It's you, said the boar, believing that he had said the name correctly. It's not me, Izuku said. A wisteria coat of arms, said the redhead, reading the door of the house. Crow. Rest, rest, rest until you recover from your wounds, ordered the crow that accompanied them. Huh? Can we rest? Tanjiro asked the crow in his hands. Last time I had to fight wounded. Kikik, said the crow, laughing at the hunter. Did you laugh at me? Tanjiro said, confused. Let's eat it, said Inosuke, scaring the crowd. Hello, said an old woman who opened the door. Sorry to bother you so late, said Tanjiro, still with the crow in his hand. It's a ghost, said the blonde man, frightened. Hey, said Izuku and Tanjiro, for the lack of respect of the blonde. Who are you? Inosuke said as he approached the old woman. They are demon hunters, right? Said the old woman to the group. You look very weak, said the boar, touching the old woman's hair. Hey, said Izuku and Tanjiro, for the boar's disrespect. Go ahead, said the old woman, passing the young people. Should I really be here? Izuku thought as he followed the old woman with the group. I told my mom and teacher that I'll be late getting there. I just hope it doesn't take me all day. They are quite an interesting group, said the old woman, confusing the young people. What do you mean by interesting? Tanjiro asked, confused like the rest. 3 demon hunters and a sorcerer, said the old woman, surprising Izuku and confusing the others. It's not something common at all. She's a hitch, said Zenitsu, who was hit by the redhead before finishing the sentence. Is it wrong for a sorcerer to be with hunters? Izuku asked, surprising the 3 hunters. Not at all, the old woman replied, reassuring the green-haired man. There has never been a rivalry between wizards and hunters, because hunters cannot fight curses just as wizards cannot fight demons. Curses? Sorcerers? Tanjiro said from all the information he received. I can explain it to you later, Izuku said to the hunters. This way the old woman guided the group. Here are some clean clothes, said the old woman, handing out clothes to everyone. Here is the food, said the old woman, handing the food to everyone. It's a yokai, that lady is a yokai. Zenitsu, scared, said she's too fast, she's an old yokai. He was interrupted by a punch from the redhead. At dinner, the group was eating quietly if it wasn't for the way Inosuke ate, who was without the mask showing his face. Use chopsticks, said Zenitsu, uncomfortable watching Inosuke eat with his hand. Her face is quite feminine, but her attitude is that of a savage, Izuku thought as he watched Inosuke take food away from the redhead. Inosuke laughed to take food away from him again, but now from the green-haired boy. If you're so hungry, eat this too, Tanjiro said, offering his plate to Inosuke. I'm not very hungry. If you want, you can eat it, said the green-haired boy, doing the same as Tanjiro. No, Inosuke said when he saw that he couldn't provoke them. Come on, take it, said Tanjiro, offering him the plate. That's not it, Inosuke said, taking both plates equally. Make up your mind once and for all, thought Zenitsu as he watched Inosuke eat angrily. Here are your beds, said the old woman, handing over the 4 beds. The old yokai Zenitsu was interrupted by another blow from the redhead. We have to be quick. I'll sleep in this one, said Inosuke, choosing the bed on the right. Okay, choose which one you want, Tanjiro said with a smile, angering the blue-haired boy. Which one do you 2 want? Maybe Izuku was going to answer but was interrupted by Inosuke, who threw a pillow at the blonde Zenitsu. Izuku intact. Tanjiro few wounds. Zenitsu 1 broken rib. Inosuke 3 broken ribs. It's surprising that Izuku is intact despite the damage to his clothes, Zenitsu said after the doctor's check. But Tanjiro, you said you were very hurt. Did you lie? Not at all, I didn't lie, just that, said Tanjiro, not knowing how to explain it. I cured him, Izuku said. I can use my energy to heal other people and myself, the green-haired man explained. This is called a reverse ritual. I haven't fully mastered it yet. So using it you consume a lot of energy. I see, that's great, Zenitsu said, amazed by the skill. Can you heal us now? Not right now, I'm very exhausted, Izuku replied, but if you want, tomorrow I can summon some of my shikigamis, and I could heal them. Does summoning shikigamis also consume a lot of energy? Tanjiro asked, although he didn't know what shikigamis they were talking about. Not much, but that's not the problem, the green-haired man replied, but since it's a technique that I copied, I have a limit of 5 minutes per day. It's a big limitation, Zenitsu said, surprised. Do you have a way to extend that time? Tanjiro asked, interested. I'm still on it, Izuku said. For now, I only found the solution to imbue my katana in the technique to use it while I have the sword in hand. That's good, isn't it? Tanjiro said. What's the problem? I have to make figures with both hands, Izuku answered. The problem: when I release the katana from my hands, the 5 minutes are activated, explained the green-haired man. Although I could imbue them in some gloves, I want them to be the ones I broke against the mud villain. So they were repairing it. That's a big problem, said Tanjiro, who didn't know how they were summoned. Let me sleep, said Inosuke with his mask on. Enough about me, what about you guys? Izuku said, wanting to know more about them. I want to know what's in that box. That's right, Tanjiro's box, Zenitsu said, looking at the box in the corner. What's in there? Well, it's a long story, Tanjiro said as he approached the box. Come out, Nezuko. Say hello to Izuku and Zenitsu. From the box came out a demon girl with a size small enough for her to begin to increase in size, surprising the two. Zenitsu, she is Nezuko is my, said Tanjiro, who was interrupted by the blonde. Tanjiro, Zenitsu said seriously while rays came out of his body. You are Zenitsu? Izuku and Tanjiro asked. You are very lucky, huh? Zenitsu said jealously. So you were traveling with a girl that cute? You were traveling happily day after day with a beauty like her? Zenitsu, no, Tanjiro said, to be interrupted. You're a demon hunter, you can't be with a demon, said the blonde, quite angry and jealous. Zenitsu, calm down a bit, Tanjiro said, trying to explain to him. We don't become demon hunters for fun, Zenitsu said furiously. We need to purge those like you, he said, unsheathing his katana. Besides, you prevented me from getting married. Your time has come, don't underestimate demon hunters. Zenitsu, enough, Izuku said, restraining him with the 5th gift so that he doesn't kill the redhead. Let us explain things to you. There's nothing to explain, Zenitsu said, trying to get rid of the black whip. Nezuko is my sister, Tanjiro said to reassure the blonde. Your sister? Zenitsu said calmer. Yes, that's what we're trying to explain to you, Izuku said, deactivating his quirk. But why is Nezuko a demon? He asked, approaching the girl who didn't seem to recognize him. It's a long story, but to sum it up, it would be, Tanjiro said, trying to find the right words. My family was attacked by a demon. Only me and Nezuko survived, but she was transformed into a demon. He explained his story. That's why I became a hunter, so that Nezuko can be a human again. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask, Izuku said, smiling at his friend. I think I know how you could help me, said Tanjiro, looking for something. Here, take this. A knife? Izuku said, looking at the artifact that the redhead gave him. No, he can extract the blood of demons instantly, Tanjiro explained. Someone is helping me heal Nezuko, but we need the blood of the Demon King. Demon King? Do you want me to take his blood? Izuku, thinking, asked about a possible fight. Not necessarily, Tanjiro replied. The demons that have more blood from the progenitor are the ones you have to draw blood from. These are called the 12 demonic moons. I see. How can I identify them? Izuku asked, willing to help his friend. From what I know, they have their rank written in their eyes, Tanjiro said, everything he knew. I know you are strong, that's why I ask you. I trust you, Izuku, he said, smiling. Nezuko said as she looked at the green-haired boy. She said, surprised when she recognized Midoriya. I think she already recognized me, Izuku said, seeing the Kamido's reaction. Well, you can't deny that you've changed a lot, Tanjiro said, referring to the scars. Said Nezuko, hugging the green-haired boy. Damn lucky guy, Zenitsu thought jealously. The next day. It was a new day. In the room where no ray of light entered was the box from which Nezuko came out looking for someone. Nezuko-chan, the blonde said, being the only one in the room apart from the demon. Nezuko-chan, he said, scaring the aforementioned girl. Nezuko ran around the room in circles, being chased by the blonde until the redhead got between the two. Enough, Zenitsu, said Tanjiro, not knowing why the blonde's attitude was so. Tanjiro, said Zenitsu, taking the hand of this one who separated it quickly. Don't be cold, Tanjiro, he said, following the redhead who was escaping. Please, Zenitsu, don't stick to us, Tanjiro said, running into the room with Nezuko. Don't say that, Zenitsu said in an idiotic way. Hey, Izuku said, entering the room with the boar, what are you doing? he asked when he saw that the two Kamadu hid behind his back. What's wrong, Izuku? Zenitsu said to the green-haired boy. You were hurt, right? Izuku said to see the blonde nod. Well, let me heal you. I'll have to heal you because Madoka is too big to be here. It's a shame. I wanted to see it, said Zenitsu while being healed by Izuku. Hey, I feel like new. Well, that's all, Izuku said. I can't extend my time here any longer. What? Are you leaving? Tanjiro asked sadly, watching the green-haired boy leave the room. Yes, remember that I'm not a hunter, said Izuku, who didn't want to leave. Don't be discouraged. We won't see each other again. It's a promise, he said, raising his fist. Yes? Of course, Tanjiro said, bumping the green-haired boy's fist. I highly doubt that either of you have a cell phone, but I'm still asking, does anyone have one? Izuku said, wanting to keep in touch. Zenitsu said, showing his cell phone. Let's exchange numbers. Of course, Izuku said. I want to know something about you, even if it's not in person. Hey, Ikuta, said the boar, bothering the green-haired boy. When we meet again, let's have our revenge. Okay, Izuku said, resigned to the boar's insistence. Said Nezuko, hugging the green-haired boy. He will see each other again, Izuku said, reciprocating the demon's hug. Midoriya apartment. So Tanjiro and Nezuko are fine, Inko said, listening to her son's story. Yes, I hope we can see each other more often, Izuku said, happy to see his friend after a long time. Izuku, this arrived when you weren't there, Inko said, handing a letter to the green-haired boy. It's from Yue, Izuku said, surprised by the logo on the letter. Should I open it now? He asked his mother excitedly. Of course, said Inko with excitement, as did her son. Well, Izuku said as he opened the letter and saw something circular. A hologram? How do they work? He said as he left it on the table. This is a projection, All Might said from the hologram. All Might? Mother and son said at the same time. Wait, this is from Yue, right? Izuku said, confused. I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. I'm sorry, said the All Might from the hologram. The truth is, he comes to this town to work at Yue. Will All Might work at Yue? Izuku asked in the air. What's wrong? Wrap it up? But there's something I need to talk to him about. Should he say it from the beginning? Hey. I understand. Okay, said the blonde while someone gave him signals of what to say. You passed the written exam with a great score, and with the points obtained in the practical exam, that gives us the result that you passed both exams. I knew I would pass, but I was still nervous, Izuku thought calmer upon hearing the results. But that's not all, said the blonde looking at the camera. The entrance exam from the other day is not passed only with villain points, he said, surprising the Midoriyas. How could the hero course reject people who save others and do what is right? Call it lip service? Get ready, this is a job that requires risking your life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points, he said, showing the results table on the screen, and they are given by the panel of judges. It is another of the basic skills that we at Yue look for. Izuku, Midoriya. 60 points, he said, referring to the rescue points. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academy. Forks, Izuku said, seeing that the recording ended. Congratulations, Izuku said. Inko congratulating the green-haired boy. Are we celebrating with Katsudon? Said the mother, exciting the green-haired boy. Of course, Izuku said, happy to eat his favorite food. Izuku Midoriya managed to enter the Yue Academy in the hero course. New friends and dangers approach. New gifts and rituals will awaken. New tragedies will occur. But everything in its time. True? Yue Academy. The cumulative results of the practical exam are ready. Number 1 Izuku Midoriya. Villain points, 106. Rescue points, 60. Number 2 Katsuki Bakugo. Villain points, 77. Rescue points, 0. Number 3 Eijiro Kirishima. Villain points, 39. Rescue points, 35. Number 4 Achiko Uraraka. Villain points, 30. Rescue points, 39. Number 5 Ibara Shiozaki. Villain points, 36. Rescue points, 32. I can't believe someone got second place without any rescue points, said a teacher in surprise seeing the final table. The artificial villains acquire their targets and approach them, explained another teacher in the second half. While the others slowed down, He quickly used his quirk to continue attracting them and then counterattacked, finishing analyzing the movements of the aspirant. It is a result of his tenacity. Also, the difference between first place and second place is quite wide, said the teacher, looking at each one's points. First place exceeded 100 villain points. There have been other candidates who have managed to beat the 0 points in the past, said a teacher watching the replay on the screen, but there has never been a candidate who has defeated it without breaking a sweat. The rays released in his body were thanks to his quirk, explained another teacher, but that could only be seen against the 0 points. He never used it in the exam, said the teacher, looking at Izuku on the screen. It's like if he don't try hard. As if he didn't try, thought a teacher who was more isolated than the rest and looked careless. Then I'll force him to try. This isn't a playground. Tokyo Academy of Sorcery. Demon hunters? Said Maki, who had heard the green-haired boy's story. It's the first time I've heard of them. Seaweed, Inumaki said without knowing about the subject. I've heard stories about them, but I don't know how close to reality they are, Panda said, saying what he knew. My sister told them to me. I see. Panda had a sister? Said Izuku, listening to his friends. And you, Gojo-sensei? Nothing more than rumors, said Gojo, responding to the green-haired man. The only thing that is certain is that they are an organization not recognized by the government, said the white-haired man. Even I thought they were just a myth. So they know how to hide very well, Izuku said. With all that said, are demons a problem for sorcerers? Izuku asked his curious teacher. Probably yes and no, Gojo said, confusing the students. In terms of strength and power, we sorcerers are better, but if the rumors are true, demons regenerate infinitely, and we don't know the trick to finish them, the professor said, trusting the rumors. Did your hunter friend tell you how to kill them? He told me that hunters have special swords that can kill demons, Izuku said in one of the ways he knew. He also told me that demons die in sunlight. Sunlight? Maki said, confused by the manner. Yes, with sunlight they disintegrate in seconds, Izuku said, complimenting the information. That's all I could tell you. This is good information. Well done, said Gojo, raising his thumb. This opens the door for a possible alliance. Possible alliance? The students said in unison. Sorcerers and hunters act in the shadows of society, said Gojo. I don't see why we shouldn't ally ourselves. They are almost the same as us, he said. To become serious for the moment, you said that in the place of the demon a special great curse appeared, right? Yes, he could speak coherent things, Izuku said, about the curse he faced, and he possessed a domain expansion. It may or may not be a coincidence, but I don't want to take any chances, Gojo said to explain his theory. It's likely that intelligent curses or malevolent sorcerers could ally themselves with the demons. Isn't the theory too exaggerated? Said Maki, not trusting her teacher. No. Well, maybe, said Gojo, undecided, but it is an option. And I don't want to regret it in the future, he said seriously, scaring his students. Gojo-sensei is serious, the students thought at the same time. Well, I'll sort it out later, Satoru said, returning to his carefree attitude. Moving on to another topic, Izuku, how's the mission to UA going? Yesterday I got the results of the entrance exam, Izuku said, leaving everyone in suspense. I managed to get into UA. Good, you achieved the first step for this mission, said the professor happily, although the results were obvious. Congratulations. I highly doubt that becoming a hero is the mission, Izuku said, wanting to clear his doubts. What else should you do at UA for the mission? As smart as ever, said Gojo, laughing. You just have to make friends with those who have the most potential as a sorcerer, explained the white-haired man. Heroes often use cursed energy unconsciously, but without proper control their potential will be limited forever. As an example, the number 2 hero Endeavor. Endeavor? The students said, not understanding the teacher's point. Yeah, Endeavor has a lot of cursed energy, but he's probably only using half of it, Gojo said to his students. If he knew how to control it, it could be considered a special grade. A special degree? The students said in surprise. Yes, I think you understand my point, said Gojo, seeing that everyone agreed using a quirk can lead to using a little bit of cursed energy, or none at all. This is why the quirk can be enhanced to another level. I understand, said Izuku, although I was theorizing. Gojo-sensei confirmed it to me. I can use the OFA in my body and all the cursed energy in Rika to have a perfect offense. So, we won't see Izuku anymore, Panda said sadly because his friend was leaving. Nope, Izuku is obliged to participate in the events of the Sorcery Academy, said Gojo, cheering his students like the exchange event with the Kyoto Academy this year, explained the white-haired man. I understand, Izuku said excitedly. Nice flake, said Inumaki, supporting the green-haired boy. Midoriya apartment. First day of the UA. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? Your handkerchief? Said Inko nervously to the green-haired boy who was putting on his sneakers. Got it, I'm going to be late, Izuku said, taking his backpack to head to the door. Izuku, Inko said, drawing his attention. What? Izuku said in a hurry so as not to be late. You really are great, Inko said, looking at her son proudly. Take care, okay? I'm leaving, Izuku said, happy with his mother's words. UA Academy Hero Course. Class 1A, Class 1A, this place is huge, Izuku said, lost in the building while looking for his class. This is it, he said, seeing the door to his class that was 3 times its size. The door is huge. Is it like this for accessibility? He said, seeing the door. Good, it's time to go in, he said, opening the door, finding a somewhat unusual scene. Don't put your feet on the desk, Ida left, scolding Bakugo. Huh? Katsuki said defiantly. Don't you think that's rude to the upperclassmen of UA and the people who made the desk? Ida said, trying to convince the gray-haired boy. No, Bakugo said dryly. What school did you go to, side character? He asked, giving the blue-haired boy a nickname. Kaken is usually too cruel. I feel sorry for Ida, Izuku thought, seeing the scene at the door. I went to semi-private academy, Ida replied politely. My name is Tenya Ida. Sama? You're a bucking elite, huh? Katsuki said, wanting to annoy the blue-haired boy. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing you, Ida said, surprised by Bakugo's vocabulary. That's cruel. Do you really want to be a hero? TCHA, he said, looking at the green-haired boy at the entrance. Until you show up, Deku. Hey, Midoriya-kun, Ida said, recognizing the green-haired boy, making the whole class turn to look at him. Oh, this good morning, Izuku said, nervous because of the looks. It was necessary to attract so much attention. Good morning, said Ida, approaching the green-haired boy. Midoriya-kun, you found out that there was more than just a practical exam, right? He said, confusing Izuku. I had no idea. I have to admit, you're better than me. Sorry. But I didn't realize that either, Izuku thought, looking at the blue-haired boy. Oh, curly hair, you're the one I was looking for, said a brunette girl behind the green-haired boy. I'm glad we're in the same class. Of course, your punch was super cool. I just saw that you were in danger and I jumped into action, Izuku said, a little nervous about the girl's proximity. Huh? And who are you? He said, looking at the ground where someone was in a sleeping bag. Good instinct, said the person in the sleeping bag, but if you want to play friends, go somewhere else, he said, scaring the girl. This is the hero course, he said while drinking a juice. Is there something there? Ida and the brunette thought at the same time. Well, it took 5 seconds for them to notice my presence, and stand still, the guy said as he got out of his bag. Time is limited. You kids are not rational. A teacher? Is he a hero? His appearance looks familiar, Izuku thought, looking at the black-haired boy with visible dark circles under his eyes. I am your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, said the teacher, introducing himself to the entire class. It is a pleasure. A classroom teacher? All the students thought, looking at the teacher. It's sudden, but put this on and let's go to the field, said the teacher, showing the sports uniform. UA field. A quirk assessment test? All the students said in unison. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Asked the brunette girl. If you're going to become heroes, you don't have time for that kind of useless events, Aizawa said in a bored tone. UA is an academy with no restrictions regarding its traditions. Just like how the teachers conduct their classes. The black-haired man explained. You've been doing that since school, haven't you? He said to show a cell phone that mentioned the tests. Physical tests where they're not allowed to use their quirks. The country uses data taken from the students without using their quirks. That wouldn't be rational, the teacher said. Well, the mystery of education is a nuisance. So we'll use our quirks from the beginning, Izuku thought while listening to his new teacher's explanation. Midoriya, you finished first in the practical exam, right? Aizawa said, seeing the green-haired boy nod his head. In school, what was your best result in softball pitching? 82 meters, Izuku said, answering the question. Then try to do it with your quirk. Here, Aizawa said, giving the green-haired boy a ball. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle, he said, looking at Midoriya in the throwing circle. Quick! Give it all you've got. One for all, full cowling, 65% Izuku thought as he activated his quirk and prepared to throw the ball. There it goes, throwing the ball with all his might. Know your maximum first, Aizawa said, looking at the cell phone giving him the results of the launch. It is the most rational form of a hero's base, he said, showing the result to everyone present. Huh! All the students said in surprise. 1,421 meters? That's crazy, said a blonde with black locks. What is that? It looks fun, said a pink-skinned girl. We can use our quirks as much as we want, just what was expected from the hero course, said to black-haired student. It sounds like fun. Huh, said the teacher, having everyone's attention. You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have that attitude all the time? He said, smiling sinisterly. Good. Whoever comes last in all the tests will be judged for not having potential and will be punished with expulsion. What? Said the students, frightened by what was said. Expelled? That's too cruel, Izuku thought, returning to his previous position and deactivating his quirk. Welcome to the UA Heroes course, said the professor grimly. The last place will be expelled? But it's only the first day, said the brunette girl. No, even if it wasn't the first day, that's not fair. Natural disasters, major accidents, and pesky villains. The teacher mentioned calamities that cannot be predicted. Japan is full of injustices, the black-haired man explained. Heroes are those who turn those situations around. If you want to talk to friends, too bad, he said with his bored tone. For the next 3 years, UA will give you difficult tests one after another. Go ahead, plus ultra, he said, trying to provoke the students. Come with everything you have. This is really very serious, Ida thought while drinking water. However, it is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it. Now the real thing begins, Izuku thought excitedly. I don't have to hold back, I'll use my best. 50-meter race. On your marks, said to robot. Get set. With that, a noise gave way to the start of the race. Hearing the sound, the two students began the race. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself to reach the goal, but was quickly overtaken by the trail of a green ray, passing at full speed, reaching the goal. 2.18 seconds, said the robot when Izuku arrived. 4.13 seconds, he said when the gray-haired boy reached the finish line. Damn, for 2 seconds, Bakugo cursed when he knew the results. You've improved too, Izuku said, looking at the ashen-haired boy. Shut up, Katsuki said, annoyed, making the green-haired boy laugh. Test of strength. I just have to squeeze with all my strength, Izuku thought, looking at the machine in his hand to squeeze it hard. 342.6 kg. I think it's okay, Izuku said, to be heard by the ashen-haired man. Do you think so? Katsuki said with clear sarcasm. 540 kilograms? What are you, a gorilla? Said a surprised student, seeing one with many arms. Oh, an octopus? Octopuses are hexy, thought the student with grape-shaped hair. You see, he has more, Izuku said to Bakugo, who was impressed and annoyed. Are you serious? Katsuki thought, annoyed. Softball pitching. Okay, said the brunette girl as she used her gift on the ball. Here we go, she said, throwing the ball. Several minutes passed waiting for the ball to fall, to the point that it disappeared from view at all in the distance, giving the teacher a result showing the students. Infinite? Everyone said when they saw the girl's unique result. That's amazing, she got infinity, said a blonde with black highlights. Wow, his quirk allows him to make things float. That's amazing, Izuku thought excitedly as he looked at everyone's quirks. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is the mark you got in each test, explained Aizawa. It's a waste of time to tell them, so I'll show you all the results at once, he said, showing a hologram where everyone's results were. Is that about the expulsion true? Izuku thought, seeing his results. I still can't figure out which hero our teacher is looking at the table to see the last place Toru Hagakure? Who is it? I was last, said an invisible girl in a dull tone. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, Aizawa said to blank out all the students. It was a rational deception that would make them use their quirks to the limit. What? Several students said in surprise. Of course it was a lie, said a black-haired girl. It was obvious if you thought about it. I think the expulsion thing was true, Izuku thought, not believing the black-haired boy. That was a bit worrying, wasn't it? Said one student to another. I'll take the challenge whenever, said a redhead, quite excited. With this we are done, said the teacher before starting to leave. There are brochures with the study plan and those in the classroom. When you come back, look at them. Time skip. Departure time. What a start to school, Izuku thought as he headed for the success. I also have to concentrate on the mission Gojo-sensei gave me, although it's the first day, he said to stop thinking about it. Midoriya-kun, said Ida, taking the green-haired boy by the shoulder. Do you mind if I accompany you? No, not at all, Izuku said to continue his way with the blue-haired boy. I was really fooled by Aizawa-sensei, Ida said, starting the conversation. I always thought this is the best of the best, and that I didn't think a teacher would give us courage with a lie. Honestly, I don't think it was a lie, Izuku said to the blue-haired boy, although it's just a feeling. Before continuing to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. Hey, you two, said the brown-haired girl, approaching the two. Are you going to the station? Wait for me. You are the Infinity Girl, Ida said, recognizing the brunette. I'm Uraraka Ochiko, the brunette introduced herself to the two. This, you're Ida Tenya-kun, and you're Midoriya. She couldn't continue because she didn't know the name. Izuku, Midoriya, said the green-haired boy when he saw that he didn't know his name. Although you can call me Deku. Deku? Uraraka said, confused by the strange nickname. Does it have any meaning? I don't think so, Izuku said, trying to remember. It's a nickname I've had for a long time. I think it was some kind of insult, or something like that, he said, remembering something. An insult? Ida said, confused. Yes, I think so, Midoriya said, not at all sure, but for me it's just a nickname. Oh, really? Uraraka said upon hearing the explanation, but Deku sounds like a Japanese word for can do it, so I like it. Can you do it? Izuku said at the new meaning. I like it. It never had a meaning for me. But that could change, said the green-haired man, accepting the meaning. Aren't you accepting it too quickly? Ida said, watching the green-haired boy nervously, laughingly. It never had any meaning to me, Izuku said. It wouldn't be bad if it had one now. Next day. UA cafeteria. At one of the many tables in the place was the green-haired man eating with a large group of people. UA food is the best, Kirishima and Uraraka said while eating. The rice is very good, said Mina Ashido happily. They are very noisy, Bakugo said, a little annoying while eating. Kaken used to get angry faster, Izuku thought, surprised by the ashen-haired boy's attitude. Hey, Deku, Katsuki said, having everyone's attention. Did you finally find out which hero is our homeroom teacher? Yes, he is a night hero, said Izuku, who investigated his teacher Eraserhead. His quirk allows him to erase quirks with his eyes. It erases the gifts? Everyone at the table said. It's a strong quirk, but it has weaknesses, said Deku. If he closes his eyes, the erase disappears. Apart from that, it doesn't work much against mutation-type quirks. Still, it's super cool, said Sirohanta. With such an effective gift, why isn't it well known? Ida asked, joining the conversation. From what I saw, he hates the press, Izuku said, not very sure, not to mention that night heroes are not generally very well known. Hey, now is it our turn for heroism? Toru Hagakure asked, seeing everyone nod. How do you think today's class will go? Maybe combat, Katsuki said. Or maybe a kind of rescue, Ida said, giving a possibility. I just hope there is no expulsion, said Hagakure with bad memories. Whatever it is, I want a challenge, said Izuku. In these 2 days I haven't seen Tashinori-san at UA. He's supposed to be a teacher, but what class? Thought the green-haired boy. Class 1A. A voice was heard behind the door, surprising all the students. I'm coming through the door like a normal person, he said, entering in a comical manner. It's All Might, said Denki Kaminari, watching the hero walk in a strange way. That's the Silver Age costume, right? Tsuyu Ajuri said, looking at the peace symbol costume. His style is so different, I can't stand it, Mashireo Ojiro said, admiring the hero. I will give the basic hero training, All Might said, standing in front of everyone, so it will be a different way of learning the basics of being one. Let's get straight to the point, he said while taking something out of his cape. Combat training, he said while showing a card that said battle. Training, Katsuki said excitedly. of combat, Izuku said with excitement, finishing the gray-haired boy's sentence. And that's what these are for, All Might said, pointing to the wall where briefcases with numbers were coming out, suits made based on the record of their gifts and requests they sent before the academy started. Suits, Izuku whispered. After changing, go to the testing area, All Might ordered. Forks, all the students said with excitement. Fake city. They say that people make the man, young men and young women, said All Might as the students came out of the tunnel. Realize that from now on you are heroes. That's great, guys, you look great, said the teacher looking at the students' outfits. Now, let's start, zygotes? Flashback. Midoriya apartment. Permitted costumes. Before entering UA, all students are registered as dones with physical measurements and desired designs, and the support of a company with an exclusive contract with the school, explained Tashinori to the green-haired boy. They prepare a costume with the requested design. It is a wonderful system. Why did I just find out about this? Izuku said nervously. Tomorrow I enter UA. Calm down, Izuku said Inko, trying to calm her son. Me and Tashinori along with the commission and Gran Torino will take care of that, said the mother, confusing the green-haired boy. How did they handle that? Izuku asked without understanding. Take it as a gift from us, said the blonde, smiling. We hope you like it. We also changed the registration of your gift, Inko said, so you don't have to hide the black whip. The black whip is totally different from the OFA, Izuku said, not understanding how could I use it without raising suspicion. We set your gift as energy accumulation and control, said Tashinori. The black whip is just a manifestation of the energy accumulated outside your body. He explained the excuse to leave a notebook on the table. Take this. I did it in these 6 months that you were not there. Cheer up, young Midoriya, said Izuku, reading the title of the book and opening it, seeing its content. This is the information of all the OFA bearers. He asked, surprised seeing the content. That's right, it took me a long time, but I was able to finish it, said Tashinori happily, although of course their ritual techniques are not there, since I just found out about them. But I was able to get the most important of their gifts, explained the green-haired man. The most difficult ones were the second bearer and the third. There was no information about them. But how do I get this information? Izuku asked, seeing that everything was complete. Thanks to the OFA core, Tashinori said in response to the question. I still have OFA residues in me that allowed me to have this information for you. Even I am, Izuku said, looking at the sheet that said 9th shoot style. I wanted to help you a little more, so I created some techniques and skills that could help you, Tashinori said to the green-haired boy. I hope it helps you. Remember this, young Midoriya. You are not alone, you will always help yourself when you need it. I see, thank you very much, Tashinori-san, Izuku said quite happily. End of flashback. Tashinori-san, thank you very much, Izuku thought as he left the tunnel. Last, this costume has similar parts to my mother's, with the Gran Torino cape. I love it. Zeta suit. This is my suit, Izuku thought as he arrived with the others. Oh, Deku? Said Uraraka, looking at the green-haired boy. Your suit is great. Uraraka-san, yours looks good too, Izuku said, a little embarrassed by the brunette's outfit. I should have written what I wanted, but it ended up being too tight, said the girl, embarrassed. It's a little embarrassing. The hero chorus is great, said Minoru Mineta. It seems that he liked the gift, All Might thought happily, looking at the green-haired boy. Now, it's time for the training match, he said, so that all the students would get in order. Sensei Ida said, raising his hand. This is the entrance exam battle center, so are we going to have urban battles again? No, we'll go 2 steps ahead, All Might said in response to the blue-haired boy. Most of the time, fighting villains take place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, dangerous villains appear inside buildings. The peace symbol explained. Imprisonments, house arrests in this society full of heroes, villains cleverly hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be divided into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 internal battles. Without basic training? Tsuya asked the teacher. This is a real battle to understand the basics, All Might replied. However, the key this time is that there is no robot that you just have to defeat. How will victory and defeat be determined? Momoyayorozu asked. Can I send them flying? Katsuki asked. Will there be expulsion punishment like Aizawa-sensei's class? Uraraka asked worriedly. How will we divide ourselves? Ida asked. Isn't this cape cool? said Yuga Aoyama, showing his cape. I will answer all your questions, All Might said, overwhelmed by so many questions now. Listen, he said, taking out a small book and reading it. A script? Izuku thought, surprised. The situation is that the villains have a nuclear weapon hidden somewhere in their hideout, explained the professional hero. The heroes must catch the villains or obtain the nuclear weapon in the time limit, said All Might. The villains must protect the nuclear weapon for the entire time, or catch the heroes. The situation feels very American, Izuku thought. The teams and opponents will be determined by lottery, All Might said, taking out a box. Will they be decided like this? Ida said, surprised. Professionals must team up with heroes from other agencies. Maybe that's why, Izuku said, responding to the blue-haired boy. I see. It's thinking ahead, Ida said, understanding. Please excuse my rudeness. Okay, let's do this quickly, All Might said excitedly. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yayorozu and Minoru Mineta. D Team, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Yami Nara. Thanks to Eminence Divine for the created OC. G Team, Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro. Team H, Tsuyu Ajiri and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team I, Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. J Team, Hanta Siro and Aijiro Kurishima. Amazing, it must be fate. I'm counting on you, said Uraraka when she saw that she was with the green-haired boy. Let's give it our all, Izuku said. The first teams to fight will be, All Might said as he pulled out 2 letter balls from a box. These, he said, showing that they were bags. A and D, Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the surveillance room. Forks, said the other students. Villain team, go first and get ready in 5 minutes. The hero team will enter, and the battle will begin, All Might said to the remaining students. Forks, the teams said. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of a villain, All Might said to the students who were entering the building. This is very close to a real battle. Go all out, don't be afraid of getting hurt. Forks, Ida said. If things go too far, I will stop them, All Might said, in a possible extreme case. Forks, said Ida and Bakugo. Inside the building. Even though this is training, it pains me to become a villain, said Ida without a helmet, approaching the supposed bomb. So our job is to protect this? He said while tapping it a few times. It's made of paper mache. Hey, said Bakugo, calling the blue-haired boy. The round face had a gift of making things float or something, right? Round face? You mean Uraraka-kun? Said Ida, confused by the nicknames of the ashen-haired boy. According to what he said, his quirk allows him to put everything he touches in zero gravity. Zero gravity? It's not a dangerous quirk for either of them, Bakugo said, analyzing the enemy. The problem is Deku. His quirk is specialized in combat. Midoriya-kun, and did you know each other before? Ida asked, watching the ashen-haired boy nod. Do you know how Midoriya-kun's quirk works? Not much. I know it's based on accumulating energy in his body to enhance it, said Bakugo, but his techniques are varied. Black Whip is specialized in capture, and perhaps more techniques that he has hidden. We can't be too confident. I see. So any plans? Ida asked Bakugo. I'll take care of Deku. He'll probably stay to fight me while the round face heads in your direction. Katsuki thought about the possibilities. If possible, take care of her as quickly as possible and head to my position so you can support me against Deku. I understand, but can you hold out until I can get there? Ida asked with the last doubt to the plan. If I focus on attacking, I'll lose completely, said Bakugo, but I just have to kill time, attack and run away. I don't like doing that at all, but I have no other choice. So, it's practically a gamble, Ida said upon hearing the whole plan. Fine, I'll do my best. The difference between Deku and me wasn't that big, but after seeing his strength yesterday, Katsuki thought it was enough to show that I'm too far behind him. Outside the building. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's blueprints, Uraraka said, looking at the blueprints, but All Might is just like on TV. Unlike Aizawa-sensei's class, it seems like there won't be any punishment, so we can relax, she said, changing the subject. Our opponents are strong, Izuku said, concentrating on his thoughts, but I think we can win. How will we win? Uraraka said, a little worried. Uraraka-san, do you think you can buy time or defeat Ida-kun? The green-haired boy asked. I think so, Uraraka said, not very sure. It depends on the objects I could use my quirk on. I'm sure Kaken will come for me directly. You should go to the bomb if possible, avoiding Ida-kun, said Izuku, knowing what the gray-haired boy would do when they give the signal to start. Use your quirk on both of us. We'll start searching from the 3rd floor, he explained the plan. It's very obvious that the bomb won't be on the first 2 floors, and I doubt it'll be on the 5th. So that only leaves the 3rd and 4th floors as an option. I understand, Uraraka said, understanding the plan. Let's try hard. Now, let's begin the internal training match between Team A and Team D. All Might's voice was heard from a loudspeaker. Okay, everyone, you must think about it very carefully, All Might said to the students who were with him. Young Midoriya here. You are nothing more than a simple student. I will judge you strictly, without favoritism. Okay, let's go, said Uraraka, as did the green-haired boy. Okay, it's time for the test, Izuku said determinedly. Confrontation. Release, Uraraka whispered to deactivate her quirk, while inside the building. Infiltration successful. Be careful, Izuku warned in a whisper. There are many blind spots, so we must go slowly, said the green-haired man to the brown-haired girl. Yes, said Uraraka to follow Midoriya. I only used OFA against a human once. I'm afraid of using too much percentage and ending up hurting someone too much, Izuku thought as he walked carefully through the corridors. I won't use cursed energy for the moment, and I will increase the percentage as the battle continues. The 2 heroes walked cautiously through the corridors until the danger sensor was activated, warning the green-haired man of a surprise explosion from the ashen-haired boy. Uraraka-san, Izuku said, warning the brunette to cover her from the explosion. Are you okay, Uraraka-san? He asked the brunette. Yes, thank you, said Ochiko. You're not hurt? She asked, looking at the green-haired boy. It was a weak attack, Izuku said, a little confused. Did Kaken just attack from afar? It's not something he would normally do. What do you have in mind? Come on, Deku, use your quirk, said Bakugo away from them. Although it was not a very strong attack, he came out unharmed without using his quirk. I just have to buy time. Uraraka-san, you must flee towards the bomb, Izuku said, activating the OFA in his body. 1 for all, full calling, 15%. Will you be okay? Uraraka asked worriedly. I can take care of this, Izuku said to point his fingers at Bakugo. This was in All Might's book. Delaware Smash Air Force. Air bullets were launched from the green-haired man's gloves in the direction of Bakugo, who received the attack without being able to react. Shit, that's new, Katsuki thought, trying to recover. In an instant, the green-haired boy was facing the ashen-haired boy about to hit him, only for Bakugo to react in time using an explosion as momentum and dodge the attack. That blow would have knocked me out, Katsuki thought worriedly as he looked around trying to find the brunette. Where is she? Maybe, he thought as he looked at his opponent. A surprise attack from the start? Mineta said, surprised. Bakugo, that's cheating, Kirishima said. A surprise attack is not for men. A surprise attack is also a strategy, All Might explained to the students. They are in the middle of a real battle. Midori-kun took the attack to defend, Uraraka, Mina said, moved by the green-haired boy's action. Midoriya counterattacked effectively, Jami said, analyzing the fight. His strength is overwhelming. There goes Midoriya, said Denki, looking at the screen. The green-haired boy attacked the ashen-haired boy again, landing a blow to the stomach, sending Bakugo flying away from him. But the ashen-haired boy instantly recovered and decided to launch an explosion in front of him where the green-haired boy was attacking again. You can't dodge this, Deku, Bakugo thought when he saw the distance between the two of them. Before the explosion was launched, the green-haired boy, alerted by the danger sensor, kicked Bakugo's arms to deflect the explosion upwards, leaving Katsuki unprotected, who received a kick in the abdomen, pushing him away, by the force of the kick, until I crashed into a wall. If I continue like this, he will defeat me immediately, thought Katsuki, watching Izuku approach him. It will start with the right. It is too obvious, Midoriya thought, watching the movement of the ashen-haired boy. And just as the green-haired boy thought, Bakugo launched an explosion with his hand. Only the attack was not for him, but the ground exploded, raising a curtain of smoke. I know perfectly well that you have always analyzed my movements. I hope you like this, Deku thought Katsuki, bringing his hands together and approaching the green-haired boy stun grenade. A light shielded everyone present except the one who performed the technique, Katsuki, taking the opportunity to launch a point-blank explosion at the green-haired man, generating a large smoke screen. That was amazing, Izuku said excitedly, coming out of the smoke, showing that his suit was damaged a little. You are stronger than before, and I am glad that you are, he said while wiping the dust. If not, this fight would be pointless. Hey, Bakugo-kun, Ida said from the earpiece in his ear. Tell me how you are. How are you doing? The round face is heading to your position, Katsuki said, holding the headset to his ear. I'll take care of Deku. What is Bakugo saying? Kirishima asked, looking at the cameras. I can't tell just because of the position of the cameras without sound. He's talking to his partner on the wireless radio, All Might said, showing that he had one in his eye socket. You can have them for communication inside the building. And also this capture tape, he said, showing a white tape. Once you put this around your opponent, it will show that you captured him. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuke is located, right? Mina asked. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage, aren't they? Heroes must be able to turn the situation around no matter how much disadvantage they have, answered the symbol of peace. Besides, didn't Aizawa-sensei also tell you? You know, go beyond the limit. Plus ultra, all the students said together to the teacher. Monsieur, Midoriya is, said Aoyama, looking at the camera. Full cowling 35%, Izuku said, increasing the rays of their bodies. The lightning has increased. Is he holding back? Bakugo thought, somewhat annoyed and scared. Katsuki felt like his whole body was asking him to escape. Out of pure instinct, he let out an explosion to move to the side, so that the wall he was on before was destroyed in an instant by the green-haired man at an overwhelming speed. Shit, I dodged it luckily, Bakugo thought, watching Midoriya preparing to attack again. I just have to buy time. This time it was Bakugo who approached the green-haired man, who prepared to counterattack, only for the ashen-haired man to drastically change direction, moving away from Midoriya, using his explosions to increase his speed. Kaken is running away? What the hell are you planning? Izuku thought, surprised by Katsuki's action. Deku-kun, I found the target, Uraraka said from the green-haired man's earpiece. It's guarded by Ida-kun. What do I do? For now, stay there. On which floor is the bomb? Said Izuku, answering through the phone. On the 4th floor, in the middle, Uraraka said. I see. Stay alert in case Ida-kun sees you, Izuku ordered. I don't know exactly what Kaken wants to do, but I will defeat him quickly. Well, I'll wait for you, said Uraraka, cutting the communication. What are you planning, Kaken? Midoriya said as he followed the ashen-haired boy at full speed. Katsuki stopped running away from the green-haired boy when he reached a more open place. When Izuku arrived, he was greeted with an explosion which he blocked because he couldn't dodge it. An open place? We're in the middle of the 3rd floor, Izuku thought to see the ceiling. The target is above us, he thought to see again the ashen-haired boy who was smiling. You already know how my quirk works, right? Said Bakugo, smiling confidently. With my quirk I can secrete nitroglycerin from the sweat glands in the palm of my hand and make it explode, he explained while pointing one of the grenades from his hands at Midoriya. These gloves can accumulate nitroglycerin inside them. And he said to pull the trigger of the grenade. I will strengthen my cursed energy body, Izuku thought, increasing the percentage of OFA as he implemented the cursed energy. Young Bakugo, that is very dangerous. All Might's voice echoed in both of their headphones. He can regenerate. This won't kill him, said Bakugo, throwing the explosion. This is supposed to be a class, Kirishima said, watching the destruction of the explosion. Young man, young Midoriya, All Might said worriedly. Hey, Hagakure said, getting everyone's attention. Look, the smoke is a different color. It's true, Kaminari said, looking at the cameras. Is it a purple smoke? Mina asked, confused. What is this smoke? Katsuki said, surprised, looking in front of him. This is annoying, he said, so that with his explosions he dispersed the smoke, huh? Where is it? Did I dodge it from below? He said to see what caused his explosion until he saw a hole in the ceiling. It's up there. Bakugo-kun, what happened? Ida asked from the wireless radio. Hey, stay alert. Deku escaped to your place, Bakugo ordered to hear the rays of the green-haired boy's quirk. Wrong, Izuku said mockingly behind the ashen-haired boy's back. Shit, Bakugo tried to say but was interrupted by a blow to the stomach. Uraraka-san, said Midoriya, for the aforementioned to appear black whip, go get the. Katsuki, unable to recover, was caught by the black whip so that Uraraka could use her quirk on him and use the capture tape. The villain Bakugo has been captured, All Might said from the speaker. 2 minutes left. Bakugo-kun was captured, Ida mentioned in surprise. I'll have to defend the bomb alone. Do you think you can do that? Izuku said mockingly at the door. So you finally arrive, hero, said Ida, taking his role as villain. Sorry, but we don't have much time, Midoriya said as he quickly approached Bamba. I won't allow it, Ida said, using his quirk to push the bomb away from the green-haired boy. Black Whip, Izuku said, to try to capture Ida and take the target. Bakugo-kun, you warned me about that, said Ida, moving further away from the green-haired man with the bomb in his arms. That won't be enough. Before he knew it, Ida was purposely led by the green-haired man to the entrance of the room where Uraraka came out from behind the blue-haired man. I got you, Uraraka said, touching Ida using her quirk, and now to the roof, she said, lifting the blue-haired boy to the roof of the place. Target captured, Izuku said, touching the fake bomb. The heroes team won. All Might's voice echoed throughout the building, announcing the winner and ending the test for the 4 students. Am I done? Finally, Uraraka said, tiredly released deactivating her quirk, letting the blue-haired boy fall. What just happened? Denki asked, looking at the screen. It was too fast, Mina said, still not fully processing what had happened. Midoriya used Bakugo's massive attack to his advantage, achieving great teamwork with Uraraka, Yayorozu explained, or at least that's what I could conclude from the cameras. Attack from the shadows, huh? Tokoyami mentioned. That was amazing, Kirishima said, amazed by the fight. Young Bakugo, are you hurt? All Might asked as he arrived at the building. No, well, a little bit, yes, Katsuki answered, a little hurt. Deka held back on the last blow. That's good, you're not hurt, All Might said to the ashen-haired boy. Okay, let's go back to the surveillance room to see the results. Good, Bakugo replied as he left the place. I expected this result. I knew the difference between Deku and me was bigger than before. He thought, a little annoyed, but I didn't know it was that big. Surveillance room. Well, I have a big question for you. Who is the MVP of this battle? All Might asked the other students. I guess Midoriya-chan and Achiko-chan, Tsuyu answered. You're right, but something is missing. Do you know what it is? All Might asked. Me, said Momo, raising her hand. Go ahead, All Might gave the black-haired girl permission to speak. Everyone did well. Both teams formed a solid plan and managed to continue it perfectly except for the end, Momo explained, when Bakugo used his massive explosion where he pressured Midoriya to create a new improvised plan. It was what made the difference. Midoriya created 2 simultaneous distractions, confusing Bakugo enough for Uraraka to arrive at the scene, making the difference in a 2-on-1. The black-haired woman mentioned to both had to finish the test, demonstrating great teamwork. She left a small pause to continue. Ida took his role well. He only had the great disadvantage of fighting against 2 heroes, while with Bakugo his plan was solid, but he made the mistake of going on the offensive against Midoriya. As for his massive explosion, although it was not somewhat prudent, he focused on doing it in a place that does not destroy much of the building's infrastructure and concentrate on his objective, facing a perfect distraction as well as great coordination of the heroes. The villains lost completely. Yayorozu ending in my conclusion, it was Midoriya who did the best job in training. She said, more than I expected. All Might thought, impressed. Well, young Midoriya also made small mistakes, but well, you're right, All Might said, somewhat nervous. We must always start with the basics to develop deep learning, Momo spoke proudly. We must dedicate ourselves entirely to it, or else we will not be able to become elite heroes. She's someone who got in by recommendation? She's someone amazing, Izuku thought, looking at the girl. Okay everyone, let's change locations and start the second match, All Might said to choose other teams. The next match is Team B heroes against Team I, the villains. Second confrontation. Ojiro-kun said, Hagakure taking off her gloves. I'll be serious, I'll take off my gloves and boots too. Why yes, Ojiro replied a little nervously. Hagakure-san, that is the right decision for an invisible person, but it is not good for a girl, morally speaking. You shouldn't look, okay? Hagakure said to the blonde. I can't see even if I try, Ojiro replied with a drop of sweat. Now, let's start the second internal training meeting, All Might spoke from the headset. One in the north room on the 4th floor, the other is somewhere on the same floor, Shoji said, using his arms created by his quirk. They are barefoot. The invisible one is coming to attack and capture us. Huh? Wait outside. It's dangerous, Todoroki said as he entered the building. I'm sure our opponent is planning a defensive battle, but I don't care about that. While saying that, the two-color touched the wall to slowly freeze the building until it froze completely. Ouch, my feet, said Hagakure, frozen and motionless. This gift is, said Ojiro, listening to footsteps at the entrance. You can move if you want, but the skin will peel off and you won't be able to fight at your best, Todoroki said indifferently to address the target. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon. Besides that, he weakened the enemy. All Might explained the bicolor's movements. Amazing, Izuku said as he unnoticed his notebook from a dark vortex. I have to write it down. Hey, where did you get that from, Midoriya? Momo asked, watching the green-haired boy writing down. Are you writing down Todoroki's quirk? It's a custom, Midoriya replied. I quite like analyzing the quirks I see. I see, Momo said. Are you looking for weaknesses in quirks? Forks, I also look for situations in which they would be at a disadvantage or at an advantage, Izuku explained to the black-haired girl. Wow, that's great, Yaoyorozu said to continue talking to the green-haired boy. The heroes team won. Damn it, Bakugo said in a whisper. That damn half-half is stronger than me. I can't beat him, he thought, frustrated and angry. How does that gift work? Denki asked, surprised by the bicolor's ability. As expected from someone who came on recommendation, Tsuyu mentioned. Alright, everyone, gather around for the second match review, All Might said to the other students. Now we'll begin the third match. Good job, everyone, All Might said, congratulating the students. We didn't have any major injuries. You took this seriously. The symbol of peace spoke. You did a great job in your first training. I congratulate again. Having a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class, it's kind of anticlimactic, Tsuyu said to get all the students to nod in unison. We are free to have proper classes, All Might replied. Then, you can go to your room now. See you again, ha 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 ha, he said to leave quickly. All Might is amazing, Kaminari said, admiring the hero. Why were you in such a hurry? Ojiro asked. It's true, All Might can't have his hero form for long, Izuku thought, remembering All Might's days are probably numbered. That's why I'm his successor. I'll make him proud. Classroom. Midoriya, Kirishima said as he approached. Midoriya? You did great in training. Gosh, I don't know what he was talking about in the fight, but it was really exciting. You were first in the entrance exams, and I think I understand why, Siro said, joining the conversation. You did a good job dodging Bakugo's explosion, Mina mentioned excitedly. Making the first encounter so exciting made the rest try harder, Sato said to the green-haired boy. You are far from being elegant, but Oyama said. You did a good job dodging Bakugo's explosion, Mina mentioned excitedly, interrupting the blonde. Call me Tsuyu-chan, said the girl with the frog gift. My name is Yami Nara. You can just call me Yami, the purple-haired girl mentioned. I'm Sato, nice to meet you, Rikido introduced himself to the green-haired boy. I'm Mineta, I said out of nowhere. Nice to meet you, and thank you, Izuku replied nervously at being surrounded. They are very noisy, said Tokoyami, sitting at the table away from the group. Tokoyami-kun, Ida said, addressing the bird-like creature. The desk is not a chair, you must get down immediately. It's not that important, right? Jiro asked. What the? Said the blue-haired man, surprised that they didn't give him any importance. Also, what's wrong with your hands? Ojiro asked when he saw that she was moving her hands like a robot. I cannot forgive disrespectful actions against the desks that great men and superior women once used, Ida lectured. You are very noisy, Tokoyami said, a little annoyed. Ida-kun doesn't change, huh? Izuku thought, watching the scene. Hey Deku, Katsuki said, getting everyone's attention. Next time I'll win, and without running away. Of course, I'll wait for the rematch, Midoriya replied. Although you have 3 years to win, he said mockingly. Hey bastard, Bakugo replied angrily. I'll win next one, you'll see, he said as he left the classroom. See you later, Deku. What was that? Mina asked upon seeing the scene. The battle destined between men, Uraraka said confidently. A rivalry between the strongest, Kirishima mentioned excitedly. What a manly rivalry, crying comically. The battle destined between men, Uraraka repeated confidently. In the following days. Is this a bucking joke? Izuku thought, looking at all the journalists who were at the entrance. Hey you, a journalist mentioned approaching the green-haired boy. What are All Might's classes like? This their grade, Izuku said, trying to escape from them and managing to enter the academy. Excuse me, can you tell me about All Might? Said the journalist to a blonde-haired boy who had just arrived. Oh? You're the one who was caught by the sludge villain. Leave that alone, Bakugo said as he quickly left. This, about All Might, the journalist said again to a black-haired man. Wait, you're scruffy, what's wrong with you? He is not on duty today, Aizawa told the reporter. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave, he said to go inside the academy. Wait, I'd like to talk to All Might directly, the journalist tried to convince. Hey, just a little would be fine, just let us see All Might, she said, annoyed, approaching the entrance. Hey, don't go near the entrance, you idiot! Another journalist warned so they wouldn't pay attention to him. The journalist approached the entrance, causing an alarm to sound and a large barrier in the UA to be deployed throughout the academy. What the? Said the journalist, surprised. It's the UA barrier, explained another journalist. That's what we call it. And what is that? Asked the journalist. If someone tries to enter without a student ID or an entrance pass, the security system is activated, the journalist explained. Apparently, there are sensors all over the academy. They think they are high and mighty, said the annoyed journalist. They should at least give a comment. Gosh, we've been here for 2 days, and they don't say anything, said the other journalist. The news that All Might was hired as a UA teacher shocked the nation, and the media went to the school and caused a commotion for days. Everyone knew it. Yes, all of them. Class 1A. Good job on yesterday's training match, Aizawa congratulated his students. I saw the video and the results. Now let's get started with this, the teacher said. Sorry to say it late, but today, you guys. Another special test? All the students thought worriedly. They will decide, the class president said, the teacher completing his sentence. It's a normal school activity, the students thought calmly. I want to be class president, elect me, said Kirishima. Me too, Kaminari said, raising his hand. Me too, Jiro mentions, as does Kaminari. It's a job made for me, Aoyama said, to be interrupted. I will be the leader, Mina said, interrupting the blonde. I'll do it, Bakugo said, raising his hand. Silence, please, Ida said. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job that anyone can do. It is a calling that requires the trust of everyone around you. The blue-haired man spoke. If we want to use democracy to choose a true leader, then we must have an election to choose him. Why do you follow that? Kaminari asked. We don't know each other that well yet. How can we trust or anything? Tsuya said. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, Kirishima mentioned. Don't you think that precisely because someone who receives multiple votes can be considered the right person? Ida said. What do you think, sensei? I don't care, as long as they decide before class ends, Aizawa said from his sleeping bag. Thank you very much, Ida thanked. I got 5 votes? Izuku said, surprised by having won Kaken. He thought, looking at the ashen-haired boy who was smiling. I give up, Ida thought as he looked at his votes. 0 votes. I knew this would happen. It's what I expected from a person's call. You voted for someone else, huh? Said Momo, looking at the blue-haired boy. But you wanted to do it too. What did you try to do, Ida? Sato mentioned. So, the class president is Izuku Midoriya, and the vice president will be Momo Yayorozu, Aizawa said with the 2 students in front. I hope to do a good job. I will try hard. Izuku spoke to everyone else, and I'm counting on you, Yayorozu-san. Likewise, Midoriya-san, Momo replied kindly. I don't think it's bad, said Tsuyu. After all, Midoriya was very turned on, Kirishima said. And Yayorozu was great when we were talking about the results of the battles, Kaminari said. Coffee. The rice is very delicious, said Uraraka, eating with the group, which was now larger. Although I was elected as class president, I don't know if I'm qualified for it, Izuku said, not very sure. You are, I'm sure of it, said Momo, who joined the group. You'll be fine. Your courage and judgment in critical moments will make them follow you, Ida said to the green-haired boy. That's why I voted for you. Was it you? Izuku asked. But didn't you want to be class president too, Ida-kun? Uraraka asked the blue-haired boy. I mean, you wear glasses and everything. Uraraka-san just talks without thinking, Izuku thought. Wanting to be one and being suitable for it are different, Ida explained. I merely did what I judged was right. Merely? Said several of the group. You don't usually use that word, Izuku said to the blue-haired boy. Oh, that's it, Ida said. I've been thinking about it. Are you and Yaoyorozu rich kids? Uraraka asked. Rich kids, said the two mentioned above. No, well, just a little bit, Momo replied, embarrassed. A little bit. Yes, of course, the Yaoyorozu are one of the richest families, Izuku thought with a drop of sweat. I've tried to change my way of speaking because I don't want to be called that. Ida replied. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. That's great, they all said. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asked the others. Of course, he's a popular hero who has 65 partners working in his Tokyo agency, Izuku said excitedly. Maybe. He's my older brother, Ida said proudly. Really? Uraraka asked, surprised. How cool, Izuku mentioned. He's a hero who honors the rules and leads the people. The blue-haired boy said. I set the goal of being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it's too soon for me to lead others. Ida explained. Unlike me, Midoriya-kun discovered the hidden objective of the entrance exam, so he's the most suitable for the job, he said, smiling. This is the first time I see you smile, Ida-kun, Uraraka said. Huh? Really? I smile quite often, Ida said. How manly, Kirishima said after listening to the blue-haired boy's story. That reminds me of something. Deku, do you also come from a family of heroes? Bakugo asked. You too, Midoriya-kun? Ida asked. Something like that, just my mother and my father, although he was a hero in the United States, Izuku answered, while mother was a fairly famous heroine in Japan. Who was it? Momo asked, quite interested. Do you know the heroine Erasure? Deku asked. The former heroine of the national top? They all asked at once. If I remember correctly, he reached number 6, right? Asked Yami, who was with the group. Yes, but she mysteriously retired, said Mina, knowing the heroine's story. My mother retired so as not to put her family in danger, Izuku explained. According to what she told me, being someone at the top makes you have many enemies who will take advantage of anything to weaken the hero or heroine. That's why she retired without saying anything. I see you want to be a hero for your mother? Kirishima asked. Partly yes, but it is not the only reason, said Deku, but before continuing he was interrupted by an alarm. An alarm? Uraraka said in surprise. Level 3 security breach. All students evacuate immediately. What does security level 3 mean? Ida asked. I think it means that someone entered the academy illegally, Momo explained, not very sure. Stay here, Izuku said, confusing everyone. Why? We're talking about a villain entering UA, Kirishima said without understanding. I don't think it was a villain who came in, Izuku said. Thanks to my quirk, I can sense danger like a sensor. If it had been a villain, I would have known already. So what is it? Bakugo asked. I don't know, but it's important to stay calm, said Midoriya. Look at how the others behave. They panicked, and that's spreading among the others, he mentioned, so the others can see the scene. This isn't right, said Momo, watching as the others pushed each other to try to get out. What do we do, President? She said, referring to Izuku. First we need to know what came in. Deku analyzed. I have an idea, Yami-san. What can I do? Asked the purple-haired girl. With your gift you can make shadows come to life, right? Izuku said. That's right, I can also see from the vision of my created shadows, explained his gift, Yami. Okay, can you create a shadow to see through the window? Izuku asked, making the plan clear. Of course I can, said Yami, doing as ordered. The purple-haired girl, using her gift, created a kind of shadow doll to send it towards the window, avoiding some students who almost stepped on it. I found it, Yami said with his eyes closed. Midoriya was right, they are not villains but the press. The press? Kirishima asked. I see, Yaoyorozu, can you create a megaphone? Izuku asked the vice president. Forks, he responded, creating what was requested. Take it. Okay, now leave the rest to me, Izuku said to take the megaphone. Gojo-sensei told me to never use magecraft at UA, but this is necessary, he thought, to imbue the cursed speech into the megaphone. The green-haired boy approached where all the students were trying to leave. Activating his OFA gift, he pushed himself to stay on top of the entrance, having the attention of several but not all. Stay still and listen to me, Izuku said through the megaphone, making everyone stop instantly. Okay, now, there's no need for the Toge ritual anymore, he thought, removing the megaphone technique. It's just the press who entered the UA. There's no need to behave like that. Look through the window, and you'll see there's no need to panic. After saying that, all the students were calming down, and others were looking at the window. It's true, said a student looking out the window. The police are there, said another student. Thank goodness, another student said, calming down. How could ordinary members of the press do such a thing? Said the director of the UA, seeing the barrier that was destroyed. Someone instigated this, someone evil got in, or was it an attempt to declare war? Another day at the UA. Class 1A. Today, for basic hero training, it will be a class with 3 instructors, All Might, me and one more person, Aizawa explained to his class. Excuse me, what are we going to do? Asked Ciro, raising his hand. Disasters, catastrophes and all that, the teacher answered, showing a card that said Rescue. It's rescue training. Rescue, it seems like there will be a lot of work, Kaminari said. Idiot, it's a hero's duty, Kirishima said, my arms are already ready. No one can defeat me in the water, Karo said. Tsuyu. Hey, I'm not done yet, the professor said, silencing everyone. You can decide if you want to use your suit or not this time, he said as the briefcases of each student came out of the wall. Because your suits will probably limit your abilities. The training will be off campus, so we'll go by bus. That's all, get ready. Rescue training, what I have admired so much. This training will bring us one step closer to becoming great heroes. I will try hard, Izuku thought while taking his suit. USJ. Somewhere in Japan. Listen up, heroes, don't come after me, warned a villain holding some civilians in his arms. If you do, I will kill this rich family. It's all good, family. Huh! It can't be, said the villain, recognizing the voice above him. Missouri Smash, All Might said, hitting the villain from the air, leaving him unconscious. Do you know why? Because I'm on my way to work, he finished his sentence while leaving the family safe. Help, it was a cry from afar that the symbol of peace was able to hear. It would be bad if I'm late, All Might said, jumping towards the shout. It seems that I haven't lost my form. Even after giving young Midoriya the OFA, my powers had weakened. But now I'm the same as in my prime. With Class 1A. I thought it would be the other type of bus, Ida said, seeing what the bus looked like inside. But that doesn't matter, does it? Mina said. I say what comes to mind, Midoriya-chan said. Tsuyu, drawing the green-haired boy's attention. Yes, Ajiri-san? Izuku asked. Call me Tsuyu-chan, corrected the green-haired Tsuyu. It's okay, Tsuyu-chan, Izuku replied a little nervously. Your quirk is quite similar to All Might, said Tsuyu, surprising the green-haired boy. Why, you think? I'd say there are quite a few differences, Izuku replied quite nervously but regaining his composure. Although Tsuyu-chan is somewhat right, they only look alike. Kirishima mentioned Midoriya has other amazing tricks like Black Whip. Thanks, Kirishima, Izuku thanked mentally. With a quirk like that you can do extravagant things, said Kirishima while activating his quirk in his arm. My hardening is strong against others, but it is not great. For me it is definitely a gift for a professional, said Izuku, seeing the redhead's gift. Professional, huh? But you should also think about popularity, as a hero, Kirishima mentioned. My naval laser is professional level. In strength and beauty I speak Aoyama. But it's not cool if it gives you a stomach ache, Mina said, reminding him of the weakness of the blonde's gift. If we talk about bright and strong, it would be Bakugo and Todoroki, right? Said Kirishima, looking at those mentioned. Bakugo-chan is always annoying, so I don't think he's popular, Tsuyu said fearlessly. That's not true. Do you want to fight? Bakugo replied angrily. We don't know each other that well yet, so it's amazing that someone already knows their personality, Kaminari said. Hey, what are you talking about, bastard? Said Bakugo, annoyed. I think you guys have a very superficial view of your gifts, said Izuku, who was thoughtful. What do you mean, Midoriya-chan? Asked Suyu. I mean, they don't look for the nature of their own quirks, Izuku said. When one comes to know the true nature of their quirk, they can come up with new tricks. Nature of the done? How so? Kirishima asked, still not understanding. I'll use my quirk as an example. The first time I used it, we classified it as super strength. When I used it, I broke my own arm, Izuku explained, having everyone's attention. But isn't your gift energy accumulation? Momo asked, knowing a little about the green-haired boy's power. I'll get to that, Izuku said to continue his story. It took me some time to know that I could use my quirk throughout my body, changing my perception of my quirk again to physical abilities enhancer, he said, lying a little to get his point across. I think I understand your point, Momo said. If you didn't try to find out how your quirk really works, you would have been stuck with a super strength quirk that harms yourself, right? That's right. I think that many of the class's quirks have greater potential that can be exploited, Izuku said. For example, Kirishima. Me? Asked the aforementioned redhead. Your quirk allows you to harden your body, Midoriya explained the redhead's quirk. But have you tried to harden your body beyond your current limit? Beyond my limit? Kirishima asked himself. Gifts can force an evolution to become stronger in adverse situations, Izuku explained, but this evolution can be achieved by knowing your gift in the right way, without having to be in a dangerous situation. I see. If we know our gifts, we can take full advantage of our potential, Ida said, summarizing what the green-haired boy said. The nature of our done? Kaminari mentioned. That sounds great, worthy of our president. Great words, Midoriya. For the others, what Midoriya said is something quite important. You should remember it, Aizawa said to his students. We arrived. Come down, everyone, now. Forks, they all said. Everyone, I've been waiting for you, said a heroine in an astronaut suit. It's Space Heroine 13, said all the students. The great heroine who has rescued tons of people from disasters, Izuku said excitedly. Oh, I love 13, Uraraka said excitedly. Let's go inside at once, I mentioned 13. It's a pleasure working with you, said all the students. USJ. Amazing, it looks like Universal Studios Japan, said Kirishima, looking at the whole place. A ship, land displacement, fire, storm, landslide, said 13, mentioning all the areas of the place. It is a training ground made with different types of accidents and disasters. It is called the Simulation Unit of Never Expected Events, or in short USJ. 13. Where is All Might? Aizawa said without seeing the blonde. He was supposed to meet us here. About that, 13 said, approaching the black-haired man. It seems that he did a lot of hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, so he's resting, showing 3 of his fingers. It is the weight of irrationality. Well, we will take precautions, said Aizawa. Nothing can be done. Shall we start? Let's see. Before we start, let me say 1 this or 2, or 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, said 13 hesitantly. It's increasing, all the students thought. Everyone, I'm sure you know my quirk, black hole. I can absorb everything and turn it into dust, explained 13, his own gift. You've been able to use that gift to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuku said. Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily, said 13. Some of you also have a gift like this, right? In the superhuman society, the dons have been certified and strictly regulated, so it doesn't seem like a problem at first glance, the heroine explained, but they cannot forget that there are many dons who can easily kill with one wrong step. I guess One for All could be one of those. I don't know what would happen if someone received 100%, Izuku thought. With Aizawa-san's physical test, they discovered the possibilities of their own powers, and with combat training from All Might, they experienced the danger of using those powers against others. 13 explained to the students, this class is a start. You must learn to use your gifts to save people's lives. They should not have powers to hurt others. I hope you understand that you have powers to help others. 13 is great, Izuku thought when listening to the heroine's speech. That's all. Thank you for listening, 13 finished his explanation. Bravo, bravo, all the students said. This is bad. Why did the sensor activate now? Izuku thought as he felt the shock on his head. Well then, first, Aizawa said, to be interrupted. Aizawa-sensei, something is happening at the fountain, Izuku warned, alarming everyone. Before they could see the source, the electricity was absorbed throughout the place, turning off the light in the place, while a purple and black vortex was generated in the source from which a white-haired man emerged. Gather together and don't move, Aizawa quickly ordered his students. 13. Protect the students. What happens? Kirishima asked without understanding what was happening. The purple portal extended further and further where villains of all types and forms emerged, while the white-haired man was looking for something or someone specific. Is it like the entrance exam, where the lesson had already started? Kirishima asked, looking at the villains. They are real villains, Izuku said, alerting all his classmates. One for all is alerting me to something, the green-haired boy thought, looking at the white-haired boy. 13 an Eraserhead, huh? Said the white-haired villain while another giant villain came out of the portal. The information from teachers that we received the other day says that All Might is supposed to be here. He mentioned the portal taking a more human form. The transfer the other day was the job of these trashes after all, right? Aizawa said, putting on his glasses. Where are they? Asked the white-haired villain. And we who came with all this crowd, All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he will come if we kill his beloved successor? Izuku Midoriya? He said with a dark smile. Hey villains, how? Kirishima asked. There is no way they would enter the Hero Academy. Sensei, what about the anti-trespass censors? Momo asked. We have them, of course, but 13 explained or what he could. Did they only appear here? Or around the entire academy? Todoroki asked. Whatever, the censors are not responding, which means that someone has a quirk that allows them to do that, said the bicolor, a requested area separated from the main campus during the time that there is supposed to be a class here. They may be idiots, but they are not stupid. It is obvious that they came with a concise objective. They have too many allies and enough preparation in advance, Izuku analyzed. But for what purpose exactly? Todoroki said. 13. The evacuation begins, Aizawa said to the heroine. Try calling the academy. These villains even did something against the censors. It is possible that someone has radio wave type powers interfering, the professor explained. Kaminari, try to call the academy with your gift. I understand, said Kaminari, following the order. What about you, sensei? Will you fight them all by yourself? Izuku asked, worried about his teacher with so many. Even if I erase their quirks, Eraserhead's fighting style is to capture the enemy after erasing their quirk. A head-on battle is. You are the one who should know best, Midoriya. A hero cannot rely on just one trick, Aizawa replied to his student. I'll leave it to you, 13, he said as he launched himself into the first horde of villains. I know, but I don't care about that. I can feel curses near the path, Izuku thought while looking at his teacher. Firing squad, Ghost, said a villain arrogantly. Didn't the information say that only 13 and All Might would be there? The villain asked quite confidently. Who is that? I don't know, answered another villain with a mutant-type quirk, but if he thinks he can come and attack us head-on alone, he's a big idiot, he said, seeing the hero approaching them. Before being able to attack, the eraser hero activates his gift, turning his eyes red and erasing the gifts of the enemies in front of him, confusing them. Huh! My gift, said the villain with cannons on his fingers. The bullets don't come out, said the non-mutant villain, confused. In the confusion, the professor took advantage of the opportunity created to trap the three villains in their bandages to send them all into the air and make the three of them hit their heads, defeating them instantly. Idiot, he's Eraserhead, he can erase quirks just by looking at them, said one of the villains surrounding the hero. Erase? Will you erase the gifts of mutation-type villains like us? Said a villain with 4 arms, jumping towards the hero to hit him. No, I can't, the black-haired man answered, dodging the blow and throwing one at the villain's face. But the abilities of guys like you, he said, throwing his bandages at the villain. Grabbing him by the foot and dodging a blow from behind him are statistically manifested in close combat. He threw a kick at the enemy from behind him and threw the villain trapped in the bandage, making the villains collide, so I took measures against that, he said, deactivating his quirk. He's also strong in close combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with his glasses, you can't tell which quirk he's erasing. The white-haired villain said. When he fights a group, it makes it difficult for them to work together, he said as he watched the hero defeat other villains. It's a cool quirk, I wonder if I can make it mine. Master Shigaraki, I ask you to focus on the main objective, the portal villain asked. Yes, I know, you don't have to repeat it, replied the now famous Shigaraki. Aizawa-sensei has a good fight against so many people, doesn't he? Izuku said, looking at his teacher. This is not the time to analyze, Ida said to the green-haired boy. Let's go to the exit quickly. Good, Izuku answered, following the blue-haired boy. I won't leave you, said the portal villain, emerging from the ground in front of the students. And teacher, it's a pleasure. We are the League of Villains. The villain introduced himself. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves to the home of heroes, the Yui Academy, to make All Might, the symbol of peace, along with Izuku Midoriya, take their last breath. Huh! Izuku said upon hearing the information. I think All Might should be here. Was there some kind of change? Asked the Shadow. Well, even if he isn't here, our second target is, he said while expanding his portal body. The heroine 13 was prepared to attack but was interrupted when two students stepped forward. Bakugo and Kirishima launched themselves at the villain to attack him, releasing an explosion. Bakugo covered everyone's vision with a large smoke. Didn't you consider that you should defeat us before doing so? Kirishima said, believing that he hurt the villain. Idiots, to hurt him you have to aim at a physical place, Izuku warned, alerting the two. Oh my, that was dangerous, said the villain, gathering his shadows to take a more compact form. It's true, even if they are students, they are excellent golden eggs. No move, both of you, 13 said, trying to activate his quirk without harming the students. My job is to disperse it and torture them until they die, said the villain as he threw his body of purple and black mist towards the students, generating a copulation. Shipwreck zone. What? Izuku said as he came out of a portal created in the air and fell into the water. A portal? Is that his quirk? Do they want to kill All Might and me? What the hell is going on? He thought as he swam to the surface. I have nothing against you, but goodbye, said a villain approaching the green-haired boy. Midoriya-chan, said Tsuyu, kicking the villain. Karo launching his tongue to surround the green-haired man. See you later, he said, to take the green-haired man to the surface and leave Midoriya carefully on the boat. For a toad, your breasts are very big, Mineta said in Tsuyu's arms. Karo. Tsuyu carelessly threw Mineta onto the ship with her tongue so she could get on as well. Thank you, Azuri-san, Izuku thanked the girl. Call me Tsuyu-chan, he corrected the green-haired boy. Thank you, Tsuyu-chan, said Midoriya a little nervously. This became a very bad situation, said Tsuyu. Yes, with everything said by the villains, it only shows that they knew about the UA program. Izuku analyzed. That means that the press incident the other day was their fault. But it's not like they can kill All Might or you, Mineta said. We just have to kill time, and when All Might arrives, he will defeat everyone. Mineta-chan, Tsuyu said to the purple-haired boy, don't you think they're trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? The girl asked, I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might arrives, I wonder if we'll be able to make it in one piece. Midoriya, what the hell is that? Mineta said, scared. Karo, there are quite a few villains, Tsuyu said, looking down from the ship. I have too many questions and no answers. Damn, I don't have time for that. Izuku thought to start using his quirk, full cowling 45% generating rays from his body. Midoriya-chan, you shouldn't fight, said Tsuyu, warning the green-haired boy. You are also his target. That doesn't matter. If they have a way to kill All Might, then we must stop them, said the green-haired boy. I have an idea to get out of this situation, but I need you to help me. Huh? Mineta said, scared. Okay, count on me, said Tsuyu, trusting the green-haired boy. Yui. The number you called is not in service or has been temporarily disconnected, could be heard from the phone. I can't communicate with 13 or Aizawa-kun, Toshinori said to himself. Whatever the reason, I'm being negligent with my teaching duties because of what happened outside during work hours. I was an idiot. Just because I've regained my strength doesn't mean I don't have a time limit. What should I do? I'll only be able to maintain my hero form for 10 more minutes, he said to himself as he transformed into his muscular form. I'll go anyway. He couldn't continue as he bled blood from his mouth and returned to his skeletal form. Wait, a voice was heard entering the room. Main Nizu, Toshinori said. Forks, am I a mouse? Dog? Bear? My real identity is the director, said the animal with Don. What do you bring here? Toshinori asked. Look at this, said Nizu, showing a tablet with a news item. All Might solves 8 incidents in just 1 hour. He read the news item, making the blonde nervous. I can imagine the pressure the symbol of peace feels, but he shouldn't he react like this every time he hears about an incident, he said, and then sighed. You haven't changed at all, right? It's already a custom, the blonde excused himself. Your activities as a hero are limited by your injury, and its side effects, the director said. On top of that, you need to train your successor of one for all. That's why I suggested you as a teacher, the director explained. I think you should stay here and relax a little more. But what if something bad were to happen? Tashinori asked the director. Even if that were to happen, your successor is there, Nizu said, drinking a cup of coffee. You told me that he can already be classified as a professional hero, remember? The only reason he's here is so that the commission doesn't treat him like just another ordinary soldier. I know, even if he doesn't control 100% of One for All, he's already stronger than me, said Tashinori, unable to remove his concern. But still, there's something that makes him uneasy. Because of what happened the other day in the press? The director asked, and saw the blonde nod. It was a declaration of war, definitely. But by whom? Could it be him? Tashinori asked. I highly doubt it. He is supposed to be dead, the director said. You crushed his head. No human could survive that. For me, he is not human, said Tashinori seriously. And I don't blame you, the director said. Just like the blonde, he is just a monster, one that always comes back. All for one, said All Might with clear seriousness. The natural enemy of the symbol of peace. The symbol of terror. USJ. Shipwreck zone. Hey, you're going to fight alone? Are you an idiot? They want you dead, said to frightened Mineta. These guys can kill All Might, right? Then what chance do we have of winning? Lie, listen, Izuku said to silence the little one. These guys assume that we will fight in the water. For people who meticulously gathered so much information, there is something strange. They sent you Tsuyu-chan to the shipwreck area. What's that about? Mineta asked, not understanding the point. Which means the villains don't know our quirks, Izuku said. Karo, that's true. If they knew my quirk, they would probably send me to the fire zone Tsuyu mentioned, understanding the point. They probably separated us because they think they'll win if they outnumber us, Izuku said, analyzing the situation. We're rookies and inexperienced, but we have the advantage that they don't know our quirks. I'll tell you more about my gift, Tsuyu said to the green-haired boy. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stretch my tongue about 20 meters. I can also secrete a toxic mucus that stinks a bit. Secretary? Mineta thought. I doubt the last one will be useful, so you can forget about it, Tsuyu mentioned. I had already noticed it, but you are very strong, said Izuku. My gift is energy accumulation and control. At the moment I do not control 100% of my gift, but I can manifest energy in different ways. One of them is in my body that enhances my physical qualities. There was also that black whip thing, right? Mineta asked. That's right. That's the manifestation of energy outside my body, the green-haired man explained his gift. It wasn't long ago that the third's gift awakened. I haven't even used it once, so I can't depend on that. My gift makes these very airtight. Depending on how I feel, they can stay stuck for a whole day, explained his gift. Mineta, which was his hair, they grow after I take them off. But if I take too many off, I start to bleed. They don't stick to me, they just bounce off. It's a great gift for capturing villains, Izuku said. Do you think so? It's not a quirk specialized in combat, Mineta said without trusting it. Of course, it's very useful, Izuku mentioned. I have a plan. Which one would be? Tsuyu was saying, but was interrupted by a water claw that attacked the ship. I'm getting impatient. Let's finish this now, said a villain in the water angrily. The ship broke, Mineta said, frightened. I'll say it quickly, Mineta and Tsuyu-chan, you will be here. When I take care of the villains, Tsuyu-chan will jump while Mineta uses his quirk to catch all the villains together, said the flat Izuku. I will take care of gathering the villains. And how will you do that? Mineta asked. When the enemy thinks their victory is certain, then it's our chance. Izuku replied with a smile. All Might said it before on TV. You guys just trust me. They really are children, with all that whining and screaming, said a villain who surrounded the ship. Hey, Shigaraki said not to let our guard down, remember? Another villain spoke. Don't judge him by his age and look at his quirks. It's common sense, right? Said the villain who created the claw. Because of our quirks, we definitely have an advantage in the water. Hey idiots, Izuku shouted, drawing the villain's attention and charging towards them. Delaware smash. The green-haired boy shouted so that with his fingers he could generate a large air bullet that when it hit the water created a large vortex that absorbed the villains, bringing them together. Midoriya, are you crazy? They want you dead, so why? Why? Mineta wondered. Tsuyu-chan, Mineta. Izuku gave the signal for them to act. Karo, Tsuyu jumping and throwing her tongue to grab the green-haired boy. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with you, Midoriya? Why are you acting so cool? Mineta thought, throwing his quirk towards the created vortex. I'm being drawn, said a villain. Is it that, boys? Said another villain, trying to take off the purple spheres but ended up stuck to them. What the hell? I can't take them off, another villain spoke. If a powerful force is applied to the surface of water, it splits and then converges and returns to the middle, Izuku explained as he watched the villains being defeated. I guess we won the first round, Tsuyu said. You're amazing, both of you. We did it, Mineta said happily. Midoriya-chan, said Tsuyu, calling his attention. What are we going to do now? She asked, now being in the water. They should go to the shore and try to join the class, Izuku replied, pointing to the place where they entered. Should they? Mineta asked. Yes, I plan to help Aizawa-sensei, Izuku answered, surprising them both. I think he's overdoing it by jumping into a crowd of villains to protect us. Midoriya, is that so? Mineta said, worried about the green-haired boy. I don't plan on putting you in danger, Izuku said, walking to the shore. I'll make a way for you to go with the others. Well, Miento replied, not very sure. Karo, Midoriya-chan, look at this, Tsuyu said, pointing at the teacher. It seems that he has defeated almost all the villains. The eraser hero charged two villains, jumping and catching them in their bandages, then kicking them to the ground, only to see the white-haired boy approaching him. 23 seconds, Shigaraki said in a whisper. The last boss? Aizawa said to throw his bandages towards the villain. 24 seconds, Shigaraki continued his count. The white-haired man dodged the bandages, shortening the distance between the two. The hero, seeing an opening, struck the villain's stomach, which was stopped by the villain's palm. Curse, Aizawa mentally cursed so that his hair would return to normal. It's hard to see you because you keep moving around, but there's a moment when your hair falls, Shigaraki said, using his quirk on the hero's elbow. It's when you finish an action and the space becomes shorter and shorter, he explained while cracking the black-haired man's elbow. Don't force yourself too much, eraser head. Full cowling, 50%, Izuku thought, activating his quirk. Aizawa-sensei. The green-haired boy went at full speed, hitting the white-haired boy away from his teacher. Midoriya, it's dangerous, Aizawa said to his student. Midoriya ignored it and attacked a villain behind the teacher with an air bullet, and began to fight other villains, defeating them with one blow. He's just a kid, said a villain to receive a punch in the face from the green-haired man, knocking him out. Tsuyu-chan and Mineta help Aizawa-sensei, Izuku said to the others. As a teacher, I can't allow you to fight alone, the black-haired boy refuted Midoriya. You are hurt, and quite exhausted, said the green-haired man. I'll take care of this, I'll do it quickly. Midoriya, said Aizawa, not very sure. Prioritize others, Izuku said to his teacher. Please, I beg you. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Midoriya, Aizawa said, gesturing for the other two students to follow him. Midoriya, I'll be back to help you, he said as he left with the students. Understood, Deku said, looking at the villain in front of him. Well, why did you wait for them to leave? They are simply not my target, Shigaraki replied. That doesn't matter anyway. What really matters is you. Me? Why exactly? Izuku asked the villain. Because you are the ninth, Shigaraki said, surprising the green-haired boy. You and I are destined to kill each other. The one for all. And the all for one. They met again. All for one, Izuku said, surprised. So that's why All Might and I are the targets. So, shall we start the fun? He asked, heading towards the green-haired boy. As you wish, Izuku said defiantly to throw a punch at the villain. The green-haired man's blow was dodged by the villain and counterattacked towards the head of the aspiring hero, who dodged, thanks to the sensor of the fourth bearer, Using the black whip, he entangled the villain to bring him closer to him and land a hit, increasing the percentage to 60% at the last moment. Thanks to the impact of the blow, the white-haired man was thrown away from Midoriya. It was a 60% hit. How did he hardly take any damage? Izuku thought, impressed seeing the villain almost intact. That was quite a hit, Shigaraki said, dusting himself off. I hope that's not all you got, he said with a crazed smile. The villain approached quickly, surprising Deku with the sudden increase in speed, who could only try to block the impact with his arms, receiving the blow from Shigaraki that was so powerful that he sent the green-haired man towards the fountain, breaking it in the process. Shit, it's so strong, Izuku cursed under his breath. Getting up from where he was, raising the percentage won't make any change if I don't do it wisely. I'll imbue my blows with cursed energy. Don't get distracted, Shigaraki said, attacking the green-haired boy. The student dodged the attack with the help of the sensor, but it did not deactivate, alerting the green-haired boy. The villain's attack was not for him but was directed at the ground. Touching the ground, Shigaraki activated his deterioration, cracking the ground that approached the green-haired boy. I haven't seen that quirk much, but it's easy to know how it works, Izuku thought. Using his black whip to catch the villain, you need to touch a surface to activate that quirk, he said, lifting the white-haired man with his black whip to bring him closer to him. Detroit smash. Shit, Shigaraki said, taking the blow directly. This is annoying, he said, annoyed, cutting the whip in his hands. It's because it's a feint, Izuku said, to hit the villain again. Smash, he shouted to send the villain away from the blow. Shigaraki, trying to recover from the blow, was not able to react to the speed of the green-haired man who was in front of him preparing a new blow. Noma, the villain, shouted desperately. Smash. The blow hits a target, releasing a large amount of compressed air, pushing nearby villains and breaking some glass into place. When the dust cleared, the green-haired man saw that he had not hit the white-haired villain but something else. What the hell is this? Izuku said, seeing what was in front of him. And what do you think? Shigaraki asked mockingly. It's called Nomu, and he's the anti-symbol of peace. It seems you regained your confidence. I'm sure you were desperate a little while ago, Izuku said, trying to provoke the villain. What the hell? The anti-symbol of peace? I didn't hurt him at all, he thought worriedly inside. I was just surprised. It was nothing more, Shigaraki responded, somewhat annoyed by the comment. You better prepare to suffer. Nomu, kill him, the white-haired man ordered. The beast called Nomu obeyed the villain's order to move and try to attack the green-haired man, failing due to the hero's reflexes, who managed to dodge the first attack but did not consider that the white-haired villain would continue fighting, receiving a blow to the ribs. The green-haired boy, sore from the blow, was not able to dodge the Nomu's next attack, who hit the student's face with abnormal force, breaking his nose and pushing him a few meters from the place. His blows hurt too much. I don't think I can withstand so many blows like that, Izuku thought, quite sore, regenerating his nose. I can't go on the defensive, so I'll go on the offensive. Midoriya barely recovered, avoiding 2 attacks from the Nomu to avoid another attack from Shigaraki's back thanks to the danger sensor. The green-haired boy, seeing his opportunity, decided to counterattack with a black whip to throw the white-haired boy away and stay fighting with the Nomu beast. One for all, 70% plus cursed energy. Izuku thought to tie the Nomu with the gift of the 5th and shorten the distance to launch a blow. Pseudo 100%. The combination of 1 for all at 70% plus a part of the cursed energy. It results in a 100% false, which didn't give any results. That? Izuku said, surprised that his best blow did nothing. Why didn't I do anything to him? Was that your best shot? Shigaraki spoke from the hero's back. What a disappointment, Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to attack the white-haired boy without realizing that the Nomu was going to hit him, receiving the blow without being able to protect himself, falling to the ground so that Shigaraki used a gift of strong sound waves that broke the green-haired boy's ears, who despite the pain attacked the villain. Even in that state he still attacks? Shigaraki thought, quite surprised. This bastard is crazy. Smash, Izuku shouted, hitting the villain to get him away from the Nomu. I won't be able to win in a 2-on-1, but if I fight in a 1-on-1 fight I will have a chance of winning. Agar, the Nomu beast, roared to fight the green-haired man. The Nomu headed at full speed to hit the student, who dodged thanks to his sensor. Izuku, taking advantage of an opening, hit the beast so that the blow did not take effect again. What the hell? Why don't I do him any harm? I don't even move him a millimeter, Midoriya thought, worried. You will never do any harm to Noma, said Shigaraki, returning to the battlefield. Hey, Izuku had to dodge a blow from Nomu again thanks to the fourth quirk. What do you mean? Shock absorption prevents Nomu from taking damage, Shigaraki explained quite confidently. If you want to hurt him, you must first overcome that quirk. Shock absorption? I get it doesn't matter how hard I hit that thing with my quirk, Izuku said. If I want to overcome it, I don't necessarily have to hit it myself. Enough talk, I already said the villain before attacking the green-haired boy. What is he up to by saying that? Reinforcing his body with cursed energy, Izuku received the blow from the two villains at the same time that he was sent far away by the impact, but seeing his opportunity he used the black whip to take the two with him to the shipwreck area. What are you planning? Damn bastard, Shigaraki said, annoyed at being taken from one place to another. My plan is for you to die now, Izuku responded, throwing the two villains into the water and landing at full speed. Does he want to drown us? Shigaraki thought at the bottom of the water to try to rise to the surface. Noma seems to react thanks to the voice of this villain, but it doesn't seem to have a mind of its own, Izuku thought, grabbing Shigaraki's foot to push him deeper. If this bastard doesn't talk, Noma won't do anything. Shigaraki tried to hit Midoriya, but because of the water his movements were slower, which the green-haired boy took advantage of to bring him closer with a black whip and hit him hard, sinking him to the bottom. Well, now Nomu is very far away from the villain, Izuku thought, seeing the villain in front of him. I'll use my secret weapon. I didn't have time to complete it, but it will still give me an advantage. What is he doing? Shigaraki thought as he watched the green-haired boy put his hands together. An environment built with cursed energy and manifested through a cursed technique. Something that Izuku Midoriya had already experienced firsthand. And he just created his own, with the intention of killing the villain in front of him. Domain expansion. Legacy of the Bearers. What? Shigaraki said, watching the domain being created by removing the water that surrounded them. My domain is incomplete, but still, I can defeat him with one hit, Izuku thought, seeing the villain smiling. What is he doing? Wonderful, Shigaraki shouted, clapping his hands together as giant fingers emerged from his body. Domain expansion. Incarnation of terror. Black hole absorbs everything and turns it into dust, said the portal villain, being absorbed by the heroine's gift. I see, it is an amazing gift. However, 13, you are a heroine who works to rescue people from disasters, he explained while creating a portal in it. As expected, your battle experience is less than half of a normal hero. As a portal grew larger in front of the villain, another one appeared from behind the pro-heroine, sending the gift of 13 to herself from the portal. A transport portal, 13 said in surprise, only to be absorbed by her own gift. You turned yourself into dust, said the villain, watching as the heroine was consumed by her quirk. Damn it, 13 said, deactivating her quirk but too hurt to stand. Sensei Mina shouted, worried. Ida, run! Quick! Sato said to the blue-haired boy, seeing the opportunity to escape. Go get help. Damn it, Ida said, activating his quirk to run to the entrance of the place. One of the boys who wasn't separated were just waiting for All Might. But if other teachers are called here, it'll be hard for us, thought the villain, creating a portal in front of the blue-haired boy. I won't be able to stop myself, Ida thought, seeing the portal in front of him. I won't allow it, said Aizawa, arriving at the place and erasing the villain's quirk. Ida, don't stop. I understand, Ida replied as he increased his speed towards the door. Everyone wait for me. Damn eraser, wasn't he with Shigaraki? The villain asked the black-haired man, but we don't need a quirk to lock them up here. What? Without his gift he shouldn't be able to do anything, Mina said without understanding what he meant. It arises from a darkness blacker than darkness, the villain recited. It purifies, huh? I don't know the theory behind this. But if he's wearing something like this, said Uraraka as she took a metal part of the villain, it means he has a physical body, she said, activating her quirk and sending the villain into the air. Go, Ida-kun. The door, I'll have to force it open, Ida thought as he tried to open the gigantic door with his hands, succeeding little by little. Damn, I don't have time, said the villain. In the air it emerges from a darkness blacker than darkness. It purifies the impure, he recited in full, this time creating the veil slowly. Engine boost, Ida said, to increase the power of his engines in his legs and go through the door before the veil is completely completed. He went to ask for support. It's the end of the game, the villain thought, seeing that the student managed to escape even though the veil is there. It won't take long for them to break it. Damn, I failed. The villain has no escape now, said Uraraka happily. I recommend you watch their backs, heroes, the villain spoke threateningly. Uraraka, watch out, the teacher warned, neglecting the villain to concentrate on the monster near the student. Where the hell did they come from? What is that? Mina shouted, seeing the monster behind the brown-haired girl. Karo Tsuyu with his tongue caught Uraraka, moving her away from the curse in front of them. It seems that it is made of electricity. Kiki the curse laughed to attack the teacher. It's fast, Aizawa thought, unable to react to the speed of the new monster. The curse approached the black-haired man, trying to hit him in the face, but stopped centimeters away from the blow, landing only to mock the pro hero, throwing several punches that stopped before actually hitting their target, while laughing mockingly. He's laughing at me, but his speed will go away when I erase his quirk. Aizawa thought to try to activate his quirk, but received a blow to the stomach, knocking the air out of him. I better leave, said the portal villain, seeing that the curse was enough, although that curse is not under our control. So good luck, heroes, said the villain goodbye to leave the place. It's not in your control, Mineta repeated, frightened. Kiki the curse laughed madly to attack the grieving teacher again. Ritual technique, shadow doll creation, Yami recited mentally, creating a copy of himself made of shadows, making the curse stay still to change targets. I will be your opponent. Kiki, she said the curse excitedly before attacking the girl. The curse only wanted to fight against the strongest. Shadow dolls, Yami said, heading towards the curse. Two more silhouettes of Yami made of shadows were formed so that one of them would attack hand to hand against the curse, who dodged the blow easily and with an electrified fist destroyed the copy of shadows. You're not very smart, right? Yami spoke from behind the curse to hit it with cursed energy imbued. Ki the curse shouted to attack the girl again. If you're not a thinking curse, you're not dangerous at all, said Yami, taking a dark form so that it would be destroyed. I can change positions with my shadows, explained Yami behind the enemy's back. In her new position, the purple-haired girl imbued her fist with shadows and cursed energy to hit the curse from behind, but it split into two, causing the purple-haired girl's attack to miss the target. It split, watch out, Yami-san, Uraraka warned the girl, who was about to receive a blow from each copy of the curse. Shadow binding, Yami recited, creating chains from the shadows of the curses that bound them. They are forgetting something else. The last shadow silhouette of Yami appeared to hit the curse on the right, while the real Yami hit the one on the left, a storm of blows that the curses could not avoid, receiving great damage from the purple-haired girl's attack. A first-degree sorceress. The strongest student in Kyoto. Yami Nara. You are weak, said Yami, giving the last blows to exorcise one of the copies of the electric curse. Kei, the last copy of the curse to be exorcised by Yami's shadow, shouted. Should I kill him? Uraraka asked, impressed by the fight. I didn't kill him, he was too weak, Yami said. His copy was weaker than the other, so I guess this one wasn't the real one. Wasn't it the real one? Mineta said, quite scared. Nara, do you know what those things are? Aizawa asked, a little hurt from what the villain said. He doesn't seem to be a human. He said something like, damn. It's hard to explain, Yami said. It's not very important for now. What do you mean it's not important? Uraraka said excitedly. I think we should focus on the others, Yami said, trying not to explain. I'll go help the others. Wait, said Aizawa, stopping the girl. Midoriya is fighting against the villain leaders. If you can help him, ask the black-haired man. The villain has a gift to disintegrate everything he touches. Be careful, I won't be able to help with these wounds. I understand, Yami replied as he headed down the stairs. Huh? What's that? He asked, making everyone look at what the girl was pointing at. In the rec area, is there a dome? Mina asked in the air. And Midoriya? He should be in the middle, said Aizawa without understanding what that black barrier was. In the middle? Perhaps? Yami said. Midoriya is trapped in that domain. Midoriya is inside that place? Uraraka asked worriedly. Guys, look, Sato said so everyone could pay attention to the dome. The surroundings are disintegrating, Mineta said, watching as the water and ground cracked into a gray color, and suddenly broke. "He's getting closer to that dome," said Aizawa. The deterioration spread further and further, getting closer to the domain barrier until it reached it, cracking the barrier and turning it into a gray color to the point of covering the entire barrier. "If this continues, the barrier will break," Yami said worriedly. The domino cracked completely. Until collapse. "Midoriya," Uraraka shouted as she watched the green-haired boy leave the dome. "His arm," Mineta said, scared, seeing the green-haired boy's condition. "Izuku Midoriya's domain. It was completely destroyed." "Let's have fun, Izuku Midoriya," Shigaraki said mockingly. The shipwreck area was completely destroyed and without water, showing only 3 people, Shigaraki, Nomu and a very injured Izuku, who was without his right arm and with a bleeding abdomen. "He broke my domain from the outside. This can't get any worse," Izuku thought while trying to regenerate. "I've never tried to completely regenerate a limb. But he must do it, now or never." "Don't tell me that's all you have to give," Shigaraki said, disappointed. "If that's all, I'll steal your quirk and kill you." The white-haired villain was heading towards Midoriya to steal his quirk while Izuku couldn't do anything, but the green-haired man realized one thing and would do the most of it, approaching the villain to attack with his only arm. "Idiot, now your quirk is mine," Shigaraki said, placing his hand on the green-haired boy's head. "For having a fairly complex domino expansion, you don't know the most basic things about this," Izuku said, hitting the villain's jaw and kicking him in the face. After a domain expansion. Ritual techniques and gifts. They enter a cooling state, where they cannot be used for a period of time. "He wants to steal my quirk first, so he won't kill me until he has it," Izuku thought to give the villain another blow. "Damn it," Shigaraki cursed as he tried to get away from the student. "Nam." He couldn't continue the call because the green-haired man kicked him in the face to prevent him from saying the whole sentence. He must prevent Nomu from returning to combat, Izuku thought, seeing the beast far away and taking off. In that small distraction of the green-haired man, the villain took advantage to approach the student from the side of the missing arm but was surprised by a right hook from Midoriya, who finally regenerated his arm completely. "Why can't I use any of my quirks? If only I could use them, this would be over already," Shigaraki thought, frustrated. Before the green-haired boy could attack again, a blue ray fell near the two of them while small shikigamis appeared on the other side heading towards the green-haired boy to attack him. "What?" Izuku said to dodge the shikigamis and destroy some. "Kei," said the electric curse to attack Midoriya. "Master," Shigaraki said, the portal villain appearing next to the aforementioned, "I brought company with me." "Kurojairi until you arrived," Shigaraki said, recovering from the previous blows. "I see that you placed the veil." "That's right, but I'm afraid to give bad news," said Kurojairi, having the white-haired boy's attention. "A student escaped and went to ask for help." "He went to ask for help, tch, then this is a game over," said Shigaraki, irritated. "Damn it, Kurojairi, we have to at least steal the one for all to leave." "I understand," Kurojairi replied, understanding the order. "I will bring more people who are spread out around the place." "I'll have to wait until I get my quirk back to steal his," thought Shigaraki, watching the green-haired boy fighting Nomu attack him. "This must be a bucking joke," Izuku thought, annoyed, seeing that everyone was against him. "I'll go for the weakest. The owner of the shikigamis must be nearby." The green-haired boy, while looking for the shikigami summoner, the Nomu went to hit the green-haired boy directly, who dodged almost nothing but was hit by the curse, who attacked from behind. The Nomu attacked again, hitting the blow and sending the green-haired boy away from the place by the force of the impact. "I didn't have that in mind, but it works for me," Izuku thought, recovering from the blow in the air and turning in the direction of the summoner. "There you are." "What?" said the surprised wizard who was hiding. The wizard tried to hit the aspiring hero, but the difference between the two of them was huge. The green-haired man dodged the blow, and with just one punch reinforced with cursed energy, he left him unconscious. "Well, one less," said Deku without realizing that a date was heading his way. "Midoriya," Kirishima shouted, getting in between the green-haired boy and the arrow, receiving it directly. "Kirishima?" Izuku said, surprised to see the redhead. "Are you okay?" "Yes, but what about you?" Kirishima said, deactivating his quirk. "You look like you were hurt, or so your clothes tell me." "That doesn't matter now. Are you with someone else?" Izuku asked, directing his gaze to the villains. I was with Bakugo and Todoroki. They should arrive soon. Kirishima said this villain was with me and Bakugo, but a purple portal took him away. I see, so there are also witches as enemies, said Izuku, analyzing the surroundings. Kirishima, you and the others head to the center, where the fountain was. I will take the villains to that place. I understand, but will you be okay? Kirishima asked worriedly. There are a lot of villains, and they seem very strong. Nah, I can win, Izuku replied, trying to regain confidence in himself. You take care of what I told you, he said to launch himself into the battlefield. Okay, be careful, Kirishima said, obeying the green-haired boy's order. The green-haired boy was heading towards the two beasts to attack them, or so he made those present think. With a great leap he stepped over Noma and got his attention to continue running and hit the curse. This place is so destroyed, no one else can fight? Izuku said to the villains. Well, I don't care what they say either. With his gift now recovered, he used the black whip to catch all the villains in that place and throw them with all his strength to the place where it all started, in the middle of the USJ, where some aspiring heroes were waiting. Noma's Shigaraki shouted, annoyed. You won't do it, Todoroki said, freezing the ground and the Noma's feet. Midoriya, I see you're okay, said Yami, seeing that the green-haired boy had regenerated his arm. Guys, Izuku said happily, seeing the group, but became serious when he saw the villain. Don't get close to the white-haired villain, I'll take care of him. And the curse? Yami asked, surprising the green-haired boy. How do you know it's a curse? Well, that doesn't matter now, said Izuku, to leave the topic for another day. I'll take care of the curse. Will you take care of both of them? Bakugo asked. Do you really think you can fight us? Shigaraki asked mockingly. Not long ago you were almost dead. I let you live out of pity. Don't think you're such a big deal. You just surprised me with your domain, Izuku responded. The next one won't be the same, said the green-haired man. Even when you have a domain without a barrier, you didn't know the most basic things. TCH, I don't need that to kill you, Shigaraki replied, annoyed. I'll finish this now. The white-haired man launched himself to attack the green-haired man, who evaded him and using a black whip sent him in the direction of the curse. Kiki the curse laughed to attack the green-haired boy. You're annoying. I'll finish you off quickly, Izuku said, taking the curse's face. This curse is weak. I can exorcise it easily. Imbuing his palm with cursed energy, he crushed the head of the curse. In one hit, Yami said, surprised that curse would be semi-first grade, and he exorcised it in one attack. What grade will Midoriya be? Once the curse was removed, he quickly headed towards the white-haired villain. Using 70% of the OFA, he hit Shigaraki in the face, who couldn't dodge it. He's too fast, thought Shigaraki, very annoyed. Before the green-haired man could land another blow, Shigaraki used a yellow shield in the shape of a circle, blocking the blow. It's time to use a new trick, Izuku thought, as his right arm was covered by a red energy. What? Shigaraki said, seeing that his shield disappeared. It was Eraser. He erased my quirks so that I couldn't defend myself. Gift of the third FA gene. FA gene allows the user to temporarily accumulate a quantity of kinetic energy when repeating the same movement over and over again, to release it in a single blow. When the user chooses to release the energy, they gain an explosive burst of speed and power. The green-haired man's fist was propelled by the red energy, helping him break the shield with greater speed and landing a blow on the villain's face, throwing him away from the place. Damn it, he's got me going from one side to the other, thought Shigaraki angrily as he crashed into a ruined building. What is this place? It's the landslide zone, Izuku replied to the white-haired man. This place will allow us to fight at 100%, don't you think? As you wish, I will kill you at once, said Shigaraki to use a laser quirk. Laser blasts were fired from the villain's fingers towards the green-haired man, who dodged some but received others in places like the left shoulder and abdomen. But Midoriya, ignoring the damage, launched himself to hit the villain, who acted in time to counterattack the blow, generating a clash of both fists. But thanks to the green-haired man's superior strength, he managed to win in the clash, leaving the villain defenseless, so that with the other arm he hit Shigaraki's stomach. Due to the force of the impact, the villain went through several walls. It's far away. I must take advantage to recharge the FA gene, Izuku thought, to crouch down and stand up repeatedly. The white-haired villain, recovering from the blow, heading in the direction of the green-haired man to hit him, but failing and ending up hitting the ground, unbalancing Deku and landing a new blow from the villain, making him crash into the wall. Damn it, Izuku said, a little hurt. This ends now, Shigaraki shouted as he brought his hands together, as his hair grew and more fingers appeared on his body. Domain expansion. Incarnation of terror. Shigaraki's domain expansion is a domain without a barrier, but it has a strict rule that must be met in order to activate. If at least one person is near Shigaraki within a 10-meter radius, the domain will activate. But if the opposite occurs, there are no objectives. The dominion will completely collapse. What? Why didn't my domain activate? Shigaraki asked, confused. So your domain needs a person to activate it, concluded Izuku, who had deactivated his quirk. What did you do, bastard? Shigaraki asked angrily. Do you really think I'll tell you? Izuku said mockingly to the villain. Heavenly restriction removes all cursed energy after deactivating the gift. And the domains do not target those that do not possess cursed energy, they count them as mere objects in the environment. Deku simply did not exist for the Shigaraki domain. Now it's time to finish him once and for all, said Izuku to attack the villain. I really hadn't planned that. I wanted to avoid the guaranteed blow of the domain, but it turned out better than I thought. Shit, Shigaraki cursed only to get hit in the face. Fa Gene plus Black Whip, Izuku thought, creating the combination of his gifts. Black Whip caught the villain so that in an instant the whip quickly threw him to another building to finish with a kick added to Fa Gene, causing him to break several floors. Bastard, Shigaraki shouted, getting up to hit the green-haired boy. The villain's blow was dodged by Deku without difficulty, so that Izuku hit the villain's face and caught him again with the fifth quirk, pulling the whip, attracting the white-haired man to his direction to throw a punch with his right hand. What? Shigaraki said when he saw that the green-haired boy stopped. The blow was a feint. A left hook to the villain's ribs was Deku's real blow to use smoke screen, instantly blocking the white-haired man's view. Smoke? This wasn't in the information. Does he really only have one for all? Shigaraki thought, with this smoke it's possible that he attacks from behind, but he forgot something. He thought, smiling confidently, don't you know that I can feel your cursed energy? A figure of Izuku appeared behind the villain, who reacted quickly to hit her, but the figure just vanished quickly, confusing the villain. Due to the situation, he decided to look everywhere for the student. Do you really think you can compete with me? Izuku asked mockingly. Inside the purple smoke, you are weak. The green-haired figure appeared in front of the villain. Hitting the villain in the right rib and a kick to the face, the villain could not cover himself because of how fast they were, finishing with a punch to the white-haired man's stomach along with Fa Gene. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I must recover my super regeneration, Shigaraki thought desperately, knowing that he could lose. It's time for the final show, Izuku said, clapping his hands together. My domain is an incomplete one, so I use the surroundings as a barrier. Previously I used water as a barrier, but now I have an entire building. Domain expansion. Legacy of the Bearers. Damn, I can't help it, Shigaraki said desperately. In a dark environment where there was a green energy heading to the center above the two present, 8 shadows of different colors were present throughout the domain environment. Who are they? Shigaraki asked, looking at the giant shadows. The effects of my domain depend a lot on the person who is inside. Those effects depend on what the bearers say, Izuku thought, waiting for the verdict of the bearers. All for one. He is sentenced to a slow and painful death. 100% was authorized. After saying that, the silhouettes of the bearers headed towards Shigaraki, entering his body, directing the cursed energy into the villain's brain. What are they doing? Why does everything look slow? Thought Shigaraki, watching the green-haired boy slowly walking towards him. 100% curse smash, Izuku shouted, hitting the villain with all his might. Shigaraki's brain was racing, allowing himself to see and feel everything slower without being able to move, when the ninth fist hit his face. A stabbing pain slowly flooded into Shigaraki's brain, making every millisecond a living hell. A hell that had just begun. A shower of blows was launched towards the villain, who could do nothing to avoid it, only watch and suffer slowly, each of them releasing 100% of power, while each blow destroyed the white-haired man's body. If this continues like this, he will kill me, Shigaraki thought. In too much pain, I have to activate my domain to break it. The villain tried to bring his hands together, but the green-haired man wouldn't let him and caught him with a black whip to avoid any defense, and continued hitting the white-haired man's body, which was regenerating at a very slow pace, but showing that he had recovered his gifts. That quirk is very annoying, Shigaraki said angrily. If I can't do it with my domain, I'll have to resort to something else, although the master warned me that I would be very hurt if I activated it, he thought, doubting whether to activate something. St. Louis Smash, Deku shouted, kicking the villain, hurting him quite a bit. That's why these quirks exist. Well, so be it, it's all or nothing, Shigaraki shouted, surprising Deku forced activation passive evolution, while his body deformed, creating giant fingers and hands all over his body. What is that form? Izuku asked, seeing the villain who kept deforming his hands will touch the domain, he said, but it was too late. The domino collapsed again. Guys, get ready, Aizawa said, leading the team of students. We just have to defeat this idiot, Bakugo replied, seeing that the gnome didn't move. He doesn't even react. It's not just anything, Yami said, having everyone's attention. That gave Midoriya quite a bit of trouble. It's true, Kirishima said. I saw that hit Midoriya and sent him quite far away. He must have an abysmal strength. Kirishima, watch out, Yami warned, catching an arrow that was heading for the redhead's head. There are more villains. Villains? Please don't compare us, answered a witch who appeared from a purple portal. We are more than just villains. And who the hell are you guys? Bakugo asked angrily, seeing more purple portals from which more witches came out. You are too out of place to be an aspiring hero, the evil witch responded indignantly. You are just children. I should not expect more from you. Be direct. Who are you and what do you want? Aizawa asked angrily. They are evil wizards, Yami replied. I don't know them much, but it's easy to know. Huh? Are you a sorceress? The witch asked, a little surprised. We had been informed that there was only one sorcerer. Izuku. Midoriya of special grade revealed, another sorcerer annoyed, thinking that they had been deceived. Special grade? Yami thought, surprised. That was what we knew, Kurojairi replied. We had no idea that there was another sorcerer within the UA. Witches? Sorcerers? I don't understand anything you're saying, said Bakugo, irritated. I'll defeat you at once. Yami, you and Midoriya will have to explain a lot of things, Aizawa said, looking at his student, but for now I need your help. Forks, Yami replied, although I think Yutahime-sensei's mission failed. They asked too many questions, said the witch as she shot an arrow from her bow. Let's finish this quickly. I want to defeat the special grade. Leave it to me, Kirishima said, to activate his quirk and receive the arrow. This one was more powerful than the previous one. Bakugo, you go with Kirishima. He won't be able to fight alone, Yami ordered the gray-haired boy. Don't give me orders. Despite what Bakugo said, he obeyed the purple-haired girl's order. Sensei, it's best to split up, Yami said to his teacher. They're not very strong, and if we finish off the weak ones we can gradually gain in numbers. Good, everyone attack one of them, Aizawa ordered his students. Yami, Kirishima, Bakugo, Todoroki and Tokoemi are the ones who are there. The others are taking care of 13 and discarding Midoriya, who is in his own fight. It is not a favorable situation for us, but the heroes turn the situation around no matter how dangerous it is, he thought to put on his glasses. Dark Shadow, Tokoemi said to activate his quirk. A shadow similar to him coming out from his navel attacked them. The shadow called Dark Shadow manifested itself, launching itself to attack several evil sorcerers, defeating only one while the other two prepared to counterattack. You are strong, but don't be overconfident in defeating one of us, said the wizard arrogantly. You don't trust yourself either, Yami spoke from behind the wizard, defeating him with one blow. When did you appear? Another witch asked, surprised, but he didn't realize that his feet were frozen. What? Damn, he couldn't continue because he was knocked out by Dark Shadow. 3 down, several more are missing, Todoroki said. Although they are very weak, we can finish this quickly. Todoroki, the witch that Bakugo and Kirishima are facing, is the strongest of all of these, Yami said to the bicolor. Can you help them? I have a bad feeling about her. Okay, but first Todoroki mentioned to freeze the ground of another distracted wizard. Okay, now yes, I will help Bakugo and Kirishima. Thank you, Yami replied, hitting the frozen wizard. Yami, on your back, warned Tokoemi, seeing that there was a red cross on the girl's back. Fireball, a wizard conjured, generating a fireball in his palm to throw in the direction of the purple-haired girl. The sorceress jumped back to avoid the ball that passed by but quickly redirected itself towards Yami's back. My ritual allows me to generate fire from cursed energy, the Witcher explained confidently, while my gift allows me to select a target and attack it without missing. TCH, then I won't be able to dodge it, said Yami, trying to think how to counter the technique. Ritual and gift? What difference do they have? I'll see about that now, Aizawa said, activating his erase on the Witcher. At the moment of erasing the Witcher's gift, the fireball weakened and no longer had a target to aim at. Yami, without wasting the opportunity, took the fireball with his hands reinforced with cursed energy to return it to the Witcher. Damn it, said the Witcher, receiving his own weakened attack, damaging him a little. Before the evil wizard could recover from his own attack, the pro-hero began to beat him up, knocking him unconscious in a few blows. I was able to erase his quirk completely, but the fireball was not erased, Aizawa said, analyzing what happened. It was only weakened as well as the enemy's defenses. It seems that erase only weakens the cursed energy, making the rituals less effective, Yami tried to explain, or so it seems. Rituals, cursed energy. Sounds great, said Tokoemi, listening to the purple-haired girl's explanation, but there are still enemies. That's right, we should focus on that, Aizawa replied. There are only 3 more left. Shadow daggers, Yami incanted, summoning 2 daggers for herself. Let's finish this quickly. The purple-haired girl launched herself to attack one of the remaining witches, who counterattacked with a blow of cursed energy, which was dodged by the girl to generate a cut from her daggers on the Witcher's face. TCH, you bastard! The Witcher was interrupted by the body of his companion that was thrown by Dark Shadow. Shit. From behind, the wizard eraser hit the wizard on the back of the neck to knock him out once and for all. Well, now there's only one left, said Tokoemi, looking at the remaining witch. Dismantle the remaining witch invoked to break the ground of the place. Well, it seems I'll have to do it all myself. TCH, it's stronger than I thought. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Hey, half, I need you to create a distraction. Fine, Todoroki replied, a little hurt, but stop calling me that. The bicolor was about to activate his ice gift, but was intercepted by a blow from the witch, who reinforced her entire body with cursed energy, to instantly deflect the ashen-haired man's arm in another direction, preventing the explosion from reaching her. Very predictable, said the witch, mocking the students so that they know who will defeat them. My name is Kaitai Suru. After saying her name, she made a gesture of molding concrete on the ground to try to catch the 2 aspiring heroes, but was interrupted by a dagger that she caught in time before it hit her face. Do you really think you can defeat me? Suru asked mockingly, looking at everyone. Fine, I will defeat you all, while creating concrete in his hands, cursed concrete. The concrete was imbued in Suru's arms to attack, being intercepted by Kirishima, who received the blow with his active quirk but still could not hold on for long. Her punches are so strong I won't last much longer, Kirishima thought as he received several blows from the witch. Bakugo shouted, seeing the opportunity to attack. A blessed wall, Suru conjured so that a concrete wall would be created in front of Bakugo, blocking the explosion. That's all. You're pathetic, he said, looking at the annoyed gray-haired boy. It's because it was a distraction, Yami said from behind the witch. Shadow binding, he cast a spell so that chains were summoned and trapped the witch. Bakugo, Todoroki attack now, ordered the teacher of both, who had activated erase. Good/die, the 2 students said at the same time while generating an attack. Their combined blow was Todoroki's ice that spread throughout the witch's body, combined with the heat from Bakugo's explosions, generating a gigantic explosion. The air that had been frozen in an instant was heated by Bakugo's explosions, producing an expansion, and it exploded. A large smoke screen was generated in the place, drawing the attention of everyone who was taking care of Professor 13, but before saying anything, the domain of the landslide zone was completely broken. What's going on? Mineta asked, scared and confused. Look, Midoriya is in the middle, Kaminari said, looking in the center. Did they all gather together? Momo asked excitedly, seeing the silhouettes of many people in the smoke in the center. The large smoke was dispersed in one blow by Shigaraki's new form, showing no injuries and less exhausted than before. While Deku was in terrible condition, the upper part of his suit was completely torn and several parts of his body were bleeding and with cut fingers. Ready for the 3rd round, Midoriya? Shigaraki said, looking at the green-haired boy who was panting from exhaustion. Midoriya, said those waiting for the fight, seeing the state of the fight. I can still fight, Izuku said, standing up, determined to face the villain. Shigaraki and Midoriya? Suru said, quite hurt, seeing the two of them. Deku said, Bakugo damaged by his own explosion, looking at the green-haired boy. Are you still going to fight with those wounds? Todoroki asked, surprised and damaged by the previous explosion, although he was more injured than the ashen-haired boy. No, you better stay still, said Shigaraki, determined to defeat the green-haired boy alone. Both Izuku and Shigaraki were determined to end their fight in this final encounter. They will give it all in one last blow. The two rivals destined to kill each other were waiting for a sound that would give them the green light to start the fight. The signal was a fragment of concrete hitting the ground that gave the signal. I'm betting everything on this last hit, they both thought at the same time. The two ran towards each other, and the exchange of blows began, the green-haired man using cursed energy to attack and hit the villain's body repeatedly, showing 0 damage. His skin hardened, Izuku thought in surprise. The villain took that opportunity to counterattack by throwing a punch at the green-haired man, but he was too slow. Even though he didn't show it, he was completely exhausted. The punch was dodged, but it still destroyed the ground, receiving a kick in the face from the green-haired man that did not do anything. All your attacks will be useless, Shigaraki said, smiling mockingly. My body has evolved to withstand your blows at 100%. Then I'll hit at 120%, Izuku replied determinedly. 120%? Is he planning to? Yami thought, understanding what he meant. Impossible. No matter how strong you are, no one has ever managed to make a black flash, at will, said Suru, surprising everyone. Black flash? Aizawa asked, not understanding what it was. Yami, do you know what it is? The impact with cursed energy within the span of 0.000001 seconds after the physical hit. The space becomes distorted and the cursed power becomes present in a black color. It's a bet, Kirishima said, hurt, looking at the green-haired boy. Then I'll kill you before you can do it, Shigaraki shouted to attack the green-haired boy. The blow was dodged by how slow it was for Deku, while he accumulated cursed energy in his fist little by little, waiting for the moment to give his last final card. Hey, your time is up, Izuku said, activating his newly recovered quirk. Shit, I won't allow it, Shigaraki replied, trying to touch the ground. But the ground he was about to touch was pushed upwards by the black whip that was buried, sending the villain to the sky, who recovered from the confusion to try to counterattack. Just die for Buck's sake, Shigaraki said, shooting lasers from all of his fingers. Don't move, Izuku ordered with the cursed speech, stopping the white-haired man. Cursed speech? Yami and Suru asked in the air when they saw the technique. This will be the last hit, Izuku shouted as he approached the white-haired man. 120% black flash. Black flash. The winner stands up in front of everyone. The second strongest sorcerer of the current era. Izuku Midoriya. You have won. It's over, Shigaraki said, Izuku coming out of the smoke generated by the blow. I have won. And no, this can't be happening, Shigaraki said, scared, looking at the green-haired boy. I haven't lost yet. It's true, that monster, Yami said, coming out of shock to look at the Nomu. We have to stop it from moving, Aizawa ordered his students. I won't leave you, said Suru, standing in the middle of the students. And before shouting Shigaraki's full name, he was interrupted by a noise. The veil disappeared. What? Izuku said, looking at the place where the abrupt sound came from. The entrance? Could it be? Everything's fine. Do you know why? Why am I here? Tranquility? Everything's fine. Do you know why? Why am I here? It's All Might, Kaminari said, looking at the peace symbol. We are saved, Mineta said happily. It finally arrived, said Bakugo, exhausted, looking at the hero. Shigaraki, we must leave immediately, Kurojiri asked, looking at the very hurt villain. And we can't leave now, said Shigaraki, his body crumbling and bleeding. It's time for Nomu to kill the symbol of peace. It's very risky, Suru replied to the white-haired man. Even if Nomu is intact and manages to win, there is still the second objective, he said, looking at the green-haired man. He shouldn't be able to fight anymore, Shigaraki said, looking at Midoriya. His arm is broken, he can't regenerate anymore, and his brain must be worn out from using his dominance twice. You're almost the same, Shigaraki said, Suru seeing the villain's state. Nomu, wake up! Shigaraki ordered the beast to finally react. All Might isn't smiling, Izuku thought. Looking at his master, I don't think I can fight anymore. I'm too exhausted. If I had brought the ring I could recharge my energy, but I didn't bring it, he thought, annoyed with himself. Kill Izuku, Midoriya. Shigaraki completed the order. We must take advantage of the fact that he cannot defend himself. I already want to see All Might's face after seeing his successor die in front of him. Midoriya/Deku. Everyone in the center shouted at the green-haired boy. I won't be able to dodge it, Izuku thought, seeing the absurd speed of the Nomu approaching him. Smash! At a faster speed, All Might stepped between the two to throw a punch and clash fists with the Nomu. Is he faster than before? Izuku and Shigaraki thought at the same time, or did I become slow? Do you really think you can win? All Might said as he increased the strength in his fist, slowly pushing the Nomu. That won't happen because I'm here. Adding more strength to his fist, he managed to win the fistfight against the Nomu, leaving him defenseless. The hero, seeing the openings, took advantage to throw a punch in the Nomu's abdomen, sending him a few meters back. What happened to shock absorption? Shigaraki said, surprised, and then looked at the black-haired hero eraser. Unhappy, he cursed, seeing that he had erased the Nomu's quirks. The only chance to win is for Nomu to finish off All Might, thought Suru, watching the Nomu recovering from the blow. But for Nomu to win, we must get rid of the obstacles, he said, turning to the eraser hero. Aizawa, All Might warned, trying to head towards him, but Nomu got in his way. Delaware smash! Izuku attacked, trying to help his homeroom teacher. The countdown had begun. The final round. The compressed air wave was heading to attack the witch, who defended herself with a concrete wall, but was surprised by an attack from Yami with his daggers that she could barely dodge. All Might Sensei, you will take care of that thing called Noma, said Yami without losing sight of his enemy. We will take care of the others. Do you still have the energy to fight, Midoriya? Shigaraki asked, annoyed but addressing him. As long as I'm still conscious, I won't give up, Izuku shouted determinedly. I feel that the black flash recharged some of my energy, but I'm still in terrible condition. I can only use 20%. Fine, I'll leave it to you, All Might replied, seeing the student's determination. Yami-san, will fight together, Izuku said, calling the girl and joining her. Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Kurishima, you make sure the erase is always active. TCHOK, Bakugo replied, resigning himself to just watching. But if I see that they're losing, I'll join the fight. Same as Bakugo, Todoroki replied. I will be the best shield, don't doubt it, Kurishima said, a little hurt but with attitude. Heh, thanks, guys, Izuku said to see his two enemies in front. Shall we start the final round? Whenever you want, Shigaraki responded defiantly, slowly approaching the green-haired boy. Lunar Shadow Attack. Yami incantation so that sharp crescent-shaped shadows would be launched from the shadows of the enemy. Blessed Wall. The witch with her cursed energy created concrete to cover Shigaraki and her from the attack. St. Louis Smash, Izuku said, approaching the pair. He kicked the witch, stunning her, and then threw a punch at the white-haired man, who dodged the attack but not Yami's daggers, which caused some cuts on the villain's skin. It's useless, Shigaraki said to hit the purple-haired girl who covered herself with cursed energy to reduce the damage. Why did those cuts hurt me? It's not supposed to hurt me. Shigaraki had completely forgotten his master's warning. Passive evolution. It is a gift that forces the user to evolve through critical situations. The change is not drastic. But this gift is passive and the villain used forced activation, making the evolution not permanent but incomplete, and its function is for brief moments. Not counting that evolution does not come from nowhere, the energy consumption was overwhelming for Shigaraki's body, who wanted to adapt to 100% of One for All. Did it work? Yes, but it didn't last long. Smash, Izuku mentioned, hitting Shigaraki in the face. My hits affect them again. Concrete piercing shot. Suru spelled to launch a concrete fragment at full speed towards the green-haired man's face. The green-haired boy, thanks to the danger sensor, was able to dodge the attack that the white-haired villain ended up receiving. He still has good reflections, thought Tsuru, seeing the tired green-haired boy. Yami-san, Izuku said, speaking to the girl who was recovering. I have 2 tricks that I haven't used, but they will leave me very tired. Do you need a lot of time to use them? Yami asked the green-haired boy, who agreed. Fine, I'll take care of that. I need concentration. I'm counting on you, Izuku said, to concentrate his power in his arm. The FA gene is the accumulation of kinetic energy to launch in a single blow. As a repulsion energy, I will reverse it to generate an attraction. The girl Yami launched herself to attack the 2 enemies who prepared to counterattack, but suddenly All Might was launched in their direction. All Might? Yami said, surprised to see the hero a little hurt. Even if they take away Nomu's quirk, they won't be able to beat him, Shigaraki said mockingly. Nomu was gifted with a cursed energy similar to a special grade. Similar? If it's just similar, it won't be hard to win, All Might said confidently. On the outside, shit, I don't have much time, and that limits my strength. Shadow silhouettes, shadow explosion. Yami incantation, making the shadows of enemies take shape to explode immediately. Damage, Shigaraki screamed, damage, losing his form and returning to normal. Am I out of energy? Nomu, cover, Surikuro ordered, appearing behind the Nomu so that Eraser wouldn't see him. The Nomu obeyed the order and stood in front of the witch, who was knocked unconscious by the explosion, so that Kurojiri could take her to the portal. Shigaraki, we must retreat now, Kurojiri said to the white-haired man. We can leave it to the others and Nomu. Are they even trustworthy? Shigaraki asked, resigning himself to leaving. With just Jogo and Nomu it will be enough, Kurojiri answered. Fine, but first I have to steal one for all, said Shigaraki, looking at the green-haired man who seemed ready to attack. Total concentration, Izuku thought, to increase his speed and get closer to the white-haired man. Blue attraction, his punch, that had the FA gene, went from red to a blue color, attracting the villain to his fist. Blue attraction. It is the third bearer ritual technique of One for All. This ritual can only be manifested on objects or persons that the user has touched using the technique. This allows you to attract all the objects around you to a single point. This point is the object or person where the ritual was manifested. The blue energy shown from the green-haired man's punch was transferred to the villain, leaving him with a blue aura all over his body. Thanks to the effect of the blue technique, fragments of concrete headed towards Shigaraki, hitting him. Black whip, Izuku said to manifest the 5th quirk. The whip approached the villain to roll it up and forcefully throw it in the direction of the Nomu and Kurojiri, who were attracted and trapped by the blue ritual that was in Shigaraki. Get away from here, everyone! Izuku shouted to everyone to show his last charge of FA gene on his arm. Those present did not know what the green-haired man wanted to do, but they trusted him. They were all taken by All Might and left upstairs at the broken entrance. What are you going to do, Midoriya? Aizawa thought, deactivating his quirk because of the dryness of his eyes. Deku-kun, Uraraka said worriedly, looking at the green-haired boy. You can do it, Midoriya, cheer up, Kaminari. Deku Bakugo thought, looking at his friend. His last trick, what kind of attack will it be? Yami wondered. The combination of a blue and red. They form. The green-haired man gave his last attack using the FA gene to hit the villain, making the technique and gift collide, generating a flash that began to blind everyone who was present at the place. A purple punch. Void smash, Izuku said, generating a purple flash that grew more and more until it consumed those who were in the attack. The flash grew bigger and bigger, blinding everyone in the USJ along with a great sound of destruction. After the flash, everyone present could see the stage, a large circular hole where Izuku and the villains were, very injured. What kind of technique is that? Kaminari said, seeing all the destruction he made. It seems that technique also affects him, Aizawa said, seeing that the green-haired boy had more injuries. There must be a reason, it's a last resort card, All Might said. The Nomu also suffered great damage. Damage, Shigaraki cursed, regenerating extremely slowly. If it hadn't been for Nomu taking all the damage, we would be dead. After an attack like this he must have no energy for anything, thought Kurojiri, seeing that Nomu did not regenerate despite having half his body disintegrated. I'm out of energy and I have 2 monsters in front of me and a moving portal, Izuku thought. Somewhat scared, I saved the energy I gained with the black flash and spent it all on this attack. That was what made it a little more lethal, he thought, to see his wounds. a broken arm, missing fingers, bleeding and broken ribs. A new opponent arrived at the fight. You really brought me here to kill this brat, a voice echoed behind Izuku. Yes, Jogo Kurojiri replied, looking at the cursed volcano behind the green-haired boy. Well, although I would have liked to have fought him, said Jogo, increasing the heat and setting fire to the unconscious bodies of the villains that Eraser defeated, but that doesn't matter. Young Midoriya, All Might shouted to try to get closer to him. Dai, said Jogo in front of Izuku, to set his body on fire. Deku, said Bakugo, to go in his direction. Midoriya Todoroki, like the ashen-haired boy, was heading towards the green-haired boy. Smash, All Might said, throwing a punch at the curse, who blocked part of the impact with his arms. Young Midoriya, he said, taking the body of the burned green-haired boy. We don't have much time, All Might. Jogo mentioned it's time for you to choose your students or capture us, he said, to quickly be in front of Bakugo to do the same as before. All Might increased his speed due to the anger he had at the moment to hit the volcano, taking it away from Bakugo. Young Bakugo, young Todoroki, take young Midoriya away from here. Use reverse rituals on him, All Might said to the students. They are not the best, but they will heal the inside. Reverse rituals? Todoroki thought, confused, but taking the green-haired boy's body, fine, we'll take care of it. So you preferred your students, Jogo said, recovering from the previous blow. I think that would be normal for a teacher. The curse couldn't finish his sentence because a punch from All Might landed on his face, throwing him away to be intercepted by another punch from the hero, slamming him into the ground. From behind the hero's back, the Nomu approached to hit him. You are no longer a problem, All Might said while receiving Nomu's punch that did nothing. Thanks to young Midoriya, all your quirks were rendered useless. The peace symbol hit the Nomu in the face, who had not yet fully regenerated, being sent flying by the force of the blow. You still haven't killed me, said Jogo, throwing a torrent of fire towards the hero. Huh? The blonde had dodged the attack at an even greater speed, winning against the cursed sword. Don't think you're strong, All Might said seriously. You only win because you attack those who are weak. You are the weakest of all. The curse received a blow that sent it to the Nomu, so that All Might returned to them with a stronger fist than before. Hey damn, have you heard these words? All Might said with his power at its maximum. Go beyond the limit. Plus ultra. That's All Might's power? Uraraka asked, stunned, watching the enemy fly out of the USJ. The number one hero in the country, said Ojiro, seeing the big hole he caused. He's the coolest, Mineta mentioned. Looks like we're late, said Director Nizu, arriving through the broken entrance with the other teachers. We won, Mina said. The villains escaped, and we have several wounded. Tsuyu mentioned, looking at Izuku. Did we really win? Midoriya and Ida mentioned, seeing the green-haired boy's condition. There are still villains on the loose, Izuku said, barely opening one eye to see All Might. He defeated both of them at the same time. Can I really compare to him? Am I a good successor? You don't have to overexert yourself, the director said to the green-haired boy. For now, rest. We will take care of the rest. I guess he's right, I'm too weak, Izuku thought, closing his eyes. 16, 17, 18, 19. A detective told the students. Apart from the green-haired boy, no one else was seriously injured, right? Detective, what about 13-sensei and Aizawa-sensei? Tsuyu asked. The laceration from his back to his arm is terrible, but he's not in great danger, the detective replied, while Aizawa is fine. With Recovery Girl's treatment, he's back as a teacher. And what about Midoriya? Mina asked. Deku, how is he? Uraraka asked worriedly. Midori? He's undergoing treatment. It seems that the inside of his body was intact. The only thing that was damaged was his skin, explained the detective. With the Recovery Girl treatment and a period of rest, he's as good as new. Thank goodness, said several of the class more calmly. Now go back to your classroom, the detective said to everyone. Yes, answered the whole class. Nursing at the UA. Because of the situation this time, I really can't scold them, Recovery Girl said. All Might, Izuku said without opening his eyes. You can call me by my name, Toshinori said in his civilian form. What's wrong? When did you learn to use reverse rituals? Midoriya asked, opening only one eye. Not long ago. I was training with someone, Toshinori answered, surprising the two present. You training? For what? Recovery Girl asked. The world of sorcery interested me, but I never knew exactly how it worked, Toshinori answered, but that changed when young Midoriya became a sorcerer. It's practically something I always wanted to do, he admitted with a little shame. I see, Izuku said weakly. They are very similar to my first reverse rituals. Similar in what way? Recovery girl asked the green-haired boy. They only heal the inside and very little skin, Midoriya replied, looking at his burned skin. Reverse rituals can regenerate entire limbs. Can't you remove the scars? All Might asked. It depends if the scar was made before applying the reverse ritual. The answer is no, Izuku answered. If the scar is not made, it can regenerate without leaving a mark, although it also depends on the mastery of the user. So you will have burned skin forever, right? Asked Recovery Girl. After my treatments the burns healed, regenerating very little skin. That means you will not be able to restore the already burned skin. That's right, Izuku replied, quite tired from the treatments. I won't be able to regenerate already burned skin. Author's note: this is Izuku's appearance after the burns, to give you an idea. I see, All Might said, too, a little frustrated. Ahem, I'm not interrupting anything serious, am I? Asked the detective, entering through the infirmary door. Sakachi, you're here too? Toshinori said in surprise. Is it okay to show that form, All Might? Izuku asked, looking at his teacher. Yes, it's okay. Do you know why? Said Toshinori, imitating his mythical phrase. Because he, Sakachi Naomasa-kun, is my best friend in the force. What kind of introduction was that? Naomasa asked, laughing. Sorry to cut that off, but All Might, can you give me more details about the villain? Wait, please wait, Toshinori said, interrupting the detective. More importantly, are the students okay? What about Aizawa and 13? Apart from the green-haired boy, the other students are fine, some with small scratches, said the detective. While Eraser and 13 are in recovery, they will soon return. That's good, said Toshinori, more relaxed than before, and although it didn't seem like it, Izuku was the same. If the pro-heroes hadn't risked their lives, then the students wouldn't have survived, Naomasa said. You're wrong about one thing, Sakachi-kun. Toshinori corrected the detective. The students were also the ones who fought and risked their lives. All Might, Izuku thought. Have there ever been any first years who experienced a real fight so early, survived, and learned the fear of the adult world? Toshinori asked. The villains did something foolish. This class is strong. They will be great heroes in the future. Maybe I'm not as weak as I thought, Izuku thought, looking at his teacher. Teacher's Lounge. UA. Meeting. The attack on the USJ is one that is unprecedented, said Director Nizu, not only because of the damage to teachers and students but also because of those who were involved in the villain's side. I understand that, I think so, but what do I have to do with it? Said Gojo, who was at the meeting. We'll get to that, please wait, Aizawa replied, a little irritated. Many villains were captured, but charred corpses and others electrified were also found, said the director, giving the report. The person responsible? 2 curses, one of first degree and another of special degree. According to a sorceress student, these were their degree and threat level. I think I understand why I'm here, said Gojo, but I'll ask anyway. Do you want me to teach sorcery to those from UA? Basically yes, because we already have 2 sorcerer students who led the USJ attack. Toshinori said we want all the other students to be able to fight against curses in future cases. But since we know that you, as the strongest wizard, must be very busy normally, said the director, we want you to pass this message on to the Wizardry Academy, or to wizards who want to teach at the UA. I understand. Perhaps I can accept the position of professor with one condition, said Gojo, that my students participate in the UA Sports Festival and that the UA students participate in the Exchange Festival with Kyoto. Fine, although I would like it if I could talk about this with more wizards if possible, said director, addressing the white-haired boy to lift his little paw. Deal? Deal, Gojo replied, shaking the director's hand. Days later. March 12th, XXXX. Class 1A. The atmosphere in the class was tense because one of their seats was empty. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the door to open until it did, showing a head of green hair. Midoriya, said everyone in the class surrounding the green-haired boy. Are you really okay? Uraraka asked, worried about the boy. Yes, luckily it's just burned skin, Izuku said without reassuring the others. My energies are complete again, and I don't have any wounds inside. Are you sure you want to come to the academy so soon? Momo asked the green-haired boy. You should take more time off. Before the green-haired boy could answer, the classroom door was opened by the black-haired boy who was as good as new. Unlike the green-haired boy, the students upon seeing their teacher sat down in their seats instantly. I know it's sudden, but for your next hero exercise, Aizawa said to his students, we have to go on a long and lasting trip. As we told you before, on this trip we will be for 2 weeks in one place. We did not tell you where for security reasons. What kind of place will it be? Kaminari wondered. I imagine it will be something similar to the USJ, said Momo, because we did not complete this training. I'll just say that one of you knows this place very well, Aizawa said, leaving the students intrigued. Well, head to the bus area. Bus. Hey Midori, I have a question since I saw you now, said Mina, having everyone's attention. Are you engaged? Eh? Izuku said nervously about the question. I'm not engaged. Why do you ask? Mina-chan, I think it's not a good time to say those things in public, said Tsuyu, embarrassing the pink girl. Huh? Uraraka said, shocked and confused. Wait, it's not what you think, the alien-looking girl tried to excuse herself. I agree with Tsuyu-chan, that is discussed in private, Kaminari said. Huh? Uraraka said, shocked and confused. That's not it. Am I the only one who saw the ring on Midoriya's finger? Mina mentioned, pointing at the ring, making everyone look at it. Yes, you are the only one who noticed that, answered Hagakure, making Mina nervous. Did you? She said mischievously. This ring, it's a very important gift for me, Izuku replied, looking at his ring. My girlfriend, who passed away a long time ago, gave it to me on my birthday. Your girlfriend? Was it Rika Orimoto's? Bakugo asked, knowing who she was. Oh, it's a shame, Kaminari said sadly. With this ring I feel that she is always with me, Izuku mentioned. How manly, Midoriya said Kirishima, shedding manly tears. Rika Orimoto, the Queen of Curses? Yami said, shocked. Queen of Curses? Bakugo asked. As far as I remember, she didn't have a great gift. You should know it because you are a sorceress, but for others it is something unknown, Izuku said to the purple-haired girl. When Rika died in my arms I refused her death, knowing without it I cursed her, making it turn into a curse. Damn! The USJ has been talking about that, Momo said without knowing. They are a kind of spiritual beings that are born from cursed energy as a product of the intense emotions that humans manifest, explained Aizawa, joining the conversation. Cursed energy is the result of one's negative emotions, which originates from the metabolism of the soul and flow naturally through the entire body. Because people cannot control their flow of cursed energy, it escapes from their bodies and turns into curses, he said, reading an article he had in his hands. It's too much information, Uraraka mentioned, trying to process the information. But if curses are born from human negativity, then why don't people know about this? Ida asked. That's because just like heroes and villains, Izuku said, curses are defeated by sorcerers. Not to mention that people who don't control their cursed energy aren't able to see the curses. So why could we see the curses in the USJ? Kirishima asked, confused. That's because a veil was placed on the USJ. These make the curses visible to everyone who has cursed energy, even when they don't control it, Yami explained. By the way, since when did Aizawa-sensei know about curses? Izuku asked his teacher. Not long ago, but you can already imagine where we're headed, right? Midoriya Aizawa responded to the green-haired boy. In this place on December 25th of last year, Rika Orimoto, the Queen of Curses, unleashed her full form in a fight between Izuku and Rika versus Sugurigeto. Are we going to the Tokyo Academy of Sorcery? Izuku asked, looking out the window and recognizing the place. Tokyo? Are we in Tokyo? Jiro asked excitedly, looking out the window. Okay, let's go down. We've arrived, Aizawa said to the students. Midoriya, you guide us. Do you know where the campus is? Yes, I will guide them, Izuku replied. Tokyo Academy of Wizardry. Campus. Wow, what a beautiful and big place, said Uraraka, looking at the whole academy. You better really like this place since you'll be here for 2 whole weeks, Aizawa said, surprising the students. Although I already knew it would be 2 weeks, but it's still surprising, said Kaminari, looking at the place. Izuku? Is that you, Izuku? Said Maki, looking at the burnt green-haired boy. Midoriya/Izuku Panda and Nobara said, pouncing on the green-haired boy who luckily didn't fall. What happened to your skin? Asked an exaggerated Nobara. Izuku, we miss you, Panda said, crying comically. We saw each other a week ago, Izuku said with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Salmon said, Inumaki arriving at them. It's too long, the two responded exaggeratedly. Stop making fools of yourselves, we have visitors other than Izuku-senpai said Megumi arriving with Maki at the place. And who are you? Maki asked with her typical attitude. They are my class from UA. Izuku answered, we are here because why are we here, Aizawa-sensei? According to the instructions I was given, we must speak with a certain Satoru Gojo, said Aizawa with his bored tone. Megumi, do you know where Gojo-sensei is? Izuku asked the black-haired man. I'm sorry, but I don't know where it is, Fushiguro replied. So, sensei, what are we going to do here? Ida asked the black-haired teacher. Improve their gifts and they will also learn other things. But that is not my job to teach them, Aizawa replied. Gojo is supposed to teach them the other thing. That's right, I'll be the one to teach you about sorcery, said Gojo appearing out of nowhere and making ridiculous poses. The great Satoru Gojo will be your sorcery teacher. When did he appear? They all thought when they saw the bandaged white-haired boy. Okay, let me explain. Because of what happened at the USJ, you will learn how to use your cursed energy, Aizawa said. When these 2 weeks pass, you will participate in the Kyoto Exchange Festival. Sensei, what will I do? Yami asked. I am a first-year student from Kyoto. Don't worry, I already talked about that with your teacher Yudahime. Gojo replied, you will be changed. From now on you are a first year in Tokyo. So now we are 3 first years, again Nobara said with the last in a low voice. 3 who? Momo asked curiously. Megumi, Nobara and now Yami. Izuku answered, pointing at those he named. And you, Midoriya? Shouldn't you be a first year too? Yami asked, surprised. It's a long story, but I'm a second year even though I should be a first year, Izuku replied, not wanting to prolong the conversation. That would explain the 6 months you were missing, said Bakugo. Getting back to the topic, Aizawa said, to get everyone's attention, Gojo will help you in everything related to sorcery, while I will train you all physically by adding the gifts and rituals. So get ready, come on, cheer up, said Gojo animatedly. Forks, they all answered. Unknown location. Beach? The first attack failed, Jogo said to a black-haired man with a scar on his forehead. What do you say, Geto? It wasn't a failure, but rather an experimentation, Suguru Geto replied with a scar. He was a strong and determined opponent, not easy for Tamura to defeat. Even if Tamura had a perfect body, victory was not certain, a voice from a television said, but it was an experience that empowered Tamura. Being on the brink of death pushed him to a new limit, although it was not instantaneous, said Geto while watching the television. The Tamura of today is 10 times stronger than the one of yesterday. That's no use to me, Tamura said angrily. I couldn't get one for all, I couldn't even steal any quirks. There will be more opportunities, Tamura. Don't close yourself off yet, the television responded to the white-haired man. The copy you have of All for One is still incomplete. I highly doubt you managed to steal that gift. After all, not even the real All for One has been able to steal it, Geto said to reassure the white-haired man. You are still evolving little by little. Besides, this will not be our last attack. This October 31st in the Shibuya district, said the voice on the screen. The world will change forever. Izuku, Midoriya, Satoru Gojo and All Might will suffer the consequences of being the strongest, said Geto with a sinister smile. There are only 8 months left. The countdown has begun. The days of peace will end soon. Evil always comes back stronger than before. 1 week later. Midoriya Clan? March 19th, XXXX at 2:21 p.m. What do you want? Izuku asked angrily to the old man in front of him. He only came out of obligation. Be quick and concise. Have more respect for your leader, useless, answered another green-haired man next to Izuku. But what have you called us for, Mr. Leader? TCH damn bootlicker, Izuku thought with disgust. I find it hard to believe that this is my family. Thank you for the words, Namor, the older man thanked, but today come to give him the news that the new leader Midoriya will be chosen. Could it be? The two Midoriyas thought, one surprised and the other happy. The Green Blood Festival will begin today at 1800 hours, said the old man to the two young men as possible successors to the position of leader. You have to inform everyone else, Midoriya. What? Izuku thought nervously.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.